And here it is. Here it is again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. Here it is again. Here I am again, and hope you are there again. So the session commences and your company is required. It never stops. I don't stop. Do you? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niriwa Agweshe, you know the prayers by the care guides. May death have nothing to do with us. Now, none more powerful, more potent a prayer than that. Death have nothing to do with us first, and everything then is a consequence of that. So may death have nothing to do with us. Ikuku Niriwa Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Jonathan's ex-minister joins APC, picks 100 million presidential form. So no prizes for guessing who the ex-minister is. Dr. Akinwunmi Adesina, the African Development Bank chairman, the president of the African Development Bank, he has now the latest entry into the APC jostle for the party ticket. So there it is right there. And good luck, Jonathan, of course. They are still permutating if it's coming in or not. So that makes number 29 or 30 or however many now that have picked up that 100 million naira form. Jonathan's ex-minister joins APC, picks 100 million naira presidential forms. So that adds to an additional headache for Tinubu, no doubt. An additional headache for Tinubu and an additional headache for Bakare. Contesting for Nigerian president is demotion for me. Bishop OYEDEPO, so you no prices for guessing who is throwing that missive in the direction of. It's only pointing in one direction because there's only one clergyman, one cleric in the presidential race. Tunde Bakare, of course, the one with the gangster moves. So the squeaky voice and the gangster, they battle it out for the pulpit space. Contesting for Nigerian presidency is contesting for Nigerian president is demotion for me. The headline attributed to Bishop OYEDEPO. So quite what is in play there, as though we don't already know, we find out just shortly. African Action Congress Party fixes the 1st of June to the 3rd of June for its primaries. So now the primaries of SOWORE Party, the dates have now been announced. But will SOWORE be a participant, having been expelled from the party? How that plays out, we find out just in the shortest possible time. African Action Congress Party fixes June the 1st to the 3rd for primary elections. So, so we find out just what the game plan is there. So we find out the game plan in this one too. I'll decide on 2023 presidential race in the next few days. Central Bank Governor Emefiele reacts to backlash, calls for resignation. So there it is right there. It's just, people just act at will. This is a government functionary, a very sensitive position, totally meant to be apolitical, but this guy has stolen enough. He's telling us for him to run for the presidency. The international finance space has already told us that the cost for running for the Nigerian presidency is $2 billion. So this guy, Emefiele, a civil servant, the governor of the central bank, but a civil servant nevertheless, he feels sufficiently robust enough to take on the $2 billion spend to reach the Nigerian presidency. So quite how a salary earner is able to propel to the presidency only in Nigeria and without questions being asked. This is the tragedy. I'll decide on 2023 presidential race in next few days. Central Bank Governor Emefiele reacts to backlash, calls for resignation. So the backlash and the calls for resignation, you can whistle that in the wind. Planned shutdown. Federal government criticizes airline for selling tickets beyond May the 9th. So May the 9th, of course, next week, Monday, the domestic airlines within Nigeria, for reasons of just the skyrocketing part of the skyrocketing, pardon me, just for reasons of the skyrocketing price of jet fuel, have now not been able to operate anymore because jet fuel, the petrol that they used to power the planes, it was just a few months ago selling for 190 naira a liter, and it has skyrocketed to 700 naira a liter. The industry cannot absorb that sharp spike in price, and by the way, the price of petrol, the price of jet fuel is 40% the spend of airlines globally. So their spend now, which was 190 naira, has gone up by nearly 300% just within the space of a few months. This is not a cost that the industry can absorb, and it is certainly not one that they can pass on to their customers. So they left with no option but to shut down. But the government claps back, planned shutdown. Government criticizes airline for selling tickets beyond May the 9th. So if they are selling tickets beyond May the 9th, knowing full well that they are going to shut down operations on May the 9th, then that is fraud. So that's essentially what the government is accusing them of is fraud. And of course, the penalty for fraud is jail. So essentially, Buhari threatening to jail the airline operators. That is the reading of that. So yes, this looks as though this repeats. So I'll cancel that one out. And then this one repeats as well. Coalition picks 100 million naira APC nomination form for African Development Bank president. So additional story repeats here too. So that is the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on the like button, of course, the subscribe button as well, for reasons that you help propel the channel on the YouTube algorithm. Once you've done all the clickings, just surrender yourself to the space and let's take you on a wild roller coaster ride for however long the session lasts. But before we do anything, let's come in via what is tradition, the Eastern Quarters, and another Python dance.
Oh, you do I walk. Oh, Mary, Abakare, Mama Daora, Olabori Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Olabori Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Olabori Mary Nandi go onye do I walk. O Mary Nizu Giroya Abakare Mama Daora Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Nnamdi win the war. Pythondas 1, Pythondas 2, and Pythondas 3. Nnamdi win the war. Pythondas 1, Pythondas 2, and Pythondas 3. Nnamdi win the war. Pythondas 1, Pythondas 2, and Pythondas 3. Nnamdi win the war. Pythondas 1, Pythondas 2, and Pythondas 3.
And there it is right there. Nnamdi wins the war. They continue to insist in the eastern parts of Nigeria. Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Jonathan's ex-minister joins APC, picks 100 million naira presidential forms. The president of the African Development Bank and former Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Akinwunmi Adesina, Saturday paid for the nomination and expression of interest forms to contest for the All Progressive Congress APC presidential tickets in proxy. This is as a coalition of 28 groups consisting of Youth Arise Movement, Nigerians in Diaspora, One Nigeria Group, Prudent Youth Association of Nigeria, Women's Group, Farmers, People with Disability, and other civil societies raised the 100 million naira fee to purchase the forms for the former minister. The coalition is led by the head, One Nigeria Group, Mohammed Saleh. The payment acknowledgement slip, exclusively spotted by correspondent on Saturday, carried Adesina's name as the recipient of the forms. Dr. Adesina served as Minister of Agriculture under former President Goodluck Jonathan. Details soon. So that tells you that it's just breaking story. So that is the latest incursion, but that now seems to be the popular will of the people. So many people throwing in their 1 naira and 2 kobos to arrive at the APC fee to purchase that form. So there it is right there. 2023, contesting for Nigeria's president is a demotion for me. Bishop OYEDEPO, the presiding bishop of the Living Faith Church, popularly known as Winners Chapel worldwide, Bishop David OYEDEPO, has said he will not be contesting for the presidency in the 2023 elections. OYEDEPO said vying to be Nigeria's president is a demotion to him, adding that he is called for a global impact. He said this during a leadership summit transmitted worldwide. According to him, although he believes in Nigeria, it is too late for him to contest for the highest political position in the country. OYEDEPO said, I believe in Nigeria, and that is why I am still here and still praying for Nigeria. But I consider it a demotion if I am invited to become the president of Nigeria. I am called for global impact. I saw this in 1984. Even the devil knows that you can't be genuinely sold out to serving God and not stand out in life. A number of pastors have come out to obtain presidential nomination forms in a bid to become the country's #1 citizen. Notable amongst them are Pastor Tunde BAKARE and current Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who is a pastor of the Redeemed Church, of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. So there it is right there. We don't think that, of course, well, I don't think that is especially clapping in the direction of Yemi Osinbajo, but certainly pointedly at Tunde BAKARE, calling him essentially an idiot. So from one idiot to another, African Action Congress Party fixes June the 1st to the 3rd. Excuse me. African Action Congress Party fixes June the 1st to the 3rd for primary elections. The National Working Committee of the African Action Congress, AAC, has fixed June the 1st and the 3rd for its primary elections into elective positions. The party also released its schedule of activities in a statement released on Saturday by Femi Adeyeye, the AAC National Publicity Secretary. Whilst expression of interest and nomination forms for all elective positions are free, Adeyeye said all hopefuls are expected to pay obligatory donations. So how is a donation an obligation is the thing. So it's not a donation, then it's a fee, isn't it? Because you are not it's just a misuse of language. There's no such thing as an obligatory donation. It's a fee, not a donation. He said the registration of hopefuls will commence from May the 6th and end on May the 9th. The National Working Committee of the African Action Congress AAC seizes this medium to announce to the public some of the activities and breakdown of financial responsibilities required of aspirants who wish to run in 2023 on the platform of the only revolutionary party in Nigeria. The statement reads, "This is a part of several processes set by the NWC to make sure people of integrity, competence, and ideological clarity are the ones flying the untainted flag of the AAC. The schedule, according to the statement, is as follows. May the 6th to the 9th, registration of aspirants. May the 11th, mass meeting of aspirants with the National Executive Committee. June the 1st to the 3rd, primaries for all positions. The date for meeting with leaders of other socio-political organizations affiliated with the party and screening of aspirants for all elective positions is to be announced soon. Aspirants into the following elective positions are expected to pay the set amount: presidential 500,000 naira, gubernatorial 300,000 naira, senatorial 300,000 naira, House of Representatives 250,000 naira, House of Assembly 100,000 naira, chairmanship 50,000 naira, councillorship 25,000 naira. Waivers to run for aspirants whose membership is less than 2 years. So how can this be a waiver for? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It may be longer than 2 years is what I should read, because you cannot give concession for somebody that is new to the party, can you? But this is what they're saying: waivers to run for aspirants whose membership is less than 2 years. Presidential 200,000, gubernatorial 150, senatorial the same 150, House of Rep 100K, House of Assembly 50K, etc., etc. Councillorship 10,000 naira, chairmanship 20,000 naira. Exceptions on obligatory donations: no donation for handicapped or disabled. Women 25% discount. No donation for tertiary institution students. No donation required for honorably discharged security personnel from the police, military, civil defense, road safety. No donations. Serving or retired teachers, nurses, and emergency service workers are not required to pay the obligatory donation. The party spokesperson said hopefuls for all elective positions are to pay 50,000 naira for form processing fee and 200 naira membership dues, which is not applicable to hopefuls under waivers. Adeyeye added that hopefuls are advised to fill in functional email address on the portal to be duly notified of all activities, submissions of forms, meetings, trainings. So there it is right there. So that is the schedule of activities for the AAC party. But will SOWORE be able to participate? That is the real story around the AAC. So remove SOWORE and forget the party, but they have removed SOWORE. So from that to this, I'll decide on 2023 presidential race in the next few days. Central Bank Governor Emefiele reacts to backlash, calls for resignation. The governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, has said he had not yet made a decision on joining the 2023 presidential race and would do so in the next few days. Emefiele, under whom the Apex Bank had Emefiele, under whom the Apex Bank has retrogressed and the national economy receded, said it was patriots who bought the All Progressive Congress APC nomination forms for him, adding that he would use his own money to buy his nomination forms when he had made a decision to run for the #1 office. He said these in a series of tweets on Saturday. The central bank governor had come under heavy criticism over the APC presidential expression of interest and nomination forms reportedly obtained for him. He said, "I am humbled by the growing interest of those asking that I run for the office of president in the 2023 general elections. I have not come to that decision. I note and salute the sacrifices of those farmers and patriots going as far as raising personal funds and offering me presidential nomination forms. I thank them most profusely. However, should I answer their calls and decide to seek presidential nomination, I will use my own hard-earned savings from over 35 years of banking leadership to buy my own nomination forms without proxies in an open and transparent manner in full compliance with the laws and constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I should not run, and should I not run for elected office, I will continue to serve and sacrifice for the good people of Nigeria under the able leadership of President Muhammad Buhari. This is a serious decision that requires God's divine intervention. In the next few days, the Almighty will so direct." Yes. Let me take that paragraph again. "And should I not run for elected office, I will continue to serve and sacrifice for the good people of Nigeria under the able leadership of President Muhammad Buhari. This is a serious decision that requires God's intervention. In the next few days, the Almighty will so direct." Correspondents had on Friday reported that the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project urged President Muhammad Buhari to immediately remove Emefiele over his involvement in partisan politics. Reacting in a tweet, Serap urged Buhari to remove Emefiele as the latter acted contrary to Section 9 of the CBN Act, which forbids CBN governors and their deputies from engaging in politics. The tweet reads, "We urge President Buhari to exercise his power under Section 11(2)(f) of the CBN Act to immediately remove the CBN governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, over his engagement in partisan politics, contrary to Section 9 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act. Section 9 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act provides that the governor and the deputy governors shall devote the whole of their time to the service of the bank, and whilst holding office shall not engage in any full or part-time employment or vocation." The same call was made by the Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and a host of other Nigerians and civic groups, which viewed Emefiele's interest in partisan politics as dangerous for someone superintending over the country's apex bank and national economy. So, of course, he flouts the law, but of course, he doesn't care. Why should he care? When has law ever meant anything in the Buhari, regime? So this is now the last readout, and then we come into the room to see if there's anyone there to take it on. Planned shutdown. Federal government criticizes airline for selling tickets beyond May the 9th. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has criticized domestic airlines for the continuous sales of tickets beyond May the 9th, the scheduled date for their planned shutdown of operations. Babatunde Babatunde Irukera, the executive vice chairman of the body, on Saturday in Abuja, frowned at the rising consumer feedback that the airlines had continued to sell tickets beyond May the 9th. Irukera said if the airlines have decided and are resolute, it will be egregious exploitation of customers and a violation of law to purport to sell a service that the providers know will not and does not intend to provide or deliver. It is misleading and deceptive under Section 123 of the FCCPA to represent that a service will be delivered on a specific date when the provider knows that the same is false or improbable. The commission is optimistic that the airline operators will not deliberately sell tickets for flights they do not intend to operate, and is, as such, hopeful that a solution short of a shutdown will emerge accordingly. He said the airlines had considered shutting down operations indefinitely from Monday due to the high aviation fuel price, which rose from 190 naira to 700 naira per liter. However, Mr. Irukera appealed to airline operators to shelve their proposed service shutdown and consider the effect on passengers, as well as the difficulties and hardship associated with their action. Mr. Irukera said that the commission was engaging both operators and the leadership of significant fuel marketers in a discussion to understand the global supply challenges and possible steps to ameliorate the same. The Commission strongly advocates engagement amongst all stakeholders across the value chain to mitigate the current constraints and develop an acceptable interim arrangement. This is to address problems and costs associated with global supply constraints on account of the war, sanctions related to the war, and a fragile ongoing post-pandemic recovery in aviation, he said. Mr. Irukera said that the Commission would continue to monitor the evolving situation and remain committed to supporting engagements to provide solution and stability. So there you have it right there. So that is a coded threat right there. So that's a coded threat right there. There doesn't appear to be anyone here to take it on. So I think we're going to have to round it off there. So let me just acknowledge Alexander Gomez super chat, and then we'll round it off there. So Alexander Gomez super chat to say that okay, let's just bring Charlie Boy on. So Charlie Boy, I mean, I'm not sure that
Hi, woman.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just acknowledge Alexander super chat. One man, you sound animated, well rested. I see. Kuishe. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So Charles, I mean, which topic do you want to speak on? I'm not sure.
Give me any topic, I'll speak on it.
You wouldn't really. Okay, speak on the aviation space. What are your thoughts on the aviation space?
To me, for the airline strategy to shut down is a bad sign for Nigeria. For me, the government should figure the demands of the airline, what they want. They ain't to complain that don't give them food. That's the problem. They ain't to have money to pay for the food. But to me, it's sad. Because Nigeria have all this oil, why should airlines use foreign oil and just shut just because of that? Sad. The federal government should figure something to do with the oil. Because the airline shut down, people can travel. And plus the way it's really unsafe with all the killings going on across the country and the southeast killings going on. People can travel. The government needs to figure out what airlines want and to get a demand. Okay, to me, and Buhari knows what airlines want because the airlines shut down. That'll be a ripple effect. All the
Uh,
people,
uh,
all the people.
all right. And to the do you know who Akinwunmi Adesina is, Charles? I don't expect that you would.
No, but I think he's the guy. Isn't the guy? He's the one for president, isn't he?
Yeah, it was the African Development Bank. Well, he is still the African Development Bank chairman. So, so he's now. But curiously, he seems to be not indicating himself, but people buying tickets on his behalf. So, what are you making though of his introduction into that space?
To me, APC is funny. There's so many people went for president. 20 people went for president. That's too much.
Let's close to 30 now.
That's too much, bro. They actually destroying. And she that's the reason why the North is laughing at the South. Even I hope the North people are confused with the South. You don't say you have too many people wanting for you guys for the South. You lower that down. I feel like the North gonna want for president. I feel like not gonna do that because they not realize the South have so many people. They're not just gonna pick them from. I think APC should settle down. All these people want for president, they're not gonna win. Just to pay $120 million just for one for president, you're not gonna win it. What's the point? Why even Wiki using own state money just one for president? To me, what we do in Nigeria is sad. But I think APC needs to lower down. APC might have a big problem in the election, but don't lower it down. I'm worried the North might win. North might become president. I'm seeing it. The picture.
All right. Well,
because most people are spent. Most from the South. All the 20 people. Isn't that true? Most of the 20 people are from the South.
Well, because there's the sense that the power is transiting to the South. So a lot of Southerners, of course, they are looking to chance their hand, because this is an opportunity that presents. But this Akinwunmi Adesina, he's not essentially bought a ticket. He's just the ticket was bought on his behalf. And it's curious, just so many people putting money together to buy him the form. He's not indicated any interest in it, but it looks as though the will of the people are propelling that space.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of wrong. People shouldn't buy a ticket of somebody. He hasn't showed what he do for president. People shouldn't buy a ticket. See, that politicians are deceiving Nigerians. Buying ticket for what? All the people want for president. Half of the people just want just for a political statement. They say, "Hey, I'm a Nigerian president." Just do it just to get something in the government, just to steal money to get rich. In a normal society, Tinubu, Atiku, and Shumi, it's supposed to be like at least 4 people want for president. But Nigeria, there's 20 people want for 2020, one for president. What I'm saying,
do you sense somewhat a desperation in just so many people vying for the president? Do you see desperation in it somewhat?
Yeah, desperation. But I also think it's bad for the South. The reason I say that, I feel like the North can become president next year. The reason I say they could not be like even the North. I just saw argue yesterday. But I even say that. But I said the South people are not united. And that's the truth. The South not united. That's what they're not probably laughing at the South. They're laughing at us. They're gonna become president again. Cause not say who can we pick? All these people want for president. They're gonna divide all the votes. You might just give to the North. You might just do that.
But what they are actually contending is for the party ticket, not the presidency itself. The presidency itself, of course, that will be after we know who the candidates are. So the contention is actually for the candidature.
Because I think what North's gonna do, when North's probably gonna pick a guy from PDP to be a Northern candidate. They're gonna do that. I bet not. They're probably gonna do that because we realize APC is divided all of a sudden. They might just all the North powerful people might pick another guy for PDP. I see that happening, and they're probably gonna win. Because why I say that, I feel like the North probably like, oh, the people are not united. All this guy, That's one thing I give credit to the North people, that they're so united. When they want something, they get it. But South are not united. All the people want for president, they're not laughing at us. That so many people, and I also think all I actually affected Yobo's chance to become president. I think it affected you guys' chance to become president because all the votes, all the let's say the North pick Storm APC to be elected, like a candidate for president. It's even bad for the Yobo APC because so many your people coming out, so many candidates. It's even bad for Tinubu to get votes. Votes are going to be divided to Shomi and Tinubu. So to me, it's not fair. I know why other people won't coming out. This is a joke. At least they should lower down the can. So many. Tinubu is probably upset. I bet Tinubu is probably angry too.
No, he must be disappointed, because he can see this thing escaping from him, as a lot of his supporters can, But how it plays out will be curious, because just so many people, just so many names in that space. So I mean, how it plays out is a real curiosity. But
Yeah, I also feel like this crazy we're good advantage for the Northern to do something. North can take this advantage. They know what they do. North can take this advantage of the South.
Well, yes, if the Southerners are too dumb to politic in the right way, then of course, they had this meeting yesterday, the Yorubas, and they could not agree a consensus person. So if you continue to shoot yourself in the foot, then of course you will get trampled over. So this is self-injury now. This is self-harm. The Yorubas especially, they are self-harming just in public. We can see it played out.
It was sad.
Sorry, Jake.
Okay.
One man. So, what is the outcome of the meeting? There is no any.
Well, they don't seem to have agreed the consensus. I'm not sure that they've put out, because I've been monitoring the news and there's been nothing significant outside to say that they could not agree on a consensus. So that is to tell you that the meeting was just
that's a secret meeting. Maybe they have agreed, but because nobody has said anything out of all those people that attended that meeting, so maybe they could have agreed on something. Maybe they just keep it between them.
No way, man. No way. They didn't agree anything. Who's going to step down for it? Nobody agreed, man.
It was a pointless meeting anyway.
Yeah.
What's the point? And they had to attempt it, but
Yeah.
No.
But are we so sure? One man.
That what?
That maybe they have agreed on something, or maybe they just keep it to themselves.
The news came out that they've not agreed a consensus, which is to tell us that they've not agreed anything.
Oh man, did you hear today's news about Jibril?
Yes, that is resigned APC. That was Tinubu's lead.
Tinubu, I'm so surprised.
He's just hemorrhaging so much.
Yeah.
Who is Jibril?
Is Tinubu's campaign manager. He has left.
He's been out there like campaigning for Tinubu, going everywhere. All of a sudden I heard this morning that he's leaving APC. I was so surprised.
Yes, he has actually left APC, but he says he will announce his new party soon.
I'm telling you,
all the elements are against this guy. All the elements are against.
Well, you see, we see one man. When you Tinubu is now trying to make things right. Now he raised the what's his name? The Sanwo-Olu's hand up. These are the things that people will look at. They will be like, you were there. You look at what you did to Ambode. So all those things will definitely play back at you. They would, so nobody will want to. Oh, okay. What if he becomes the president? Then what happens? He's going to take off this one, which is going to happen anyways. So everybody's trying to play
Grant, if I were to be Tinubu's family or son, I would just tell him, please, just step down. The embarrassment will be too much.
The embarrassment is already getting much at this point.
Do you think he should step down? I don't think he should step down.
Not at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, at this point, he will probably just say, "Let me finish it up," because the embarrassment is already there. Look at all these people are supposed to come out and say, "Hey, let Tinubu be there. Let it be only Tinubu." you know. But nobody, everybody's coming out. They don't stand it.
If he doesn't play it to the end, then they will forever wonder what if.
Yeah,
so let him play it to the end, and then they can say, okay, I played it to the end, but I was outmaneuvered, I was betrayed, I was this, that, or the other. But
the embarrassment is too much, one man. The
embarrassment is already there now. What other embarrassment is there?
It's already there. What kind of embarrassment do you want again? Look at how many people coming out. All these people, they know him, you know, and they are coming out. Oh man, it's crazy, man. I can't even believe what's going on right now.
And the funny part about it, Buhari went to Ebonyi State. Buhari even told the Umar, he said, "You guys in South are a joke."
When did he say that? When did he say that, Charles?
No, but I told him, you guys want to deny all these candidates. But he said that shows you something. They're not
when did Buhari say you guys in the South are a joke? When did he say that?
No. Woman, yesterday, Buhari went to Ebonyi State.
Yes.
He told Umar, the governor, he said that you guys are not united in the South. I can see that you guys might not win the president. Why should you say?
No. He did not say it. No, we don't like to make up stuff on the platform. Don't make up stuff now.
Yeah, but Buhari went to Ebonyi State?
No, Tony,
he went to Ebonyi State to inaugurate, to commission projects. Yes.
16 projects. Yeah, that's all. He didn't even mention about presidency at all. Yeah. It's not there for campaigning. It's there for the commission. He didn't say that.
No, the reason why I said that because
that was a good job from Ebonyi State, anyways.
Umar said what Buhari told him. Governor of Umar.
The governor of Ebonyi said that he told him that.
No. He saw that the South are not united.
So how did he show
didn't
that?
say that.
What did
Tony?
No. When did it? Sorry, what are you talking about, Charles? What are you talking about?
Is it Charles?
Yeah.
I just saw this article.
It's just as ridiculous. It's almost like Tony, isn't it? It's just this.
Yeah, I thought it's Tony.
So when you hear a ridiculous comment, you think Tony immediately, don't you?
But to me, why I kind of agree, I kind of agree as to, I feel like they're not thinking that right now. You guys might laughing, but I think they're not thinking that, man. Not thinking it's how to joke.
Yeah, you can think what you like, but you cannot say that they said so. They did not say so. Buhari did not.
Thinking in the brain. So all this can coming out for president.
Are you clairvoyant, Charles? Are you clairvoyant? Can you read minds? Are you a mind reader?
No, I can read that the South is making a big mistake if all these people coming out. The man lose the election. I see the picture plain. All these candidates run for president.
It shows the strength of the field. I mean, a lot of them, they are Tinubu sufficient enough to be president, Oshibanjo sufficient enough to be president, Fayemi sufficient enough to be president, Peter Obi sufficient enough to be president. So that tells you that there's real talent in the South, because all of those guys, they can easily be president of Nigeria and do 10 times better than the Mala.
Yeah, I know it's your time, but I'm saying I think they're not more united. They not know how to play the game better than us. They have to play the game.
How do you mean they know how to play the game better than us? How are they ever? How have they in politics? When has they not ever outmaneuvered the Southerners?
Because
in politics,
I'm saying they're not like I'm talking about this thing. They don't feel like take advantage of the South right now. When the South
in what way? In what way are they taking advantage of the South?
Like all these people coming out for president. They say okay. They say no. They say no. When people no. All people come for president. Half of these people, the most you get president. Might take an event and pick them. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the picture.
Yeah, you're not seeing any picture, Charles. What they are vying for is the party ticket, and ultimately that ticket will only go to one person in APC. And then the PDP ticket goes to another person, and then you have two people. So it's just people jostling, people with ambition, chancing their hand.
Yeah,
that's politics.
I know that's politics, but I keep saying I know it's politics, but I feel like they not know how to play the game better than us.
Why do you say that? What have they demonstrated to lead you to that thought?
They not have been doing this. Not have playing game. Not have playing game well done for 26 years. I've been doing this. They play the game.
Jake,
Look,
that's it.
Hold on, Thomas. Outside of military coups in a democratic dispensation, how has the North ever outmaneuvered the South?
Okay. Let me tell you. Golo Johnson, good example. I'll be going to John up. When Golo Johnson was president, don't know that Golo Johnson was going to be a one-term, but they know that. They know that. That's what they want to kick Johnson out.
In a democracy, in democracies, we've had two southern presidents, and we have had now three northern presidents. We've had Shagari, we've had Yar'Adua, and then we've had Buhari now, and then we've equally had Obasanjo, and we've had Goodluck Jonathan, all within political democratic dispensations. So in terms of politicking, there's no indication to say that the North outmaneuvers the South.
Yeah, but one man they do.
In what way? Just because you think so?
Any person from the South must go to the North for get approval. So
not to get approval, to canvass their support. And anybody from the North must come to the South to canvass their support. Buhari being the example.
That's what I want to say. He ran for 3 times and he lost.
Well, we have some lines in that. I know.
No, we're talking about facts that are known now. Are those not known facts?
They're not facts, but I'm just saying the North. Here's example. What's the most powerful region in Nigeria? Says the truth. What's the most powerful region in Nigeria?
How are you measuring? How define power?
The North have power than the South.
Define power. What do you mean by power?
The reason why I say they don't have power, because they not have money. They have power.
You think they have more money in the South, in the North than the South? You think so?
They have a lot of connection to a lot of Muslim countries. In the Middle, they have so many connections. We don't have power.
We don't have power because they have connections to the Muslim country.
All the people born in Nigeria, or most people born in Nigeria are most from the South. If you know abroad, that's another power they have. I could name it. You should know abroad, that's another power they have.
So all the people that are abroad, did you say? Or sorry, I missed that. All the people that what?
I think most people abroad, most people live abroad from the South.
Yes.
So the one that shows you they have power. They know what they're doing.
How does that indicate northern strength that southerners travel more?
Because they know how to play the game. They know how to play the game very
well.
What
are you talking about, man? Just give me. Don't just. All right, I'm not sure that you're clear on what you're saying, Charles.
The way that you know how to play, they not have money. They have power. The North create this Nigeria. They create this country. So
Who told you that? Who told you that?
They have power to the beginning.
Who told you that the North created Nigeria? What are you talking about?
Wama, let me say something, please.
No, hold on. I want to understand what Charles is saying. What are you talking about, Charles?
No, I'm saying, I'm saying the North has power. The North has power. The real North has power. We don't understand that they're playing the game. They have power.
Everybody is playing a game.
But anytime a Southern guy become president in Nigeria, why is that? When you think nothing get done, they not know how to trick the president of the South.
What do you mean? Nothing gets done. Goodluck Jonathan brought the most development to this country. Obasanjo just cleared this country's debt.
Goodluck Jonathan got tricked to be disgraced. I'm sorry to say this. That's
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Any knowledge platform will agree with me. Any knowledge platform will agree
with me. On the basis of what? You're not clear. I am not clear on what you are saying. What are you saying?
I'm saying the North has more power than the
Based
South.
On what? What's the metric? What on what basis? What define that power? Define it.
Okay, let me tell you. The Yorubas and the Igbos and the Yorubas and Igbos are scared of them. Why they're scared of the North? They don't have more power than them.
You don't keep saying they have more power. I said define the power. You've already said they have more powers.
They're the biggest ethnic group in Nigeria.
You mean their population size?
They're the biggest ethnic group in Nigeria.
The Igbos are the biggest ethnic group in Nigeria.
The North is not an ethnic group.
The
North is not an ethnic group.
Igbos are the biggest ethnic group in Nigeria.
The B is good, but they're not share power because they still control the Igbo and Yoruba to this day. So that
How are they controlling them? How are they controlling them? How?
Because they know that we're weak and they use our weak.
No. I said how? How are they controlling them? How?
Look at the Imo State government.
Yes.
Why is the guy in Imo State governor of Nigeria? Why is that? Because he kicked it out. They're not kicked out.
Who kicked him out?
The North did that.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you they not kicked him out? Who told you that?
Because the people didn't vote for the guy to become Imo State governor.
But how did he become? How did he become Imo? No, hold on, don't run away. How did he become Imo governor?
The reason how the guy became because the North.
No. How? No. Don't say the North. How? Do you know how he became Imo governor?
People didn't vote that guy in.
Yes, I know. But how did he become Imo governor?
Because he became Imo governor because the federal government. The federal took the votes from the other guy. Out.
The federal government did not. So you see, this is the problem that I have. You have to speak to as you know. Let me tell you how he became Imo governor. Emeka Ehidioha won the popular vote. Hope Uzodinma went to court. He lost at the federal and appeal court, but at the Supreme Court, on a technicality, they found that there were some votes that were not counted, and there were some votes that should not be counted. And because he instituted that lawsuit, he won that lawsuit, and that gave him the governorship. It was an act of law.
But who controls the Supreme Court? Isn't the Northern guy controls the Supreme Court?
What do you mean controls the Constitution? The Constitution controls the Supreme Court.
There's evidence. Isn't not control the Supreme Court?
What do you mean the Constitution controls the Supreme Court? The law controls the Supreme Court. Do you not know that? Do you not know? What do you think control the Constitution controls the law?
Do you know how many countries support the North? Do you know how many Muslim countries support the North? I could name a lot. Do you know how many countries support the North? No.
But it wasn't the North that made Hope Uzodinma. It wasn't the North that made Hope Uzodinma the governor of Imo State. It was the federal. It was the Supreme Court.
No Christian country ever support a Christian from the
One
South.
mic, can I interject, please?
No, hold on. I want Charles to be clear on, because I think a lot of these broad stroke statements, just speaking in broad strokes and then saying the North, as Ete just pointed out, there are more ethnic groupings in the North, than twice as much than the totality of the South. So how come we're Igbo and we're Edo and they are Yoruba and they are just the North? What is even the North? So let's break it down a little bit and stop creating all these monsters in the North.
Jake, huh? Did you know Nigeria project is a Southerner project? Is a Yoruba project? Do you know that?
Yeah.
Anybody cannot be president in that Nigeria without Yoruba or the South. Tom, actually, do you know that?
Why is not?
Do you know that?
Yes.
All right. Let's leave Charles alone. But Charles, I have told you, spend your time here and not in Radio Biafra. They confuse you.
Until too late.
But you are not. Are you? As I've just shown you, you are not speaking the truth, are you? As I've just demonstrated now.
When the South realize the truth, they come.
Okay, what is the truth? What is the truth?
They're gonna realize very soon.
No, hold on, Charles. Don't soliloquize. What is the truth?
They don't have one part. That's all the evil parties are stable too. They've been tricked.
All right, okay. You say this is the thing. I told you not to be going to Radio Biafra. They confuse you.
Party bound down to no.
Don't go to Radio Biafra anymore, Charles. I have told you that before. They are confusing you over there. Stay here with me. Okay. Stay here with us. Don't go to Radio Biafra anymore.
When they come, they don't know what I said. Don't worry. If I come, don't worry.
All right. Oh, hold on. Oh, so sorry. Carry on. Yeah. So sorry, Charles. Yeah. No. Well, you know, I like to get away with it often instances, but today I was, you know, I wanted to pin you down. Just all these
You did good,
broad,
Mama. Good job for pinning
all
me
these
down.
broad strokes that you speak with. That it's the North, it's the North, it's the North. You
But
know,
at
it's
least
not.
that's good that you pin me. That's good.
No, it's good. But anyway, it's good. It's always good fun. So, Charles, let me go to Grant as we continue with the conversation. So, Grant, let me take you to the space. Akinwunmi Adesina. His name now on the list, but curiously, he has not actually shown any indication of wanting to be president. So it was a coalition of 28 groups that bought him that ticket, consisting of Youth Arise Movement, Nigerians in Diaspora, One Nigerian Group, Prudent Youth Association of Nigeria, Women's Group Farmers, People with Disabilities, and several other civil society groups. So they've raised 100 million naira amongst them to purchase this ticket under these forms under this guy's name. So what are you making one of Femi Adesina, or not Femi, but Akinwunmi Adesina, the African Development Bank guy, his name being on the list or that we have to contend with for APC ticket, and then the route that he has come into that party with. So what are you making of all that? Akinwunmi Adesina, the latest name to conjure with, Grand.
Akinwunmi is a very is one of the people we're talking about to run for the presidency, you know. But the only concern I have is, does he want to be a president? You know, so I don't know if that's what he wants. You know, so buying a form for him without consulting him, you know, letting him know, okay, do you really want to do this? You know, with all the whole space out there, coming out with the APC as well, is he going to get the support for the primaries? You know, so there are lots of things, you know, that's involved. You know, so it's a good thing. But I don't know if he's going to get the support from APC. He has never been into the APC space, so him just coming in and getting the primaries, I don't see that happening. You know, so, and he himself, is he ready to do it? You know, those are the questions. So I don't think.
Has he even formally joined the party? Is the thing
Exactly.
Because I don't think you can join the party on somebody else's behalf.
Exactly. So I don't know if it's a fake news. I don't know if. Because I don't see how that's going to happen. You know, from somewhere, from nowhere. He has never been in the party. He knows nothing about the party. Then, you know, so I don't see that happening. Yeah.
Yes, but it's all over the news. All the news outlets.
Yeah, I saw it.
So
yeah, I saw it too. But I don't know. I don't know how that is possible. But I doubt it. I really doubt it.
But one man.
But in terms of the go on.
Do you really believe in how this group they normally conjure together?
A lot of me don't, you know, because I'm here to find the man that bought the forms by himself. It's always some groups.
I'm telling you, everybody has groups. Everybody has groups.
Which group has 100 million naira to spare for some idiots? You know?
Yeah.
No. I don't believe. I don't believe it. I think those people they will just go and create those group and give them the money and tell them to go and buy the form from them. But additional, Akinwunmi, I told you now, it's my family. My elder sister married from their family.
Look at that. My elder sister's brothers, uncles, auntie. Look at that.
No, I'm not joking.
You're already after contract. The guy is not even.
No, one man.
Look at that. My brothers, uncles, sisters, aunties, brothers, cousins, friends. Look at that.
One man. He's from Ijebu-Igbo. I know him very well. Very well. They are from Ijebu-Igbo.
What's your point?
What are you saying?
He's already claiming, you know, this is title claiming now.
But one man I've mentioned his name before.
You will say that I spoke to him yesterday. Tomorrow you come. I spoke to him yesterday. That's how he begins. And they say, "Oh, if you want to come through me."
Part of the Sunday school service.
One man. I've mentioned his name before. You remember we spoke about him before. We mentioned his name before. So the man is. I don't think how the man will just come from anywhere. now. It's not possible. He's even presently, I don't think he's APC member. So it's almost 4 days or 3 days.
Yeah, I don't
for the
believe that.
form to
Yeah,
finish.
I don't believe it too.
I
Yeah.
don't,
So,
Is
I
he
don't
not
believe
their
that.
friend? Are all of them not friends? Are they not friends?
Oh, you can't say that. You can't say
no,
that.
They are
but he can't.
friends.
Yeah,
They
but he
are
can't just come
friends.
and pick up
Forget all those things. He
APC.
has
No,
the
no,
money. Does he not have the
no,
money?
no. You don't
Does
understand
he
what we
not
are
have the
saying.
money?
We
He
are not
has the
talking about
money.
money.
APC
We're not.
is a money party. APC
No,
is
we
a
are not.
money party.
We are
Any
not talking about
Dangote
money.
can declare tomorrow and they will support him. Forget about all these APC. APC, when the APC starts, APC is a money party. APC is not a party that has principles. Anybody that can come there with money and pick a ticket, that's just the truth.
Ete, you are right. They can even tell us they will backdate his membership. They can tell us he has been member since last year. It is possible. You are right. I don't disagree with you. But Adesina, that I, in my opinion, I don't think he has any ambition towards that. I don't think. That is my opinion. Yeah.
All right. So Grant. You know, a lot of these people, though, because they are excellent and they excel in one particular field of specialism, a lot of people then they want to transmute that into some sort of like our presidential credentials. So this guy is a good economist. We know that. But more than a good economist is what is needed to be president. It's the same narrative for Peter Obi because he was good with the economy of Anambra State, and people feel that is sufficient enough to be president of Nigeria. Do you notice that trend that somebody that is celebrated and venerated in one field, a lot of people then want to transmute that to say that, okay, it's interchangeable skills and he can be president. There's nothing to suggest that Akinwunmi Adesina can be a good president.
Well, yeah, you said it right, but the only thing is, I feel if you are good in one, then you can always manage the other ones. Like you have to put the best. You can't be everywhere. You just have to put the best. Just the same thing Goodluck did, Obasanjo did. It's not like they are everywhere, but just put the best hands in these places. This is the mistake. Would I call it a mistake? I don't know, that Buhari did. Just look at it. You just have to put the best, bring them in, and then you get a very good result. So Akinwunmi, number one, why I would like that is because we've been talking about agriculture. We know how good only agriculture alone. I know what that doing it in Nigeria. I know how if we put in every effort to be able to do that, I know how best we can do it and get the best out of it. And it's going to be great in Nigeria having that kind of president. So only that part alone can change the entire country. And then talking about other places as well. So I believe it's something he can pretty much do.
Well,
very well.
What about security? What about managing the ethnic diversity? What about the religious tensions? What about the Shiite-Sunni conflict? What about the tribal clashes in Kaduna? What about the savaging in the middle belt?
One man. There are too many.
It's
There are
more
too
than
many
just an
things.
economic. Yes,
Yeah,
people say it's
there are too
and
many
these
things,
are the
man.
questions for Peter Obi as well. How can somebody like Peter Obi handle all of that?
Exactly. There are too many things. I don't think any president will be able to handle everything at the same time. It's just for you to put the best. Like when you talk about security, you have to bring in the best hands. There's nothing else you can do. Look at the Buhari that is a soldier. What happened today? So it's just bringing in the best hands. The problem I have with this
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Let Grant land that point. Grant.
Yeah, the problem I have with this administration is I don't think they sit down. I don't think Buhari sits down, listens to, do a board meeting, with everybody, listen to everyone. Then they take a decision. Okay, let's go this way. They find out how this thing is going to affect this, how it's going to affect this. I don't think they do all these things. Because when you look at the Obasanjo time, when you look at the Goodluck time, at least you can see, that people people came together and they talk, and then you can see they have a goal.
Do you know the distinction between the Obasanjo and Goodluck administration and Buhari administration? There's just one factor that distinguishes them. What Obasanjo used to say, and I have an uncle that worked in, with him then. What he used to do was he will say, "Go and get me the best 2 names for this portfolio," and then they will bring him the best 2 names from anywhere in the world, so long as they're Nigerian, and then he will give them that portfolio. And that was how his system worked. This was how Madam Ngozi came in. This was how this Akinwunmi came in.
Exactly.
They are technocrats and experts. But
Exactly.
Buhari, he just wants his tribesmen. And they have no history in education, in business, or achievement. So it's a narrow field and a poor quality field as well. And that is what we are seeing in his administration.
Exactly. So these are the things you're going to see in a Peter Obi or the Akinwunmi. These are the kind of qualities you're going to see. You're going to bring the best. They're going to put the best in there. This is kind of people want. To make a difference. That's what I think, though.
All right. Sorry, Ete, you wanted to come in.
I wanted to ask him a question. Do you feel that if we have a good economist as a president that increase the standard of living and also that increase the take home of the poor man, do you feel all these long problems that one man was listing will not take care of itself?
Maybe not all of them. Some of them will take care of itself, but not all of them. It's just like the way you have football, you put in a good coach. So many things, dressing room, everybody will be be gingered and all that. The same way when Buhari came in, I know everybody was, excited. Everybody wanted to do the right thing and all that. That he started putting in some kind of people and you'd be like, oh, this guy. So, he's going to make a lot of changes, definitely. But
it's 90% of our problem, not poverty. It's 90% of Nigeria entire problem. Forget about all the religion, the agitation, the security, and all that. Is it not because of we have poverty?
That's
and
not true.
economic development can solve that. And once it solves that, the country gets better. You will not be hearing all this shouting you're seeing again. Crime will reduce. Agitation will have no backing. Now, if you ask the IPOB why they're agitating, they'll tell you Nigeria is not making our life better. Then if Nigeria is making life better, what would they say?
I think Babati wants to. To come in, but let me just. Okay,
sorry,
go on, Babati.
Poverty is a symptom of the failure we're supposed to focus on. When you don't have a plan, when you have corruption, when you have tribalism,
and you don't have a plan, man.
Yeah, the poverty is a symptom, is the causality, is not the main problem. So you're discussing symptom, not the problem itself. Okay, go ahead.
And also, I wanted to add that idea that you have, that was Goodluck Jonathan's strategy as well. But that works in the long term, but not in the short to medium term.
Yeah.
So in the short to medium term, they always end up truncating that long term idea. So Goodluck Jonathan was trying to boost the country up and get it working, and that then will be the panacea. He had a blueprint for Sambisa Forest to turn it into the food basket of the whole of West Africa sub-region. He even had a budget, but he couldn't get rid of the Boko Haram, and they could continue to increase. So that short term, it truncated that long term, which if he had been able to get agriculture into that space, all these boys that are carrying arms will be on tractors plowing the land.
Yeah.
So
you have a point, but the thing is, like one man said, it's long term. Like the economists are going to come in, they're going to have a plan, and they're going to put this plan in place. So when we start following these plans, and then you see, everything start changing, everything, it's not going to happen like, at a flip. No, it's going to, you just have to put that plan, and then gradually, everything starts falling in place.
Let me add to what you said, because I was privileged I was in Michigan to attend a lecture that was held. That was the main guest was Akinwunmi Adesina in Michigan, right? Michigan State University in 2018. And if anybody can design a plan to make agriculture the bedrock of any society, that would be that guy. I mean, this plan, it was mind blowing. It blew me away. It blew me away. So if you want to go the route of, even though I want Peter Obi, that's my dude. If he wins, get this guy in and let him have more impact than he did in the previous administration. But I'm saying that if we want agriculture to be our bedrock, our main export, he is the guy for the job. I mean, the guy blew me away in 2018. It was amazing. I've never seen that kind of.
Akinwunmi is good.
He's a very brilliant.
We know what he did now. Everybody is aware what he did for agriculture in Nigeria right?
But you know, it takes more to be a Nigerian leader than just having those credentials. Sadly, he's more like a nerd to me. He's very technocratic. So he's a technocrat. So, and unfortunately, to our typical Nigerian voter, it's not appealing to them, you know. If he's not dancing and giving them actually beer and that garage stuff, so that's a sad problem.
But it's actually sad that that we have people like Ezekwesili, Akinwunmi, what's her name again?
Madam Ngozi.
And then Buhari cannot even tap into this knowledge. It's mind blowing. It's like I don't understand.
Grant, do you know what's sad? If you're a Nigerian president, it's very easy when you win. Go across the world, just tell the president across the world, guys, that Nigerian over there, we're going to be needing that guy for the next 4 years. They are everywhere.
Everywhere.
Everywhere in the world. I'm telling you, last week I was just reading about the Nigerian that discovered some new particle in Chicago or something. I mean, they have them everywhere.
One of Biden's most senior advisors is a Nigerian of Nigerian birth. Of Nigerian birth, by the way, not American born.
Why are we not tapping into those?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Why are we tapping? So when we discuss Tinubu and Osibajo, it's not because we like them. It's because we know that's the choice we have to pick from. So it's not because we really want them to run. But would
either of them do, including Peter Obi, would they do what you are suggesting? Go around the world, pick the best Nigerians, and frog march them back to their country to say, I mean, your country needs you.
Oh, for sure, man, for sure. I know Peter Obi would do that.
Maybe because
Akinwunmi too would do that.
Yeah, Osibajo too would do that, and I suspect Tinubu too might do that.
Osibajo might be a little bit tight. It might be a little bit tight because of
is locked into the politics of
exactly. So it's going to be very, very tight for him.
Right. If you get an Akinwunmi Adesina, do you know the kind of exposure we will get, the kind of access we will get to expose that country to agriculture? My God, the export will be freaking amazing. I mean, when I was listening to what he was saying, this guy was talking agro shipping, like testing, sampling. I mean, I was just sitting there because I asked him a question after the seminar, right? Because my mom is from the Jebu side too. Because I brought it up, so I was asking him. It's like, oh, there was supposed to be a cargo airport in like the Jebu area, where you have one of the biggest in Africa, where you get to
I think that's been built now, though.
Yeah. Where they were supposed to have like a testing lab where before you ship anything out, because that's the concern of America. For that, you can't just ship anything.
Hello, woman. I would like to interject.
Yeah, come in, Bia.
Whenever possible.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone.
No. Sorry, let Babati land that point. And
but I'm saying that part of leadership is credibility. When you have people like Adesina there, people will be more willing to invest in your country because they believe in the leadership. The problem we have with Buhari is that the people don't believe in his leadership. And that's the reason you don't have that investment. People like that, if you bring them in, my God, people will start rushing to Nigeria. I'm telling you, because they can see they can see a clear plan and a clear template to follow. Go ahead.
Yes, let's hear from you, Bia. Good to have you.
Hi, and hello, everyone. Yeah, I was listening about Peter Obi and the other man coming overseas and sampling talents of Nigerians who had left because of certain issues. Those Nigerians left for a reason, and if those reasons are not sorted out in Nigeria, they're not coming back to Nigeria to invest. Take, for example,
but they're being invited to come and sort those reasons out is the thing.
It's not going to work easy like that until Nigeria becomes like what the other contributor was saying. 1 minute, let me finish. Until the template is clear with a clear plan that that country is moving forward. I, for example,
No, they are inviting them to come and move the country forward. So it's not other people's responsibilities. It is our responsibility.
That's the way you see it, one man. Most people here, apart from moving, they have families and stuff. I know you can't go and plant on a land that is not fertile. I know we are all patriotic. It's easy to say that, but when it comes to money, I know business is about gambling, but Nigeria, for now, the way the template is not fertile. It's not attractive. So they need to make it attractive. They need to prepare it. 1 minute, let me finish. That's my own opinion. They need to make Nigeria fertile again so that it will attract the best. So that those talented people.
Who needs to?
The government need to have a template that reduces corruption, that each one of them will be so patriotic to make Nigeria, the envy of the world, to make it a better place, starting from themselves. They need to believe that Nigeria is a place to be. They need to make it.
Bia, let me just say one thing. What is being proposed is when they say go head hunting, it's not necessarily your accountant, your doctor, your lawyer that we have plentiful all over UK, America, etc. But we're talking about the topmost Nigerians that at the highest level of real impactful professions. So these people, they are needed to come and create this Nigeria that you say has to be created for people to come back home. Because the country itself does not show capacity for that at the moment. But the citizenry have the capacity. But that capacity is offshore. So
I understand you, one man, but my point, 1 minute, let me just make it more clear. My point is that you have for business to work, you need a solid business plan. You can't just pour water on rocks. So Nigeria's business plan is not a workable one. I will not come back to a place where it's not going to be, it's a waste of time because of certain people who don't believe in moving that country forward. There needs to be sacrifice. And who are the people that are going to lay down their, all their time to
let
invest?
Me ask you a question. Bia, let me ask you a question. Hold on. Hold on. Let me ask Bia a question. Bia, if you are one of the world's leading experts in electricity generation and you are working in, let's say, Dubai or the United States of America, and the president of Nigeria comes to present you a convincing narrative, and you know that you have the skill set to electrify Nigeria, what would you do? Would you say they should go and electrify it first before you come, or would you come and do your bit?
I won't come. First of all, I will make research about Nigeria and, I go by the books and results. I can't just go and invest in a place where I know that the books are not adding up. I believe in seeing results. I'm not a dreamer.
I don't think you understood the question.
I understand the question, one man. You're going to pay me?
They're not calling you to invest.
You're going to pay me, Abby, to come and... Yeah, it's a job, I understand. I am not going to take that.
You're not bringing your money.
I know, but 1 minute, there are many things that can move Nigeria forward. The environment is not safe. It's not a livable place. There are many things that would make it fail. That's
it seems she doesn't understand what we are saying.
Let me just...
Please don't say that again.
No, don't say that.
That's my point. Don't you dare.
That's what's upset here.
Take that back,
let Babate put a position.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Are you speaking for me?
No. I think it wasn't quite getting the response.
I have different point of view. Maybe you're not understanding me. That's it. We have different views.
Okay, no, take a position from Babate.
Let me give an example so we can be clear about this. Like,
don't slap our face. So who's slapping whose face there?
Rwanda, for instance, when it came to tech development, this is what they did. They did go hunting. So the people that they picked abroad, they matched their salary abroad. Like, listen, whatever you are getting paid over there is guaranteed, right? Number one. Number two, if you plan to return back to your old job, we have a deal with those governments that position is secured with your increment or whatever. So you don't lose whatever you are earning before in those countries. and they have a deal with those governments because they need you in your homeland. So
how about safety? How about safety? Don't you think safety is part of it?
Your safety will almost be guaranteed.
Not in Nigeria, please.
Let me finish.
Babati, you see, I get your point. I get your point.
No. You are in government. You are shaping policy. You're not investing necessarily your money. You are shaping policy.
But hold on a minute. You see, everybody, all these people, you want them to go and get, like Bia is saying, number one, they have families already. They've built their life over years, probably in those countries. And remember, Uganda is not Nigerian. And secondly, this is not as easy as you guys say it. These guys are from a party. There are selfish interests. There are people with other selfish interests that want their people to in this position. So it's not as easy as we just say it. Fine, it looks like the right way to go, but in Nigeria, do you think, like corruption, Bia pointed to corruption, there are a lot of people corrupt. They know if you bring some people in, they will find a way to block it. And is why we say, that's why we keep saying sometimes, like,
can I interject, please?
I'm focusing on building a system strong enough to withstand those things you've been worried about. So you need people to come in to develop those plans.
Yeah, that's what we are saying. If you want to build a system, Babati, if you want to build a system, you have to look at the foundation. What on ground at the moment?
There are many scenarios.
Forget all that.
You're talking about security. The thing about security is this. For example, the CBN governor, is it not secured? When you're working an high level in any country, your security is guaranteed. You should stop all these your security. Are you working in the streets or are you going to Sambisa?
They are working in the government. That's my point. They are high level government officials trying to change the country.
I'm gonna interject.
Let's hear from Brownberry. Yeah, Brownberry. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I mean, other government has done it before. Obasanjo did it. Goodluck Jonathan did it. If you go to China, come on, China was insecure before they started doing it. China wasn't secure like this before they started doing it. I mean, other countries have done it. Rwanda they are still doing it. Even Ghana started doing it. I mean, this is what they do everywhere. You bring the bright ones to come back. It doesn't cost a thing. I mean, Babati just explained it.
Can I drop something? Can I say something?
Yeah,
can I say something? I just wanted to say something. If it's as simple as it's a job. So when you call A, if he doesn't want, you call B.
Call the other
simple.
one.
Exactly. Chinese studied in America. They brought them back home to their homeland.
Yes.
It was people that lived in America that studied in America that went back home to develop their homeland. That's my point.
They are. I will tell you, they are.
I don't get the security argument or.
That's somewhat of a red herring, and also you see all these international Nigerians that are high functioning globally. There's nothing they would love more than to come to Nigeria.
They would gladly come.
One man, I have a question for you. Do you think no one has never ever done that before? Somehow, no matter how small. And then did it prosper? Why did it fail?
It didn't fail. Buhari came to truncate it. Buhari came to truncate those.
So exactly, that is my point. Corruption. It takes, one man cannot. Only one person can build Nigeria. So you need all these structures to be in good foundation to work. Other people must be interested in the investment of Nigeria, not just one person, not only Peter Obi. That's my point. One person comes from a forest.
Must be interested in this move.
It's like Nigeria being the whole body, the eyes ready, the hand ready, and everyone work together in towards achieving this super goal. If one person is doing it, it's not going to work. Let them go and bring 1 billion investors. It will fail because one person, investors, workers, whatever you call it, structures that will come and build in Nigeria. Yeah, working people. Yes, it won't work.
No. If you have the right individual, you can change people.
Let them be working. Then me, I'll be eating the money, and because I'm corrupt.
Excuse me.
Let me give you an example of what we mean. Let me give you an example of a real example. Hold on, a real example that we can all identify with. One of the biggest problems that we're contending with in Nigeria is electricity. We have countless Nigerians that are experts in that space. And amongst those experts, there are some that are just global geniuses. So if they bring them back to come and tackle and resolve once and for all that electricity problem, and if they give them the assurances that they will be allowed the space to have meaningful impact, and they will want to come back. Because as much as you are doing well in America, you are just one of 1,000 that they could use. But if you come and impact on your own country, you feel that sense of pride and your impact is felt more. And if they come and resolve that space, then that space is resolved. So that's just along the lines of...
it won't work one man. It doesn't work like that. It needs a long plan. He needs a plan, and everyone needs to stick to that plan. They come and do it, and some people will destroy it.
Can Bea tell us how it work?
No, hold on. Hold on. Let's hear from engineer. Engineer, let's hear from you.
Yeah, greetings, one man.
Engineer, you are munching through a pie at this time of the night, and then you say you are losing weight. Look at this guy.
It's a mango.
He's free to eat.
That looks like a pie. Look at that.
It's a mango.
Why did they look like meat pie? We'll carry on here.
Well, greetings to everyone. Bea, good to see you. I'm very, very happy that you're back. I must be honest with you. I missed you. I have to be honest.
I miss you too, my darling.
Yeah. Well, in terms of investing in Nigeria or calling back Nigerian citizens who base abroad, number one, I won't welcome that rubbish. You understand? The country is cost. So let's be honest to ourselves. Today, if you want to come back and settle down, listen, guys. One man that is even talking, he's one of the victims in Nigeria. He was once a victim. He bought a property. Meanwhile, the property is not even genuine. So that's who Nigeria is.
But that's Omonile now. That's Omonile. I think we have all fallen into the hands of Omonile, you know.
So don't even talk about people going back to Nigeria for work or for settle down. It's completely rubbish. If they want to change the constitution, they should change the constitution. Let's say one term, that's it. And after one term, during your retirement, you have to give account of what you achieve or what you do in that country. That's how that country will start becoming into shape. But apart from that, I'm telling you, forget about it. I would never advise anyone, a Nigerian who has a qualification to say, oh, they give you a job in Nigeria, go and settle down there. Don't go. Just don't go, because one,
you are being called by the president of the country with a vision, sir.
I beg you, forget what president.
Which president?
President
was your family member.
You guys don't even understand. A man with a vision. If a man has a vision and a dream,
whether not president or maybe president, forget that one. That's just the truth. We shouldn't be deceiving ourselves.
This is sad.
You know how that Nigeria, how the country is. You understand? If president call you today, you end up becoming a corrupt politician. That's just the truth.
Which means you are corrupt already.
If I'm corrupt, I won't be in abroad.
Is the problem safety?
So who corrupt people don't live abroad?
It's not about safety.
Come on, man. I don't understand this mindset.
In abroad, I'll be in Nigeria and be stealing that money.
Where will you get the money?
Okay, it's about
and if they call me, I will go and steal that money. Yeah, you people are still wasting time. If they call me, I'll go there and steal that money.
It's about a fractured system. It needs to be sought out before they can invite people. That system is fractured.
So to Bea, who should sort it out? Who?
Well, people that we put in power should do their works diligently.
That's what they want to do.
If we choose to vote Tinubu, when he goes there, he should work for the people. He's working for us. He's serving us. He's not going there to make himself much more richer again, even though he has money. You understand? So when you go there, when we vote you in, do the job. Don't go there and deceive us. If you stand on the truth and remove corruption, do the right thing, we have the brightest of people in Nigeria. You don't need to go to Kafanchan to go and get more people. You train them. Tinubu? 1 minute, one man. Let me give you my idea. 1 minute. My own solution, because someone asked me, you can send the brightest in Nigeria abroad to go and train and come back than someone who has already had family. I'm here now, built my life. After you've denied me all sorts in Nigeria, now after I've built my life, you come and pay me. If you pay me 1 billion, I ain't coming nowhere, man. choose the best in Nigeria right now that hasn't traveled,
let me ask you a
train
question.
them.
Let me ask you a question, Bia. If Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, how does he resolve the electricity problem?
Well, first of all, when they come, they have their all the promises. They tell us we are going to do this and that and that. There should be a plan, you know. He's going to maybe possibly find people that will build the electricity, you know, the experts that will work in that area to get the electricity working through whatever energy.
Who are those people?
Experts. Experts, of course. But 1 minute. He doesn't. What I'm trying to say is that we have everything in Nigeria, but we don't value what we have. We are a manufacturing.
We don't have expertise in Nigeria. We
have talents. We have raw talents. One man, they may not be up to the standard of the American one. What do you mean? Expertise. Where does it start from? What makes an expert? You have to train someone who's got talent to become an expert.
So they will not be training them for 7 years to come and resolve the electricity problem.
That is immediate. Immediate. How long have we been in darkness in Nigeria? So we can wait. We can afford to wait.
But what about the Nigerian that is already ready but works in America? What
like
about
me
the one
now,
that is already
if I'm
trained?
one of them, I don't want to go back after all the insecurities. Yeah, that's me. I don't know about anyone else.
All right, but this is where the problem is. What you've just said now, that's really where the problem is. But
one man, sorry to interject.
Go on.
Hey, we have businesses in Onitsha. We have businesses in Aba. If government should go and support those people, mobilize them, you will see the things that Nigeria will start producing. Sometimes, let's just be honest, forget about the expatriate abroad. We have them right in Nigeria. It's just little finance people need. I'm telling you, it's just little finance. We have innocent motors. If government should mobilize this guy for him to be supplying cars in Nigeria, things will bounce back to shape. Those are basic things, easy things to sort out. I don't see a reason why we keep saying, oh, expatriate to come from abroad. No, we have them in Nigeria. We have them.
We don't have them in Nigeria because we are not seeing the impact of them being in Nigeria. So that tells us that
that's the point I'm trying to make to you guys. How can we see the impact if the system is corrupt? Babati, can you please give me? Can I talk, please? If the system is corrupt, one, there are several interests in the people that have the power in Nigeria. So it's hard for you to say you want to go and bring one person to come and restructure one place where that place will block what they are getting from it. There is all of these rich guys, they are getting from Nigeria more than what they are giving back to Nigeria. And it's because of the corrupt system. If the constitution is being sorted out, if somebody really wants to work, they just need to sort that constitution out, put proper things in place, things will work out normally and naturally without even they know the right thing to do, but there is too many selfish people in that government.
Well, what about policy direction? You're talking about policy direction.
Exactly.
You need experts for policy direction.
You think in Nigeria we don't have experts that can actually put proper policy in place for Nigeria?
One man, define the meaning of your experts. Define it.
They are not allowing them.
What do you mean by experts in Nigeria?
Define go overseas to train people in overseas. They leave Nigeria to go and train people in overseas. They are quiet people. That's what I'm saying. But because some popular people, or due to some people antecedent, we know them. There is a lot of people in Nigeria that travel overseas to go and train people. I know some people now, presently in Canada.
No, we're not talking about your average expert in something or the other. We're talking about global.
That's what I'm saying. If they are not global, they won't be going to globally to
one man. What do you mean by global? You're looking down on your talents in Nigeria. That is the problem.
You're talking about best in the world. Best in the world.
Best in the world are in Nigeria. They are in Nigeria.
They have contracts with top companies all over the world.
We should look inward,
and they are earning big money, and they live in Nigeria, and they go out and in of Nigeria. Anyway, I believe it's the system. I believe it's the system.
Hold on, D. No, I think you're going to say what Bia already said, but let's push the conversation forward. If you look at what Kana Niger is saying, It says, Bia, if you recall, the best ministers under Obasanjo came from abroad, including Dora, Okonje, etc., etc. So this is what I'm saying about the policy space. If you are saying, because it's always in the policy, and the Madam Ngozi from World Bank, I don't know where Dora is from, but Akinwunmi, all of them global world best, they came back to Nigeria and then they repointed that country, and we saw how the country was rebalanced. They gave Obasanjo a failed economy, and he wiped out all the debt and he set it on a footing. That's the international input of Madam Ngozi, etc. You know.
Let me just add one more thing before I leave here, so I'll let them contribute. So let me just listen tonight. There is nobody right now in Nigeria, because I know Bia said that they have them in Nigeria, but when it comes to agriculture, nobody can compare with Akinwunmi right now. The Afro Bank guy. I told you I was in Michigan to listen to that in 2018. The guy blew me away. So I'm telling you, nobody, he will mop the floor with anybody, because he's the best at the top 5 in the world when it comes to economics compared in agriculture. So I'm saying that is the access they get you to people in America or different part of the world. It's not in their head. If you bring somebody from the US, for instance, now, like Akinwunmi now, they get the trust of those foreign banks because they trust him, they know him. Those guys get you access to things you will not get as a Nigerian living in Nigeria. That's my point. You need exposure. They get you the exposure globally. It's not about what you theory in the book or...
My friend, it is about knowledge and all those exposure. You're saying there are experts in Nigeria, like I said earlier. I know a lot of people in Nigeria that leaves Nigeria. Hold on.
Let me
that
finish.
leaves Nigeria. You've been talking. Let me talk, please. I don't want to talk over you. Okay, carry on then.
I'm saying that there is more to it than just policy formation. It's access.
It's not about. That's what I'm saying to you. That what you are even saying now.
Do you understand what Babati means? Do you understand?
I understand.
What
Babati has been
access,
talking all along. I've been here for over 30 minutes.
Are you listening? Have you listened to what he said? Hold on,
Babati. To what he's saying.
Do you get what he means by access? That international world-based Nigerian, along with the knowledge, it also brings access.
I think the problem is some of us here have stayed overseas too long to know some people in Nigeria. There are some experts in Nigeria that goes all over the world to train people.
This is sad to even listen to.
But you think if people are in Nigeria, they are not experts. There are loads of people there. If you don't know,
they are in Nigeria. See, they go all over the world to train people. Quite all right, but are they number 1 to 5 in the world? Or are they number 1 to 10 in the world?
How do you number them? The
industry numbers them. Their industry numbers.
That's what I'm saying. These guys are top experts that several industries that you're talking about employ them to train their own staff. So if a company worldwide, different company all over the world is employing you to train, that is the brain. It is
that's good. And save money as well. That way.
Nigeria has some of the best economists and accountants and bankers in the world, some of the best. But Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, she's the head of the World Trade Organization. So that makes her the best of the best. So that's the level that I think Babati was referencing. So she worked World Bank, president, vice president. She's worked in the international space. She's built a reputation. And at the vice president level of World Bank, she has access to all of the finance ministers globally, all of the finance houses globally. She has worked with them year in, year out, established relationship. She's one of the sharpest economic minds in the world. So if Nigeria is able to headhunt her, it's not only her expertise in economics that they are getting, they are also getting her address book of all of this access. So that's what Babati is saying.
I understand you.
You know that as a lawyer, there are some lawyers. Sorry, Bia. There are some lawyers that just want to be consultants. There are some lawyers that just want to be litigation. Okonjo-Iweala, no disrespect to her, she's got all that. But there are people that are on her level, probably not chasing what she's chasing. going in another direction in their professional lines. So
One
that's
man.
what I'm saying to you. It doesn't have to be Okonjo-Iweala. There are brains outside there that are Nigerians and can do the same job Okonjo-Iweala would do for Nigeria.
And they have our address book. Do they have our
One
address
man,
book?
we understand you and Baba T, but the point we are trying to make is that you can go around the world and fish out the best and the highly connected, possibilities and talents and bring them to Nigeria. But if you bring them to Nigeria that is not settled with fractured system, there are no set plans to move those talents forward. Maybe the system could work maybe for few years, but then it will break down again because the system is not strong enough to support these people that are bringing their best down. So then how are we going to solve the problem? There is a fractured system in Nigeria that needs to be sorted out, and then you can now go maybe train the ones you have or go and bring them to make Nigeria a better place.
All right.
Thank you. And that's how the policy can now
I think
work.
we're having two parallel conversations here. Both conversations right, but I don't think they're actually crossing into each other. But
I said earlier that you guys are right, but even with the policy, if you bring a policy to a system that is not working,
that is not working. Yes, that's what we are saying.
That's what we are now saying. There's too many interests in those places, and that's why we need somebody that will go and be president and be able to put his feet down and not dance to anybody's tune. Not somebody that people will be ordering around and be telling what to do and what not to do, and Anyway, I agree with you guys. I'm not disagreeing.
If Buhari had continued in the direction that Obasanjo set, Goodluck Jonathan followed, we would all be back home by now.
Exactly. That's the point. But the system didn't allow it.
Okay, that's why we are saying that the next person should follow that system. I don't know why you guys are saying you shouldn't follow the system.
All right, back to you, Grand. So I think interesting conversation, but I don't think we landed on an agreement there. But back to you, Grand. You were speaking on Adesina now picking up the tickets to vie for the APC presidential slot.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't think it's true, anyways. But I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't think it's true. I think it's a lie.
Oh, all right, thank you. Yeah. Let me move you on from there, and let me move you to that crossover between politics and religion. Contesting for Nigerian president is demotion for me. Bishop OYEDEPO saying this. So, of course, I don't think I need to explain to you why he is saying that. Tunde Bakare, he has picked up the nomination form for the APC presidential slot. So this is him now clapping at Tunde Bakare, essentially trying to ridicule him and him being one-leg politics and one-leg religion. So he's indicated that he has a higher calling than to vie for the president, and he's by extension mocking Tunde Bakare, picking up the nomination form. So what are you making of this quickie voice to OYEDEPO, his commentary that he has a higher calling than the Nigerian presidency, and by extension, the mockery of Tunde Bakare trying to 419 as he always does?
When it comes to religion, man, I usually don't, because it's a whole lot of big chapter, to open. So what he said, to be honest, I don't know why. What's his name?
Tunde Bakare.
I don't know why Bakare went to APC to take the form. I don't know his reasons for that. But whatever reasons, I don't know. He knows, because I don't see anything. If it's two different things. Either you're in politics or in religion. So you can't be in religion and then be in politics. Well, I don't see what you're doing. I don't understand it. I guess that's the same thing OYEDEPO is trying to say. That what are you doing with politics? And you're saying you're a Christian at the same time. It doesn't. That means they might want to question your faith. So it doesn't make any sense. It's just trying to maybe send him a message for him to a kind of indirect message for him to get. If he understands, fine. If
Do
he
you think
doesn't,
he's trying to ridicule him somewhat? Because that's the sense I get.
I don't think it's ridicule. I don't think. I think it's trying to help him in a way. If he understands it that way, or I don't know. But for me, I feel maybe he's trying to send a message to him. Hey, you know, what exactly are you doing? You know, are you sure you're doing the right thing? You know, just like a check. You know, so it's up to him to know if, you know, for him to understand, or maybe still do what he's doing. You know, it's up to him. But I think he's trying to send him a message. At the same time, people can also feel he's trying to ridicule him. But I don't think, you know, there is anything ridicule about trying to send a message to someone and see. You know,
there still is an ongoing rivalry amongst that echelon of Christendom, and especially between OYEDEPO and TUNDE BAKARE, because they seem to think that they occupy the same slot. You know, somebody like Adeboye, he has a more religious lilt to his Christianity. Somebody like Apostle Suleiman, he is more like a gigolo, sort of like a husband of all the girls, sort of pastor man. But the Oyedepos and the Bakares, they want to present some sort of intellectual, professional, sort of academic Christendom. And one of them has to overarch that space. So that is the simmering tension between those two men, I've always thought. I'm not sure. Am I misdirected in that thought? Do you?
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, I think they have different categories of pastors. I think the Adeboye and Kumuyi, I think they are in the same kind of bracket. And then, yeah, like you said, Bakari, and then maybe Chris Okotie, and then Oyedepo, I think they're in the same bracket. I think they have their own, you know, different. But anyways, I don't know, man. I don't like talking about.
What about Olumba Obu? What bracket? What bracket is Olumba Obu? Is that
Guru Maharaji as well. Don't forget him.
Is that Christianity? Olumba Obu, the living God. Yeah, God. We are in trouble in our country. Where you Olumba
Obu. You forgot Guru Maharaji.
Yes, and the rest of them.
As well.
So those ones,
Daboski.
And the funny thing is, Guru Maharaji, Daboski, all those ones, I think they are in the same kind of bracket.
Yeah, and Olumba too. And would you bracket the Celestial Church with the Olumba Obus?
The Celestial Church, man, I don't know where I'm going to put that. The Celestial Church, I think they have, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't say.
They are very peculiar and unique to themselves.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they have their own thing, you know. Yeah.
My God, man! If you think of the Nigerian space, your mind just wanders. You know,
you see that church religion thing. It's a huge space, man, and people are really. I don't know.
Are you afraid to be critical of it? Touch not my anointed. I know. Are you touching not my anointed?
No, but you know, it's religion, right? I don't. You know, when you open up the space, right? It's a whole lot of things coming out, and you just don't want to do that. You just leave it to whosoever, whatever, you know, you feel. I'm not. Yeah.
All right. Let me move you swiftly on.
Leave it to Daddy Freeze.
Leave it to Daddy Freeze.
Leave it to Daddy Freeze.
That is another. So Daddy Freeze is in the bracket of Suleiman, Johnson Suleiman. You know, Gucci gang. So let me take you back to the politics of it. I will decide on 2023 presidential race in the next few days. Central Bank Governor Emefiele reacts to backlash, calls for resignation. So they've purchased form, according to him, for Emefiele, some kind-hearted person has parted with 100 million naira. But the constitution actually prevents him from being political. And a lot of backlash. The Syrup Society for Accountability, something or the other, they are actually calling for his arrest, first his sacking, and then his prosecution. So, and he's saying that he's going to purchase the form himself with the monies that he has saved from 35 years in banking. So, what are you making of Emefiele coming into politics, one, and being partisan to a political party, two? Does that rhyme
What
with
political party is it?
APC, of course, yes.
What's up with this? Everybody going to APC and they are not APC. I don't even understand what's going on.
Because they know that is where the next president is coming from now.
But Emefiele is not even in APC. He doesn't even have anything to do with APC. So, anyways, him buying it from 100 million, I think he can buy it. He's CBN governor, so 100 million shouldn't be a problem for him. But coming out, to buying the form, for APC is just where I have a problem, because I don't know how everybody's going to the APC buying forms, and I just don't understand it. And then I think
Grant,
you
know one thing.
Who put you in power?
You know one annoying thing with me, with all these guys is, so you want to be Nigeria's president, dime in it. Not like you have plans, because I believe you want to be president, you should have been in plan of the party plan already from like 2 years. That means you have a plan on ground. So you want to develop your plan. You're just coming now. So you want to tell me in the next 6 months, you will have a plan to solve that problem that country is facing. They are all thieves, all of them. I don't care what they've done before, who they are. They are all thieves.
I just don't understand it, man. You wait. Is it that I think I would just wake up tomorrow morning and then go and buy a PC form? The way it's going right now, because I don't I don't understand. I think you just wake up in the
social
morning.
Media. Everybody's developing this. I'm declaring myself. I want to be president.
I think I'll buy a form for Bingo, my dog. I want my dog to be.
The only problem I even see here is Tinubu is in big problem. I don't even know. Because if this was like, normally by now everybody would have stepped down and say, okay, let's give it to him, he's the guy, blah blah. But no one is even shaking, even in the West. No one is even, it's just a mess. I don't even know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know. It's just a mess, man. I think everybody have to just watch and see what happens and is it May ending or. I guess.
All right. So Grant, what are you making of the aviation space? So earlier we were discussing the domestic airlines. They are saying that by the 9th of May, which is on Monday, they are going to shut down operations, not for any other reasons than for reason that they cannot afford to fly the planes anymore. The price of jet fuel has gone from 190 naira to 700 naira within the short space of just a few months. So that's grounding the planes, because the airlines cannot absorb that cost. The price of jet fuel is 40% of the operational cost of airlines globally. So if you've gone from 190 naira to 700 naira, they cannot absorb it, and they cannot pass it on to the passengers who are already heavily taxed with what they are having to pay. So the only conclusion they can conclude is that they shut down. So they shut down as early as Monday, just 2 days' time. The government is moving very hard to try and persuade them, but they are also now throwing the books at them. So what the government are saying is that some of these airlines, they continue to sell tickets, and they've sold tickets past that date that they are intending to shut down. So they've sold tickets past Monday. So if they are shutting down on Monday, and knowing that they are shutting down on Monday, they are selling tickets past Monday, then that essentially is fraud. So what are you then making of this sleight of hand that Buhari is trying to use to blackmail the airline operators?
Yeah. For the airlines, I think they will do a refund though. Those guys are well organized. I don't think they would take anybody's money and run. I think they would definitely refund people's money, if worse comes to worse. Then this is where we talk about, countries being organized, countries having a plan. If this kind of thing happens abroad, okay, is that the government will subsidize or something like that happens, because you can't just shut down the whole system, and then you cannot put the price way too high that people can afford it. Because if they decide to go ahead with it and buy it at 700, then that means the prices might be maybe economy might be like maybe 300K or thereabout. I don't know, so so it all boils down to, lack of so many things, from day one, not putting things in place. There is no money. There is nothing, by now, government should be able to say, okay, don't worry. We have everything in control. Don't worry. We'll help you guys out. Don't worry. Nobody's shutting down. We'll see what we'll do about it. And they will do something. But in this case, we know nothing is going to be done. Everything boils down to them, at the end of the day. So if they are shutting down, nobody's going to blame them, but I'm sure they will give people their refunds. Yeah, definitely. They are way too organized than that. Yeah.
All right. But really, is it not a travesty that Nigeria does not stockpile oil? We're an oil exporting country, the 5th largest oil exporting country on the planet. We had boundless amount of oil. So why should we even experience oil scarcity at all? They should have a stockpile of oil that is at least 12 months so that they know that whatever happens, they can maintain consistency. This is a problem that's been subsistent for 30 years old,
Yeah.
How is that? How is this even something, that we are contending with?
Yeah, like I said, it all boils down to the nation, right? We are not organized. There is no plan. Nothing is in place. Everything is just, like Idris said, Nigeria jaga jaga. Everything anyhow,
Everything scatter.
Everything scatter. So if you wake up in the morning, okay, you walk, anything you see, you move, so it's just a country that has no plan. That's just it, And then now, in Port Harcourt now, when you think Wike is getting all this money, it's not, it's direct, it's all your money, and the government, they are saying there's shortage and all that. They are not having enough anymore. Where do you think those money are good? Guys are taking these things, man. They are moving them, So that's why they have so much money. Wike has so much money. That's why I'm like, what's his name? Jagaban only have Lagos State money to bring. This guy is bringing out money from the ground, man. Like money, serious money. So he has that money to spend, a lot of money. So it's a pity, man, for the nation. Unfortunately, there is.
Emefiele, not Emefiele, Elumelu. He came out just a few weeks ago to say that 80% of the Nigerian oil is stolen.
Yes.
Stolen.
Yes.
80,
yes.
No, not 20% or 80% of it.
80%, yeah.
Is stolen.
Can
you imagine that?
Where do you think Wike's money is coming from? Ask yourself that question. You think it's allocation and all that? No, now.
It says they will pump the oil and record just 20% of what's the pump.
Yeah. So they would move those oil, they sort out the people they will sort out, move the oil, sell it, and make billions of money, man. Billions. They have it stockpiled. So it's a pity for the nation. I don't know.
Just as an aside, what do in the 2019 election, one of the policy planks of Atiku was to sell off NNPC. Would you agree with that? That it should be sold off?
I think we've tried the private thing. I don't know if it worked. With the electricity, we still the same problem. I don't know if that is going to work. Again, once you sell it, then someone else comes in, they will buy it back or whatever. I'll take it back, maybe by force. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think is. I think it has to do with when Obasanjo was there. Remember, when Obasanjo was there, everything was okay. Even good luck didn't have that problem. So it's not like they're not managing that well properly, to some extent. It's just that Buhari's case is just,
He's the petroleum minister now. Is he not the petroleum minister?
Exactly. It's just a mess, man. Believe me. It's not about making it private. It's just Buhari's case is just a mess. Everybody have managed that thing very well. It's just Buhari's case is just, I don't know. The whole country is in shambles. Like, I don't know, man.
All right. It's a real travesty.
Can I say something about the Nigerian oil thing?
Yes, but just give me a moment to acknowledge Alexander Super Chat. So, yes, I acknowledge this one. He was saying that one man, you sound animated, well rested. I see. So that was when I was coming in. And then he super chatted to applaud Charlie Boy. He says, "Well done, Jake. Proud of you, young man." So that was when I was pushing.
I don't agree. Thank you.
No. That was when I was pushing you hard, and you refused to buckle. So well done for standing up for yourself. That's what we encourage. If I push you hard, push back. So because I will push you hard, as you know. And then this one now, it came in. It's not a super chat, but it just struck me. This is why I say on this place you have to get out the dictionary. So this is a conversation that's going on between two people. It says, your points are non sequiturs at Irene Finest. So who even uses non sequiturs in the chat room? So that we'll have to, you know, I mean, who talks like that? You know, it's just trying to bully somebody with your points are non sequiturs. So there it is right there. So but so to your mic, your point.
Yeah. So I want to I hear you guys talking about the Nigerian oil, and we have oil. And all these questions surrounding it. I mean, have we ever asked ourselves questions about, okay, what are the deals that Nigeria, you know, made with all these oil companies? Like I'm talking about the British, French, all these people, because to me it doesn't look like we really know what's going on. I don't think we really have control of that oil, that land, because to me, from some research I did, I kind of noticed, I discovered something which I'm still trying to look deeper, is that the Niger Delta, that area, that oil, the entire Nigerian oil, is really owned by the foreign, like British and all these Western countries, and then all they are paying our government is just, it's kind of like a rent fee, not like a royalty for people being there. It's like, because that oil, if we have full control of it, because that Nigerian oil is the best on the planet. It's called sweet crude, you know, and one barrel alone is worth producing at least $5,000 worth of petroleum products. And to me personally, I feel if we have full control of it, say we are in full charge of it, we should be one super rich. That's oil is enough to develop the entire West Africa, and just it's so much wealth. There's so much wealth that I don't think we have full control of it.
We can't depend fully on the oil.
Is it?
Well, Saudi Arabia does, and they are doing well. Saudi Arabia does, and they are doing well.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. When I look at Russia,
but one man, we have other things apart from oil now. That we can develop as well.
Wait, we don't shift the goalposts. Let me focus on this.
I'm not shifting any goalposts.
Let me just launch. See, when you look at all these oil like Russia, for example, the company that's pumping the oil out of the ground, that's in charge of every aspect, stage of production and refining and supplying, it's a Russian-owned company. You understand? Go to even the Middle East, it's their own internal indigenous company that are in charge of it. And that was the issue Iran had with British back in the 70s, when they say, hold on, we have to nationalize our oil. We can't have oil here, and it's the British companies and American companies that are the one in charge of it. That's when Iran. I don't know if you studied Iran Revolution.
I'm not sure that what you said is entirely right, Mike.
What do you mean?
Because the Nigerian oil is you know that the Nigerian oil space is caught up into oil fields, which we call oil wells in Nigeria.
Correct.
And then those are licensed out.
No.
They pay. That's how it works.
Not really. Because I have a lot of friends in the oil and gas industry in America that work wait, listen. Let me.
You send it to Mike so he will stop talking about Nigerian oil, please.
To this one, the problem with all these ignorant Nigerians,
no.
You know, they just ignore the real issue of Nigeria. All they want to talk about is
what do you mean by ignorant?
It's true. It's true. I actually support Mike here. I'm supporting Mike here.
Yes,
ignorant.
But not in this
even a fool, it makes sense sometimes. What do you mean ignorant?
Okay, no, hold on. Mike, I've spoken about the language. Don't use language like that now, please. You know? Please don't call people ignorant. But
my apology. I didn't mean to say anything. I didn't mean to as an insulting way.
But you guys,
kind of insulting.
Let Mike land his point. So that we have some other. No, carry on.
Yeah. So I do have a lot. Like I live in Texas. It's a oil producing state. I have a lot of Nigerians in all these top oil companies. That I'm talking about this oil company, and many of them are sent to Nigeria to work. Right, and come back as Americans, but American Nigerians, and these guys are exposing a lot of things to me, man, about how the entire oil fields all over Nigeria. Just they own, pretty much owned by all these companies, Shell, Chevron. They just own it. It's like they own it. Period. NNPC just exists as a company, national company, where okay, the tenant says okay, this is what Nigeria makes, this is what you take, this is what. And
what do you mean by own?
They occupy. They're the one that do the.
Yeah, they have the license. Yes.
Wow, woman, that's what you hear on the surface.
It's a licensing system. It's a licensing system.
That's what we hear on the surface. We just complicate us with all this word. How we license them with this and that and that. But these guys, I mean, things we hear on the surface make us feel like okay, this is what's going on. But what people they actually inside,
you know that
like
when their license expires, they rebid for it, and in instances they lose it. They lose it to others.
Who loses it? Shell?
Well, Shell has lost wells to ENI. In when the license expired and they had to rebid.
Who's ENI? Who's ENI? What company is that? What company?
I think it's a French-based something. ENI.
They're all dead. The French, the Total is there. Total is one of my friends.
Yes, they're
Shell
all there.
and Chevron. These companies they all participate in the Nigerian Civil War. They after that they own pretty much. It's like go on sign the country, the place over to them. You know that one day I will invite one of these people here, man. One of these my top oil guys. I'm talking about Nigerians that are executive in all these oil companies. They know what's going on there in Africa, man. Like we don't control our wealth in that continent. We don't control it.
It's a licensing.
That's
system.
what they will tell us. Says the licensing system is this, just to convince the people. Go ahead, yeah. See.
No, it's a licensing system, but the licensing is skewed to this. They are getting it for virtually free. Because what they do is they corrupt officials and get it for near zero, and then some official gets payoff, and the royalty that the Nigerian nation gets is a pittance. Like you said, a barrel is worth about $5,000, you said, and Nigeria gets like about $60 because they will still take a cost out of the overall thing. So they sign off on a poor deal, but nevertheless, it's still a licensing deal.
No, remember Iran? I was going to Iran. Remember Iran when Iran in the 70s told the Western oil company, British oil company, all of them like, okay, listen, you have to go.
Look at that.
Is it not okay? What happened to Iran? Didn't they? What happened? See, today they still because of that issue, that decision Iranian government made. Like, okay, we want you off our oil. We just want the full control of it. See, today the first day of launch was Iran. They really. Till today, they are still holding against Iran. Venezuela is another country. Venezuela say, hold on, we have to nationalize our oil. We have to own it, 100% control of it. What happened? Till today, Venezuela is still in trouble with this.
But Nigeria did that once upon a time. You know,
Muntala trying to do it. They assassinated him quick.
It did do it. Do you know?
And it was dead.
Do you know the oil company National? That used to be Shell, and they nationalized it.
National. You mean the name? They changed the name. That's what you're saying.
No, they nationalized it, and the slogan then is that Shell is now national. I can go and dig through the archives to find out. Maybe that was Gowon or whoever did it. They nationalized Shell in Nigeria, and then they then named it National.
Well, you have to understand the game, like they play against us on the continent. It's like what if the information they will give us in the public, kind of like they will manipulate in a way where the public we are hearing this and we are thinking this is exactly what it is. Like, okay, they nationalize or they use all these terms. But in actual
rational
deal, yeah, huh? Who's rational?
You are a rational mind, but
rational mind.
My God.
You insulting me by calling me rational mind, dude.
Your voice, both of your voice seems alike.
Yes.
Yeah, your voice sounds alike. Sorry about that. Do you feel that US will allow another China in the world again? Do you feel US and the West will allow any other part of the world become a superpower?
That's what. That's what the battles has been. There's a saying that the Cold War never ended. You understand? So almost every war you see, right, that's going on, it's usually proxy war between the West and also the Eastern Bloc. So the game is who's going to control, it's a battle over global supremacy. So that all these wars you are saying is part of it. You understand? The game is to make sure that this other power don't get to our level, don't catch up to us. You understand? So they will take steps. Right, 10 steps ahead of what they see coming. For example, like when you see this Ukraine war and everything like that, people will just say, "Oh, this war is about stopping Ukraine from this and that." It's just 4 steps. It's just a 10 step ahead of what they're trying to prevent. You understand? For example, when you see a situation where the Russians are coming to Africa or they are going to Mali, and China is becoming this country that's becoming a threat, economic threat, and they will say, "Okay, what steps do we take to prevent this guys from getting to this level? Okay, let's start something in this area. Let's start a war in this area to at least cripple them a little bit to prevent them from getting further." So it's all about strategies and all these things, man, that they are doing, to make sure that they don't have a competition. But to me, people always say, "Why you always in support of the Chinese?" I'm not in support, but in a sense, because to me, I prefer them to have 2 superpowers. So that way, we the smaller guys can play them against each other in a way and get at least the best deal out of it, than just having one power. Because if you notice from the 70s or to the now, it's kind of been just one power, just the Western bloc, and these people have done African dirty, man. Like, come on,
Mike, why don't you be that power to go and negotiate and fight?
When we were fighting among ourselves, we are doing Fulani, Yoruba,
you who are doing Fulani, you went back to the past.
We Africans are not serious, man. Tribalism is what's holding us back, honestly.
Mike, do you believe that we can be superpower?
You also find Nigeria always superpower. Do you know Dubai?
The only way
I believe we can be a superpower, and the world believes we can. You know there are permutations. There's a lot of permutation, especially around Nigerian resources that Nigeria is going to propel, even against the bad governance, into a world power, especially off the back of gas. All the experts are predicting Nigeria it should have gone through already. It's just we're continuously being held back by the
Buhari held us back.
Don't you feel internalizing everything is the way to go?
Thank you. These guys, see, that's a brilliant. They just say something very brilliant. See, they say a proverb. They say if you want to.
You mean nationalize?
No, it's internalize. See.
Yeah, but does it mean what does that mean? Hold on. What do you mean by that, Tete?
It means that everything we consume, everything we use, we make. Because if we don't produce everything that we need, we'll still go back to the West, or we'll still go back to China.
What's the template for that? What's the template for where has that ever happened?
It happened in China. It happened in China.
China produces everything they consume.
They produced. They locked themselves. They produced everything and they grow their economy. They didn't depend on anybody.
Of course.
That's where you stop one man.
Nigeria has the technology and expertise to do that.
You see,
yes. The China has the technology at that time.
Thank you.
One man, that's where you start.
Bow and arrow. Is this bow and arrow?
One man, you have to start from inside. Can't start from outside. That's what. Remember when China was starting from inside? The whole world was laughing at them. They were laughing at them, saying China is the poorest country in the world. They used to laugh through China on television. The same way North Korea is doing it today. They start from inside. Like we have to start from inside. Yeah, we'll suffer for now. When in future, nobody will have control over us. But if you are starting from outside, where you are just somebody else, rely on somebody else for everything, that outsider will continue to control you based on, they'll be putting that string because everything you need depends on them. So they continue to put that string. Now, if you're trying to start something internally, they will find ways to cripple you. Is that sanctioning your cuts? So we have to start from within. And there's an African proverb that say, even if you go and read book about everything about warfare, they say you have to start with yourself inside. You even want to go to war with anybody, you have to start from you have to go to war with yourself. Internal issues, internal things, you have to take care of that first. You understand? We need to start developing our own scientists internally, start all those things. So many things we need to focus on, like developing your own science group, science community, science, all those things. But we are not doing that. Everything
was what I suggested to one man, and they want to go abroad and fish out the best that ran off.
Well, everything in Nigeria there, whenever I want to solve problem, we just go and find a woman from one country in Europe to come and solve it. Why are we going to start searching internally, looking for the brilliant brains among us, the gifted? And some people are born with just special genius mind. We need to start with those people, looking for them, fishing them out of our elementary schools, primary schools, and just start putting them together, pulling them into research. And before you know, that's how you start. They will start learning how to develop everything.
Where do you put them into research?
There in Nigeria, we need to see. If you go to America, they have some special schools. Like my younger sister, our last one, she was born.
You're not getting it. The technology, the expertise, the but the global best practice, all of them are outside of Nigerian shores.
Well, man, you just made the key point. The problem you said the global standard, global. That's our problem. We are focusing on global. When North Korea wants to advance, did they focus on global?
Hold on. Forget North Korea, whatever. Nigeria cannot close shops because all the things that you need for development, they are outside of Nigeria shores. The technology is outside of Nigeria shores. So you have to go outside of your country to bring it internally. The technical knowledge is outside of Nigerian shores. You have to go outside of Nigeria.
No, I don't think you
machineries.
Which part of my argument are you arguing against? Oh my! How does that stop? Why does outside should stop you from putting your own geniuses, your own research and developing?
Okay, if you build a research institute in let's say wherever in Nigeria, how do you equip it?
What do you mean? How do you equip? All you need is no equip. Don't need equip. Your brain does not need equipment. The brain is already an equipment. It's already equipped. You understand?
We can bring those equipments.
Hold on. If you build, listen to the question. If you build a research institute, how do you equip it?
Equip with what? What equipment do you need?
Research raw materials.
To research, you don't need equipment. Just in your brain to start thinking.
We have the raw materials to produce any equipment we need to run as a nation. We have
Absolutely.
It's not even just producing; it's figuring out to woman. The research institution is to do research on how to do something, not to actually.
Can I interject?
How is research done?
Can I interject?
Research is going to the lab and start studying how things work, how things are built, how things are made.
How do you equip that lab?
What do you need? The brain is the equipment, woman. The brain.
The brain is the equipment for a lab.
For a lab.
What is lab?
Okay,
we are talking about.
No, let's get back to ground. I don't know what you're talking. I'm not sure.
Well, you can't figure. There's no. You can't sit down with scientists and figure out scientists.
No, you don't know anything. How do you?
You always tell me I don't know anything.
Okay, I'll ask you the question one more time. How do you equip a research center? How do you equip it?
The human brain is what is the equipment in the research center.
Can I answer that one, man?
No, don't worry. No, don't worry. Unless you have the answer.
I'll give you my answer. So if you don't understand, you can't do more research on my answer.
I don't need to understand your answer. I don't think you understand.
All the money.
I don't understand.
All the money we are making.
Okay, hold on. DOG, how do you equip a research center?
One man, I was trying to talk now. Don't bring me down. Come on.
Me, I haven't said anything though.
Yeah, let's hear from DOG. DOG, how do you equip a research center?
Obviously, you look at the researches you want to do and you bring equipment and materials and everything you need for the research. And everybody that,
isn't it?
and the people that will be doing the research, you can't just bring somebody to come and start researching. They might have the brain, but they have to be trained too. And that is why if you go to most companies,
you have to train the brain,
experience,
one man,
they still train.
I need to contribute. One man, you need to tap into my brain. Don't just
sometimes.
Let's hear Biaz.
You think you guys are more intelligent? Giving you ideas. You're going round and round now.
Carry on.
That thing I said before is what Mike has just repeated, and that is where Nigeria need to look into to use all the resources we have. We have the best, even at home still, not the ones that have already escaped. We can make use of the brains we have, and then all this money they are looting, use it to buy. They can afford all this money they're using to bribe the people up and down all around the world. They use it to buy those good equipments, build good schools, bring in those good brains to come and train our big brains in Nigeria. Invest back home and start manufacturing. Let's look inwards and not depending on the West. We may suffer for now, but I believe with less corruption and doing the right, building the right structures and getting people to work diligently, tapping the talents in Nigeria, we are the best. We can do it. But go and look outside. Outside people are not going to do it for us.
Woman, let me debunk the argument you just had against me. they need to import equipment. Okay, often we see one Nigerian boy that design in his own backyard, design one drone or design one kind of technology, right? Did they have to import some kind of thing from somewhere for him to figure out how to do that?
It doesn't work like that.
You are looking at research from a different spectrum than I'm looking at it. I'm not talking about saying we have to research some kind of the secondary school lab kind of research. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm talking about putting the human brain together to figure something out. Putting our genius minds together.
We're talking about a university research institute.
I'm not. Did I say university? I'm not talking about that.
I'm talking about. For the
so
level,
woman,
hold on. For the level of a
Mike,
country,
you need a functional standard.
So you guys already know.
No. You don't seem to. We are just talking across purposes. So because you don't seem to,
the way you are looking at things is exactly how the leadership in Nigeria look at things. They believe we can't do anything without the outside world. So the moment somebody say let's do something inside, they will say, "Oh, what do we need? The Western world. We need our America. We need." That's the reasoning. But unfortunately, without mentality,
can I say something?
Forget it, man.
Mentality. You don't need equipment.
Okay, the Americans. They need the Americans before. Wait. Let me say. Wait, the Americans before they do anything, they need to go somewhere to go and import something.
The Americans already have technology.
Thank you. How did they get it? Did they have to go somewhere else to get it in to figure it out?
But they are advanced already.
No, don't.
Yeah, let's start from inside to the way they did it. Let's take a step back. Why do we have to rely on somebody else before we can get anywhere?
And by the way, if you want to know,
because that's why you have immigrants, right?
Did the Russians have to go import something before they did it?
They did.
Who did?
The Americans. They did.
They did from where?
They did from Germany.
They import from what? They import everything they wanted to do. They have to go to Germany to go and get the equipment.
All right, give it up. Don't worry.
Let's give it up.
Can I say something?
You don't get
no. We just have this problem in Africa where we believe we can't do anything on our own without somebody else.
Just give it up. You don't know what you're talking
about.
No,
Woman, you always say that, woman.
Hold on. Can you hold on, everybody, please? Let's hear from Brownberry.
Yes, the argument we were having before was not that we will send Western people, people from the Western world to come and help us. We were talking about our best brains that are outside the country. That's what we talked about. You understand? So what Mike is saying, I also understand that, but most of these people there, they don't have that, that training that these Nigerians outside that are already exposed has. So we can bring these Nigerians that are already exposed outside to come and start the job. Then also send some other ones that are in Nigeria into the West to go and train them and come back. When we look at China, all they were doing was paste, copy and paste. We can start that even with manufacturing. You buy just right now. We don't have farming equipment. We don't have machinery.
Do you know that the Chinese, even they had to import this technology that they then copied?
Of course they did. But they now mastered it. We have brains in Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. But we can bring these things, and these people will master it and become the master. That even as China now the master, they are not the master as well. So.
Don't we have Nigerians abroad that can do all these long things that we're talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should go and bring white people. Like right now, we don't build our roads, we don't build our railways, we don't build nothing. So
if we're internalizing anything, it's allowed to bring your citizen home. It's allowed.
Yes, that's what we are saying.
Bring your citizen home. But what woman is saying that we don't have the equipment. He's talking about when after the war, where the Germans moved to US to develop rockets and whatsoever. But the truth is, the Germans didn't import any, didn't take their equipment with them. They took their brains with them. That is the same thing Mike is talking about.
No. But understand this. Nigeria does not have the equipment. Can you hold on, please, Mike? Please hold on. Nigeria does not have they don't have anything for research. You need a brain, of course, but sorry, I'm going to have to excuse this guy. You need a brain, of course, but with that brain, you need the equipment for that brain to function. So in a lab, you need stethoscopes, you need machineries, you need equipment, you need software, you need all of these things to come together. So we are not talking about rudimentary, stick and sand thing, isn't it?
All those things you're talking about can be easily produced. It's not like
can't produce it. How do
you produce it? Do you have the technology to produce it?
Those guys,
Nigeria has the technology to produce it.
Nigeria has. Oh God!
If they want to produce it, they have the technology to produce it.
Those Nigerians,
you are even in the UK yourself.
Those Nigerians that are building,
we can't say UK is backward.
Those Nigerians
in the company I work with right now, they just have to go and import some equipment to work in that lab, and there are softwares, and they've brought in trainers to train us on how to go. Even the equipment are similar, but they do different things. So you have to understand the software. So you want to tell me you want to start building
software is not equipment now.
I'm telling you, there are equipment that uses software to
software
function.
Is not an equipment.
My friend, you know they talk about
software. When we are talking about equipment,
we are looking at IT, my friend.
Hardware.
Listen.
There are
equipment. Wait, there are equipment that have their own softwares. If you don't know now, you know.
There are equipment software, but
software
can be made.
to function.
Software is not an issue.
Oh my God! But if an equipment is different, doesn't that tell you the software on it can be different from the?
It can be tweaked.
You know what? I will leave it. Just argue.
No, I think it's going to be a frustrating conversation. So let's just leave it.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this before I get out. Let me say before I get out because it's like one wants to ban me. But let me just say this.
No, of course I don't want to ban you, but you don't seem to. All right, carry on. You have the space and say what you want to say, but go on.
Okay, I'm saying we need to start from scratch and advance. And you guys are telling me you have to go and get equipment to advance. If I say start from scratch to advance, isn't part of it saying you figure the equipment you're going to need to advance and you research on how to do the equipment and develop the equipment yourself, and then you start from there. And then you begin to advance. So that's what I'm saying. When you start from scratch, the first equipment you need is your brain to sit down and start thinking where you want to go. And from there, your brain will tell you, if you want to get to this point and that point, you have to figure out to design this equipment to get to that point. And you start using your own brain to figure out to develop equipment. So that's the basis of my whole point. But you guys keep arguing against me about what do you need the equipment. So am I clear now? Am I really clear on what I'm saying?
No.
People still need training, Mike. People still need training.
What you said was understood from the moment you said it, but it just doesn't seem to rhyme with logic as other people have it. That's not to say it's wrong, but it's not logic as I would have it, or maybe I may be wrong. But then that's the whole point. Nobody has monopoly on knowledge. So that's Mike's theory to start from scratch. And
to start from scratch, and remember I mentioned in the beginning,
and that's quite popular amongst the comment section as well, because a lot of people are saying, "Yeah, Mike is right, but I don't see it that way. But
and there's one key point I made in the very beginning. I didn't say just take Nigerians and put them in a lab. I said go and look for geniuses, people that are born with genius minds. Everyone is different. You and I are not compared to people that are geniuses. They are human beings that are born genius every day. You understand? Yes. If you notice things that discover, like you see some abstract technology has never been seen before, come out of the blue. Like when this guy designed Facebook out of the blue. You understand? That's human beings, they call geniuses. They are, but like 2% of humans are born genius.
It did it out of existing technology.
But let's not focus on that. Let's not focus on that. Let's not focus on at least the first whatever that was based was someone came up with it. What I'm saying is there's in scientific society they say 2% of humans, only less than 2% of humans are born genius every day. Like geniuses, they are born. So those people exist among all society, and the secret that all these advanced countries have is they go among their people to go and find these people, find them, and discover them from childhood. In American schools, for example, they have that program where from elementary school they start studying all the children to pick which one of them are born with that genius mind. You understand? And the moment they discover them, they grab them from that childhood and go and put them in that science academy.
Even in Nigeria, if you're smart, the next thing US has carried you.
We have those children born every day in Africa, but the thing is we don't have that academic institution that goes out to discover them and put them into those special programs where those children are into. They separate them from other children. They put them together in that program, and by the time they grow up, That's why you hear Americans saying new generation technology. What they are saying is this generation of children they just came out of that academy. They're the one that came out with this new generation of technology.
No, that's
and
not
that's
what
the
that
basis
means.
of
No. That's God. What are you talking about now? Why do you do this?
What did I say?
The new generation technology is nothing to do with this is what this set of our savants have come up with.
They advance the current technology to another generation.
No. That's not what it means. It means that this technology is an advancement of existing technology. It's not.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No,
that's you hear things like you hear things like new generation. That means the new generation that came out of the academy.
No, it's not the new generation that came out of the academy. It's a new. Okay, just go with that.
It's a new generation.
All right, just do that.
If you don't understand what I'm saying, doesn't mean I'm saying something stupid. This is not the first time. This is not the first time you go down. If you don't understand what I'm saying, maybe it's so advanced or something for you to get, and you can say that. But don't just say I'm saying something stupid.
It's so advanced. Yeah, go on.
It's the same thing when I was talking about the whole lawyer thing. I'm saying Father was quoting law, but he wasn't interpreting. He said I was saying something stupid. Somebody in the comment section tell you that. Listen, what Mike is saying is that until you finally got it, and then sometimes maybe saying something that's just too advanced.
It's not. There's nothing you are saying that is advanced. Now, please don't use that language. Just say what you have to say, and then let's move the conversation.
Well, let's just move on. Let's all
right.
Maybe this kind of conversation with the scientific community, no?
All right. You, of course, being a scientist, Abi, we don't know what your credentials are, but we know.
Well, if you don't know my credentials, then there's no point arguing telling me that I'm saying something stupid. You need to go to my credentials first. Once you get my credentials, then you can judge me on that.
All right. Thank you,
Let's
Mike.
move on.
Yeah, let's just move on.
Let's move on.
It's somewhat ludicrous, but to me,
to you now.
Yeah, it's ludicrous to me.
It's the same way I feel like things people say is ludicrous, but I'm not going to tell someone that is ludicrous, and because I don't get. If someone is saying something as maybe I'm not really clear about, I won't tell that person that you're ludicrous, you're stupid. Unless I'm not speaking on conventional wisdom. Yeah, I'm speaking on things more on a different area. What you have to do is if what I'm saying is not very clear, you can just on a spare time go and
you said some things that are clear, but some things you are saying doesn't make sense, Mike. And
it can't make sense to you now. I mean, what's your level of
when they are directing you? Because sometimes you are so funny. You even go to the comment section and be saying people are boring. I'm not here to make comedy. We are talking serious facts. We are talking about boringness. Sometimes you need to accept what people are telling you. You will be making a good point, but there are some things that you are not correct about, and you have to put that together. But you always believe you know what you are talking about. Sometimes you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't. If you can tell me what I'm saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. Then
you'll be making a lot of sense. Everybody has been listening to you, but when you make some points talking about generational, they don't need equipment. Even if you want to build equipment, you have to have a prototype on ground that will make them have an idea of what they are trying to do.
No, don't open that space again. Because
but sometimes
forget it, man. Maybe your brain doesn't
man make points, but I mean, lots of my listening got to man stuff.
No. It's go to just it's too advanced. It's too advanced for you to understand. But let's hear from Grant, who we do understand. So Grant, let's hear from you.
Yeah, we should move on. Just go ahead and tell me, ask me questions you want.
All right. So let me actually, because I think you've spoken on the airlines, which was the last talking point. But let me go on from you then. Let me go to Ete. So Ete, we were speaking about Akinwunmi Adesina, who a lot of people are now permutating to come into the political space. They bought him APC tickets. So what are you making of that? And do you even agree do you agree with that name as a player in the game? Ete.
Bring
let's go to
bring me back to this question, please.
Oh, no, that was Ete, but
because you've not asked me any questions, so.
Yeah, I've not asked a lot of people questions. But I was going to Ete, but he doesn't seem to be there. But you take that question on then.
Okay, I'm just going to say that Akinwunmi and Emefiele, the Emefiele one, I think the eyes of the Fulani, their eyes are in that position. So they want to destroy him and take him out of there and put themselves there before the election. That's what they want to do to him. Let me just throw away that and let's move on. For the guy, the former Minister of Agriculture, I don't think he's interested. I don't think he's going to stoop so low and go to APC for presidency. I mean, they just want to confuse all of them. And this is just a game the northern elites are playing on them. So they're asking this one, go, you know, come up, be president, come up, be president. Oh, come on, man. That's just crazy. I mean, he's a great guy, but I don't think that's not the way it's gonna get there. Not from APC. Maybe next 4 years or 8 years.
You mean Adesina?
Yeah.
Yes. He's a great economist, but I'm not sure that that is sufficient enough to be a president. You know, people say it's transferable skills, but you know, I'm not sure because it's so complex being the president of Nigeria. It's more than just a specialism in one field.
If he start, you know, having interest in this, he's gonna have to step down from his position. You understand? He has to. He's an African Development Bank. He has to step down. So why will he want to put himself through that? So he's not as foolish as Mefele.
All right.
That's not going to happen.
All right.
He's not going to go through that. He's not going to do that.
And the Nigerian airspace, the airline operators, they are saying the cost of fuel has really, and if you just pause for a moment to think about it, from 190 naira to 700 naira, you know, they're saying the price is so astronomical now that they are left with no choice but to park the planes. Effective from Monday, they are parking the planes. So what are you making of that then? It's just a gift that continues to give the Buhari administration.
This is the failure of the Buhari administration and all of them that supported him, all of them that brought him in. Understand? Because we've been hearing that, they are stealing oil, but we've never heard this type of 80% being stolen. Because when Wike was saying when he was, you know, going about destroying all those illegal refineries, he was saying that most of those military men, the high, you know, military men, navies, they are all involved in all these things, you know, and the government just look away. You know, the corruption in that oil sector is too deep. It's too deep, and we need someone that will root it. You know, not Buhari, but a courageous person. You know, I've always asked, what do we really want? Do we want democracy as African or Nigerian? Do we want democracy or we want economic development? What do we really want? Because all these, you know, because of democracy, we cannot really do anything. That's why we are here. China, are we not going to be telling China now that we should be telling them why you not operating democracy? Are their citizens not happy? Are they not developing? Are they not prospering?
That's the question. But let me take you from there to this space. African Action Congress Party fixes June the 1st to the 3rd for primary elections. So the African Action Congress, as you know, is a Sowore's party. But then a curious thing, Sowore remains suspended and expelled from that party and is still in court to try to get the party back from Leonard Zewa. They are holding their conventions in the next few weeks, and Sowore is parading himself as the presidential candidate of that party. So how does all of that go together, Brownberry?
I don't really know what is going on with that party. But one thing I want to ask Sowore, you know, I love him, but you know, must you be the president of Nigeria? That's what I don't understand. When some people say, I have this ambition that I want to be president of Nigeria. What is it that you can do that somebody else cannot do? You understand? So if you really love Nigeria, if you really love the party, must you be the chairman and also be the president and also be the presidential aspirant? You know, so let's just forget about this presidential ambition and set the party on the right path, if not for today, but for the future.
All right. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which is pointing at Mike. He says, Mike, you have a brilliant mind, no doubt, but you come across arrogant and condescending more times. Work on your deliverance, young man. So yes, I mean, arrogance is one thing, just outrightly wrong is the next thing. And then laboring a wrong point is really the frustration. The new generation technology is nothing to do with some new kids, what they are coming through with. It's an upgrade, as Obi said, and countless other people. It's an upgrade of an existing technology. So this is the new version of something. It's nothing to do with new kids now. It's just so basic. And then you are telling somebody that they are dumb for correcting something that is so basic that you shouldn't even be saying in public.
Or this ignorance.
I mean, what do you see the frustration? New generation technology is what new kids that they've put in some lab. This is what they have come up with. No, it's an upgrade of new technology. You need equipment for research, not just your brain. Am I wrong in that, D? Do you not need equipment for?
Of course, you need it.
I mean,
that's why I was
one man. I want to ask you one question.
One man, you are bringing us back into this.
No, one man. How many? Let me ask you one question, one man. How many technologies that we have today in quotes was done by institution? How many of them? Big technologies we have today, most of them were done by
individuals,
scientists and individuals using their brain and going the extra mile to find ways to push their projects. For example, television.
Are you not understanding? Nobody is arguing. Of course, it's the brain that does it, but the brain has to have equipment now.
Let me ask you a question. Where did the person that
no? Do you acknowledge? Can you hold on? Hey, can you hold on? Does the brain need equipment to carry out what is functioning?
Is it not from the brain you're going to design your equipment and get your equipment? Is it not from your thoughts?
All right.
Hold on, Mr. Man. You said that I mean, if you design anything, most times you design it with something that is not really. It's just you design with something that is not strong. You know, you need to build the real equipment. That doesn't mean that it didn't come from your brain. It came from your brain, of course. You put everything together.
Do you know that television was done in a farm? Where did he get equipment?
So okay, that television.
Where did he get
equipment? Did he use wood?
Are we still using that television?
No, he made his equipment.
Come on, man. Let's move on.
When he made that television, that was the same television that everybody was using everywhere.
No, you're not getting. We're talking about the initial technology, not.
Because it was built in the farm, did they use grass and tree and branches to build it?
Did he have
the location is the farm?
Did he have equipment from anybody to
the
invent
location
what he
is
invented?
the farm. The location where
he had equipment
to finish it, my brother.
He had equipment. The television is the marrying of existing already technology to form a new thing. It did not invent everything. It did not invent the wire cables. He did not invent the science that he put together. He did not invent the tube. He did not invent optics, which came out of Iran. You know that optics came out of Iran. That camera to invert something.
I'm not saying he invented
the word camera,
the process.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So that's the process.
But
for you to
can you stay there? Can you stay there? If you are admitting that he did not invent everything that he put together to make a television, then you concede then that he needed technology to make it.
He didn't get it from anybody. He didn't get it from anybody. He got it himself.
Did he invent? Hold on. Can you listen? Can you listen? Because I don't think you are getting the initial argument. Did he invent every component that went into that television?
Nobody invents every component he uses for any technology.
All right. Did he invent the science that he put together to create that television?
The science of television itself, he did. That's why he's the man that invented television. Did he invent optics? Do you know the word camera? Do you know that television is an He didn't invent. He didn't invent optics.
Yes. So it's an offshoot of optics. Do you know where that inversion came out? The word camera is an Iranian word. So that's existing science already. The word camera is an Iranian word that came out of Iran.
Did he get any equipment from Iran? Did he go to Iran to get any equipment?
No,
or did he go to Iran to get any
listening.
training? Did he go to Iran to get any training? Did he go to Iran to get any
Listen, but he had to understand optics to invent television.
Yes, he had to understand it, but he didn't leave his country.
Hold on. But he did not invent optics. Optics was already hold on. Let's follow through. Just follow through. He did not invent optics. Optics was existing science already. He did not invent electricity. That was existing science already. He did not invent the tube cablings and everything. That was existing science already. But he married those existing science together to invent a new scientific idea. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, but the argument is leaving the country and depending on other people for equipment. That was the argument. That was the argument.
No.
Depending on other countries.
I don't know. No, that means you don't get the argument. The argument is that you cannot in isolation. And that was the point.
He was in isolation. He was in isolation.
He wasn't in isolation now. What do you mean? He had access to science globally.
He was in isolation. He was in isolation. And he thought of an
one man they say doesn't understand. Let's just
doesn't understand. That's the frustration. They don't understand. And they are telling you that they are dumb. They don't get it and they are saying they are dumb.
Elon Musk invented Tesla with his brain and with his hands, but that does not mean that he will not need other equipment to finish it. He's going to need other equipment to finish it. If he's going to be doing it with his hands, how is he going to finish it?
All this invention come in people using their brain to study an equipment to now think of, oh, if I put this equipment and this,
they are offshoots of existing technology. They are offshoots. Every new invention is an offshoot of existing.
I'm not saying that is wrong. You're not understanding the initial argument. The initial argument
I understand the initial argument.
Man was saying that we needed to still get things from the US, get things from the West, and all that. Then what I'm saying is that we don't really need them to push our technology.
I think you absolutely do. You absolutely do.
It's so maddening.
Even the okay, let's say you produce you plant corn in Nigeria and you want to export it. Do you know that you have to have the know-how of the quality of corn consumed in other countries to accept your export? This is not technology. This is just today. You have to follow a standard. There is a world standard. So 100%. and that needs knowledge, which you do not have as a corn planter in some
middleman. Even as little as coal, I'm looking to start exporting coal. Even there is a standard to coal in everywhere in Europe, everywhere in the world. There is a standard to it. But people won't listen, and that is why God gave you 2 years and 1 month for you to listen more, so you can understand other people.
Is that a secret? Is it a secret? Is this a secret that we need to go and get from the US to know the standard?
One man, that's why I told. That's why I told
the knowledge is not secret, but you have to be trained to meet the world standard. You are saying that we should lock up and start from scratch.
You cannot train anybody at all.
Yeah, you cannot catch up. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. What we need to do today is to take existing technology
and copy
from
there.
Yeah, and build upon it, just like the whole world is doing, just like China did.
We should go and start from scratch. Spend another 60 years.
Obviously, you're going to use existing technology. I'm not saying you're not going to use existing technology. What I'm saying is that you don't need to depend on the West
You need to, if you do not have that technology, you need to depend. The technology, the knowledge itself is more important than your finished product. Until your finished product is out there, the knowledge to make it is more important than the finished product. And for you to read that finished product, you have to have, okay, if you want to, you said that you're talking about TV. For you to build TV, you needed to have knowledge of radio transistor. You needed to have a knowledge of electricity. You needed to have knowledge.
Already here. We already have those knowledge already in Nigeria.
Middleman, you can't go on like this, please. Can we move on? Because
let's move on then, because all this knowledge already here. You're acting like Nigeria is in the Stone Age, and then US is one kind of space planet.
Nobody's saying that. Nah, nobody's
that
saying
what
that.
you're saying. We need them. We need to
because
take their technology. We need to do this. All these things you're saying, the knowledge is already here.
To do your research, you need equipment, and those equipment you don't have, you have to import them. You need software to do your research. Those software you don't have, you have to import them. The expertise to use those equipment is not a matter of brain function, it's a matter of know-how. You don't have it, you have to import it. All of these things you have to get.
All right, when it comes to experts.
All right. So that's fine. It's quite a conversation.
Let me explain something. That is a myth anyway. Let me explain something to you. Some 10 years ago, a country called Indonesia, when you mentioned closing up and focusing inwards, I thought you were talking of something that a country called Indonesia did some 10 years ago. You know what they did? Because Indonesia was part of OPEC. What they did was that they abandoned OPEC. They said they are no more part of OPEC because they didn't want to export petroleum anymore. Why? Because they have large population, over 200 million people like Nigeria, and they said we want to use our petroleum to convert it into energy, to produce finished product. That is what they focused on, finished product instead of crude oil. You know, so because when you produce electricity, generate electricity, you diversify your economy somewhat. But depending on crude oil, you'll be depending on what do they call it? On diminishing commodity, something that we one day finish. But knowledge, you just build upon it, and that is what I thought you were talking about when you said to introspect or to go inward. That is what Indonesia did some 10 years ago, and it's working very well for them. You see? So, but I didn't know you were saying that we should start from scratch, start building.
Build all the equipment to equip all the and then create software to do research because we closed our borders. What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
No, I didn't say we should start from scratch. We should go back to the Stone Age. No. What I said is there are a lot of things that can be produced locally easily. We don't even need some fancy equipment and fancy experts. It can be produced locally very well, and we can stick to that. But the problem about Nigeria is
we can stick to that. We can stick to that. Sorry, hold on. We can stick to that. In the 21st century, we can stick to that.
We can stick to that.
What are you talking about?
If you stick to that, you become North Korea.
We can produce these things by ourselves. Why can't we produce? Okay, let me use a toothpick as an example. Why can't we produce toothpick?
What uses
because we don't have the equipment.
Don't even go there with toothpick, please.
What's toothpick are we talking about? We're talking about growing an economy. We're talking about growing an economy. What's toothpick?
I honestly even think it's delusional. If you want to move forward in that country, fine, we might produce what we eat, but why wouldn't we just go and get the equipment to produce those things and start manufacturing and using our own raw materials to produce? Why do we need to start building
we can do that,
some
but we
machine
can't close borders and say you create a lab and then the only thing you need is a brain. You don't need equipment in a lab. I mean, is that a conversation we just had?
You know how China got to where
your tongue as litmus paper.
I mean, come on, man. You use leaves as a stethoscope. What are we talking about? Or you create the stethoscope yourself. Where do you get the equipment to build the stethoscope yourself? I mean, you have to. Anyway, I don't know, man. It frustrates me. You know, when I'm having that, it frustrates me. It is frustrating.
They are almost all over the world. And as long as you're in the UK, there are companies that produce this thing. They still even go and import from Germany, from everywhere, to bring to the place to use.
Hold on, Mike is back. Mike, why are you saying that I kicked you out when I did not? I did not kick you out. You left.
You threw me backstage now. What does that mean? Is that not the same as kicking somebody off?
You were on the screen and you left.
Well, anyway, you kicked me when I was making a point. You threw me backstage because you didn't agree with my point.
Don't say I kicked you out because I did not, and don't say I banned you because I have not. Here you are on the screen. You have your free expression, and I have the right to disagree. You know that's what we do. So
well, you've done it to me in the past. Also, I'll make a point. You disagree, just like, oh, this guy just kicked me off. You know what I mean? He did it like 3 times.
I've never kicked you.
I'm like, I mean, if I insult somebody and kick me off, I understand that one. But if I'm making a point, you just don't agree, you disagree, frustrates you, just click the button and throw me off. You know? I mean, what's the point of that? We come to talk. We don't come to agree on everything.
Is that not the whole point? Imagine if we agreed on everything.
Yeah, but I mean, I know you don't do it to most people. What you do, you comfortably do it to me a lot. I mean, recently I haven't done it, but he did it to me like 3 times in the past. I just feel like,
what's the guy? Are you feeling picked on?
Well, you are now arguing about something. You feel like I'm saying something you don't get, and it's just frustrating. You just click the button and just throw me off. But he did it today, though. When I was making that point, he just like, okay, this guy just kicked me through backstage. I'm like, what's this? I mean, why would you throw me backstage because I'm saying something you don't agree?
Look, if I put you backstage, and you're not the first person to every single day I put several people backstage.
But that's when they are being rough or something. But this time I'm just making the point, and he didn't agree. Just threw me backstage.
All right. All right.
To carry on.
All right. So that's but I have not banned you, and I'm not likely to have. The only thing that would make me ban anybody. So this is for Mike and everyone else. The only thing that will make me ban anybody is just bad language. That's all. Anything outside of that, I won't. Especially, or if you attack somebody in too personal a manner. Those are the only 2 reasons. But disagreement, or why would I push me as I push you? You know, that's just I say that all the time. So that's it right there. So
carry on.
One more. I think with all this equipment we're talking about, I think the number one sector that needs to come back, and that the government needs to work on in any way, even if to sacrifice everything to bring to light, is the steel company. Because any country that does not have a steel manufacturing company, we cannot really go anywhere. Because that's
isn't it a shame? You know, we have some of the world's largest steel deposit in Ajaokuta now.
Yeah,
because I think it is the only one that really get my point. When we say we need something, they'll say we need equipment. Wait, let me lie. You say the brain needs equipment. So the equipment that was made wasn't it the brain that created the equipment?
Mike, don't take us back.
Wait, I'm not talking to you, man. I'm talking to one man.
Don't say you're not talking.
No, I'm not talking to you. If you want me to talk to you, go and create your own show. I'll come there and talk to you. If I come here to talk, I'm talking to one man. Don't tell me what to say.
All right, let Mike just make the point.
But don't tell me what not to say. If you want to interject what I'm saying, that's fine. But don't say this, Mike. Don't say that.
You say I put you back, but Mike, have this. Let Mike say what you want to say. Just land your point. But obviously the right language, but land your point. Yeah.
Everything that has to be made for technology to advance require human brain. Whether the equipment to make it or anything to make it, you need the brain to make that equipment. You need the brain to make every piece of it. Now, it may not be one person that will create everything, and that's why I made it earlier. That's why I said it earlier, that you take all the genius minds put them in the academy. From the academy, one brain will discover this piece of the part of the equipment. Another brain will discover another piece part of the equipment. Whatever is needed, whether it's the equipment or the finished product, you still need the brain from the scratch. The brain is the ultimate equipment that will create all the components. And that's all we need in Africa. And then when someone is saying, oh, the global standard, oh, you still need the standard. Why do we have to follow European standard? Why do you have to follow someone else's standard? What makes you think the way the West or other continent are doing technology? What makes you think Africa, if we start to use our own unique way, we can't come up with different manner of technology or different way of doing things or just different way? Why do we have to follow someone else's standard?
You have, because science is global. I used the example of optics in my conversation with a Tay, and I was saying that if you go and research the word camera, it's an Iranian word, it's a Persian word. To invert something optically through a narrow needle funnel to then recreate an image. It was first discovered in Iran, but that is part of global science now. So that's then elevated to create the television, which I think came out of America. So that is an evolution of a science that came from a different region, evolved into a new science that comes from a different region. The first time that a computer signaled to another, I think that was in Oxford in the United Kingdom. But then the internet as we know it now came out of America. Do you see? So you cannot just go and from the sticks and arrows say you want to start from stick and arrows.
Yes, if you want to advance on you have to start. Your brain have to start from stick and arrow. Whatever point you are in, you have to start from there.
But that's your view. But that's not my view though.
And you have a point.
Can we go back to
you have a point saying in many cases, yes, you have to look at how some things are done. But there are some other cases where a technology that already exists, a new version of it was done with a complete different kind of material and in a more advanced manner. So not everything has to be done in sequence with the others that's already been done. There are other things that actually were done with a completely different kind of material.
Yeah,
you mentioned the example of the
understanding the scientific space though. Not inventing the scientific space, but understanding the scientific space.
Well, you can invent new model. Who can tell what's possible out there? What's the possibilities? It's unlimited.
That's the beauty of science, though.
Exactly. So
possibilities are still offshoots of something that is existing. I was having a
those of us will not go to more talk.
There's I was having a conversation with a French girl. This is many years ago, and she said something to me that struck. So we were having a conversation, and I said somebody invented something or created something, and she was saying to me that look, you know that nothing is really created, because everything that is created is already a possibility for it to be a thing.
And that's my argument.
So yes. So everything is an offshoot of something that is already existing. Anyway, you have the final word on that space, and then we'll move on. Have the final word, Mike.
The final word is not everything. It's an offshoot of everything, because something we started from Stone Age, just like you mentioned, the Stone Age. Now everything things that started like the first car or even the first wheel. First person had to make it, and then people from there took it and evolve it from there. So we can't. So that kills the argument about everything that exists is an offshoot of something else. Not necessarily. So the power of the imagination is there's possibility of anything. Something that there's things in this world right now that doesn't exist that possibly can exist. And what makes you think the possibility, the actual realization of it cannot come from the mind of an African? Why is it that an African
nobody has said that medical science?
But the base argument I'm feeling from you guys is we have to go out there before us to advance or do anything or to engage science, the science mind. We have to go out there. We have to look out there.
Mike, can I come in?
What has been said is that you cannot exist outside of the internet. You cannot be an isolationist outside of existing knowledge. You cannot be an isolationist outside of existing knowledge. But let's just abandon that space. I gave you the final word, unless you want to add on to it. And then I'll leave that space. Yeah.
Well, the other countries, the Western countries, they didn't need anybody else before they started from the scratch. So that's.
I just gave you the example of Iran. Do you think the Western countries invented science?
No one, the brain invented science. The human brain is science in the first place.
So forget the Western country. The science of the Western country is the culmination of global science. The numbers hold on. The numbers 1 to 9 they came out of the Iran. The number 0 came out of India.
You are making the accusation of I'm saying we should isolate. I never made that argument. I'm just saying we should focus on our own minds, and whatever we can take from outside, take from outside. Whatever you can invent on your own, invent on your own. You don't need to follow someone else.
Do you know
it's
that
unnecessary. It's not necessary.
It's an Arabian concept. Do you know
whatever,
that mathematics?
I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying
what
is,
are you saying?
What I'm saying is, you keep telling me that we need equipment from someone else in order for us to advance. We don't need. We can. You can create our own equipment. We can do it. What the genius mind, the mind of a genius should not be questioned. If we put our genius's brain to work, we don't have to wait for the access to whatever world before we know that we need to get our geniuses, our everyday born geniuses. Focus on them, invest on their brain, and put them to work. Let their brain go to work. There's no need to be questioning the mind of a genius. We have geniuses in Africa. We are not investing in them because we believe that they can't do anything unless we use the white man.
You must forget.
Unless we involve the white man.
That's almost pedestrian. Don't pedestrianize the conversation. But you must question the mind of everybody, including a genius. You must never. You must never. And that is what propels progress. You must never abdicate criticism or disbelief. You know, if you question the mind of a genius, then that pushes his mind even more. And if it's right, then you ultimately, by factually manifesting, prove it. What do you mean you cannot question? Of course, you question everybody's mind. I question yours, you question mine. So thank you. But you say, so. You know, free for all, but there it is right there. But where we I've even lost track of mic has completely.
Yeah, it's Brownberry. He has
scrambled my brain.
We need another scientist.
Yes, we need another scientist.
Wama, do you know that if you're going to study history of science came from philosophy, right? From philosophers, right? Do you know that if you're going to study the history of...
We are looking for solution to Nigeria.
Listen, let me...
Hold on. Let him make his point. Yeah, go on,
Wama, if you're going to study the history of philosophy, right? Like those people that make breakthroughs as far as the philosophers that came up with all the ideas that change society, you know that most of them, if not actually, in the beginning of time, they used to execute almost all of them from Socrates.
Yes,
you know
they
that.
Call them witchcraft.
And when I was taking philosophy in college, right, they told me, they said, listen, man, if you're a philosopher, don't go and be talking around 9 people because 80% of them will try to kill you because everything you're saying will just sound so annoying. And they
is that what we're doing here?
Thank you.
My God, man.
This is it. You know, there's nothing. When you talk about frustration, do you know what frustration is? Frustration is a know-nothing that insists that is a know-it-all. You know that kills you.
And that's why they kill philosophers. Because when philosophers start talking, the people will like, we don't understand this guy, man. This guy is crazy.
No,
this guy is crazy. He's crazy. Let's kill him. Or you frustrate their mind, you know.
Mike, I love you, man.
That's Mike now. So how can I ban somebody like this? It's impossible now. Just the madness. He actually thinks he's clever. This is the real joke of it all. The real comedy of it all. He thinks he's clever. But let's go back to Brownberry and take him to OYEDEPO, who now says that contesting for Nigerian president is a demotion for me. So that's Bishop OYEDEPO, and I think it's clapping in the direction of TUNDE BAKARE, who has picked up the presidential nomination form for APC. So what are you then making at that pistols at dawn on the
okay,
homepage?
I'm going to clear this clergyman's grab before I come back to the steel manufacturing I was talking about. For me, Pastor Tunde BAKARE, I don't understand him at all. I don't know how God is telling him every time that he's the one that will become the 16th president or 6th president, whatever he's saying. And for Bishop OYEDEPO, I think it's just because I mean, if you are a man of God, you just you kind of taking back. Like, why would this man be saying that God has called him? He's not going to APC 100 million. I mean, that man. I don't know if they are all right. I mean, a lot of people in Nigeria have to be checked. You know. So let's move away from that. Let's talk about how Nigeria will move forward. For me,
yeah, go on.
Like I was saying before, whatever we want to do, even if it's building a house, nails, zinc, iron, vehicle, want to build a vehicle, machinery, equipment, whatever, we need steel. We need steel. That's 50% of the reason why Nigeria is poor is because we don't have steel manufacturing company. Not just company. I'm talking about the one they were building in Ajakuta, like the one they are destroying right now in Ukraine, like the one that Russia has. We have that one, but for some reason, I don't know what's going on. They say, oh, they've already given it to these people, or the matter is in court. I don't care. I don't care what it is. We need a government that will be, that will have the political will to settle these things. Pay whatever you need to pay, and make sure that this thing gets started as soon as possible, so that Nigeria can start moving away from this problem, this poverty. Because we cannot just be importing everything. We import everything, steels, mostly steels. We can't, because everything we do in Nigeria, I mean, everything that the nation does is steel. Is it building anything? So that, because we need to. That's, for me, that Ajakuta is the most important thing that any government should come and sort out immediately.
Why do you think they keep on frustrating that Ajakuta? Because they've been on it since Babangida era, and every single, they've privatized it, they've nationalized it, they've sold it and bought it back, but it's not even produced one nail.
Yeah, because the West are also, their foot is also on it. Because they know that's one of the.
When are we going to stop blaming the West for everything?
No, hold on.
No.
Because we have corrupt politicians that have no political will. That's it. That's the real. It does not matter if the West has their hands in it. If Paul Kagame was the head of Nigeria, he would do anything to make sure that that thing starts working.
Brown is a little bit more complex than that. You see, Ajakuta steel mill was built by Soviet Union,
by Russia. Yeah, I know.
So before it started operation, when it was finished, it was like 90% finished. But the parts to put it into to make it to work were parts that are manufactured by that Soviet company. Now they built it up to the point they had an agreement with the Nigerian government, and they left. So what happened was that the Soviet Union fell. The Soviet Union ceased to exist, and that complicated issues. So many other companies, multinationals, were invited to take it over somehow, but they said that it would need a huge investment, because those parts that were supposed first of all, the technology is old, is outdated. So, and the parts that they need to make it function today can only be found in Russia. Was built by a Russian company, can only be found in Russia. And another way to do it was to bring it down and build a whole new mill, which will cost a lot of money. So nobody wanted to take it unless Nigerian government would pay for the building and then hand it over to a multinational operator. So that was the thing. And then Russia was invited, even in this Buhari administration, was invited to look at it again. And they were getting close to, having a deal. And now you have the Russian war, and Russia is now cut off of the rest of the world, and the thing is stalled again. So it is very, very complex. It is very complex to resolve. And that is the same story in many sectors in Nigeria, in Nigeria, about our natural resources. That is the same story, mismanagement and countries don't do that. Countries they just invite people with the expertise to produce the commodity they need to build the economy, because steel, like you said, is the backbone of almost every economy on the face of the planet.
Yes.
It is. Everything
maybe they should give that Ajaokota to Dangote. He seems to be the only Nigerian that knows what he's doing.
Anybody that can do it right now, anybody. Doesn't really matter. Whatever they will spend to fix it.
Yeah, but it will need a huge injection of funds.
Nigeria has the money. Let's do it.
But they will not do it. Now you have to understand the Nigerian system is lazy. It's lazy. They don't think beyond 2 years. So that's why they go and borrow money just to spend it, and they just keep piling up the debt.
Let us audit what we have in Nigeria for a moment. We have oil to the first 5%, top 5-7 oil producing country. Gas, top 10%. We have steel. How can we have all these things and be the way we are? How is that?
You're not even talking about the granite, the stones, the gold.
We have granite, we have gold, we have emerald in the north.
This is sickening, man.
How can we be the way we are? How is it possible?
Do you know we even have lithium? That is one of the new technologies that will be running cars right now. We have lithium deposits. So I don't. It's just like sometimes it's like something is wrong. I just ask myself.
You mean it's like if something is wrong? Something is wrong.
And leadership. I think because we have governments that are not focused and they are just focused about their pocket, they are
they don't have a single thing in England.
They are concentrated on the crude oil. So they forgot about all other stuffs that can actually bring more to the system and create job opportunity for the citizens.
The oil
they just want to sell the crude oil and get the money, and US can go and do whatever. They don't care.
Do you know they don't have a single resource in England? Not one.
They have little bit, woman. They have little bit.
What do they have?
In Scotland, they have gas and a little bit of oil.
In England. I said in England.
Not to sustain the economy. You know the economies that are
they don't have a single thing in England.
Yeah, the economies.
So the question that woman just asked, can I answer you, woman? Why you say we are like that?
No, I know, but we already know. You want to do Fulani again, Abi?
The quota system.
Wait, Tony. You know, there are countries that are focused in manufacturing. They are manufacturing economies, and there are countries that are consuming and commerce-based economy. That is what UK is. It's not a manufacturing. In Europe, you have manufacturing economies like Germany, Italy, France.
Italy doesn't manufacture anything.
They do. They manufacture a lot.
You mean industrialized economy?
Not industrial. Bringing it all together, the commerce and the manufacturing, that is what we call the industry. Anything that produces a lot of money, we call it industry. So what I'm saying is, focus. Like the US now has turned from manufacturing to consuming economy. Yeah, but it's still economy. It's still economy. It's just to develop and focus on that. So what we did not get right in Nigeria is that we never decided. It was we like I said, our governments have always been lazy. You go, you sell.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Just like you guys made point earlier, say we have all these things, we don't know what to do. It's because we are waiting for one of you women to come here and show us what to do. That's why. We just believe somebody.
Nobody said the Igbo press is right.
I'm not saying you guys. I'm just saying the government, people that rule us. They don't believe in the people.
I don't really think that's enough. I think
that's not.
I think it may be more complex than just waiting for you.
What are they waiting for?
No, I think it's resource
leadership failure, my brother,
and it's leadership failure. You don't need an Oyibo man to dig gold now.
No, hold on. You have all these things there, right? But we're not doing anything with them. So what are they? What are they waiting for? Obviously, they're waiting for your Igbo man that will come there and show them that this is what you do. You have to dig it like this.
Leave Igbo man now.
Can somebody give me an idea what Nigerian government are waiting for?
Because
obviously, the president,
Mike,
they are not the president, the people in the government, they are not
Mike,
the scientists. They are not. Wait, let me make my point.
It's simple.
Let me tell you what they are waiting for. It's bad leadership, like somebody just said now, and it's corruption as well. So these people, they are richer than they will ever. The richest people in the world are probably in Nigeria. They are richer than they will ever be, and they're just getting all of that money from the oil. So they don't see beyond that. They don't.
So they don't want the money from the other resources.
No, they don't want. They don't want to.
They don't want the.
They don't know what to do. That's what it is. They don't know what to do.
What do you mean they don't know what to do?
They don't know.
No, come on. Don't say they don't know what to do. Now, what to do is not a new thing to space and time.
You're telling me if they know how to go and get those things and make money, they won't go and do it. They won't go and get it.
They don't know what to do to dig gold.
They don't know. They don't know the technology.
They don't know.
Mike,
can I just interject? Can I interject a little bit?
Tony, you have to be consistent.
Wait, let me just round up.
Okay, I'll be consistent, sir. I will be consistent.
No, hold on. But Tony, it's not like I don't want to hear your voice, but you have to be consistent with where the conversation is. That's just the one thing I require of you, because you always seem to deviate us to some narrow field. We don't want to go to some. Just stay with where the conversation is, rather than just take us to Fulani or black men are dumb.
Okay, sir. Yeah. As I would do that tonight. So,
No, but don't do that just because that's not what we are doing here. We're not doing Fulani chanting.
Okay, sir. I get you, sir. I get you, sir.
Motigo, conversation that Mike just had. That's high. That level of high functioning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hope that you see my, that you saw my comments. I said that Mike today is the best ever, that he has, that has come out of Mike. Mike was dealing with the subject, it was too, more than, excellent, Mike, thank you very much, because I see that he was battling how they were trying to target you, but, you already said it, like we abroad, we that went to polytechnic, universities, and, etc., we can make the country work well. But the government, those people that they are not government, those people who are those gangsters that are holding us hostage in Nigeria, they should let us come back home and then develop, the country. So I think Obasanjo was nearly that point. That's why I keep repeating that that third term, missing that third term, it was the biggest error we have ever made in our life.
It's not constitutional. What do you mean missing?
There's no constitution in Nigeria because there's no constitution because that constitution was imposed on us. So as a result, any strong man like Obasanjo could have been allowed to continue. Because this guy was trying his best.
For life, Abi. President for life.
Oh yes, like Putin, like China, Xi Jinping. As long as the common man is feeling the impact. You know what I'm saying. So you see, now today people are talking about anybody that talks nonsense about Obasanjo. I want to come and buy the person, through the phone. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying. But because that guy, if you look at the NEPAD, National Economic Development for Africa Development, all those marketing loans, things like that. That is what we need. You know what I'm saying? Do you know that this useless woman, this woman they call Sadiq Yarak, this beautiful woman from the north, you know that she spent $50 billion or $5 billion naira on 170 computer technicians in Nigeria right now. This
no,
Sadiq,
she did not.
Sadiq Farouk, 170 people. He said he trained. They took $5 billion for that. So Obasanjo's time, Obasanjo was the only guy that can arrest a governor that belongs to his party. You know what I'm saying, sir? That's what I'm saying. So like Ajakuta, people did not understand it because three of my uncles, they went to University of Benin, they graduated as petroleum engineer. They have no chance to work in Nigeria. They have to go back to this place. So the situation in Nigeria is very bad. Everybody wants to just go abroad, to survive because, there is no government. One thing is to be having a government in place, and then we'll be now debating whether the government is good or not. But in Nigeria case, there is no government. So when we are talking about government, there's no chance. And then for the Akinwunmi now, go to APC, you can see that it's leading us nowhere. It's really not to nowhere. So that's it, my woman. So maybe I'll wait for my turn later. Thank you, sir.
Woman,
all right,
what do you mean?
What it wasn't your turn, Tony.
Hello, can I say something?
Anybody want to
Woman,
challenge me?
One man. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
When Tony was talking about Sadia, is it Sadia Farouk, and the corruption, the whole mass corruption going on in his ministry, what do you have against him?
Huh?
I mean, he was trying to tell you about the corruption.
He said they used 50 billion to train.
No, 5 billion. $5 billion.
Yeah,
$5
but
billion.
that wasn't true. So that's
Okay.
because I like to stick with facts, So
okay.
Yeah, but no. She used, I think, whatever billion naira to train people to repair phones. So that just tells you that she stole the money, and she's telling us, "I've stolen this money. What can you do about it?"
Repair
But then they all
phones. Oh my God!
To repair phones. She spent. I can't remember the figure. Is it that 5 billion or 7 billion or 1.2? Yeah, just yes.
To train one person to repair phone is 30,000 naira.
200 people to repair phones, not to send them to university or to repair phones.
That's the economy they want to build.
So that's the thing. You see the problem.
1 week something. Go and.
You see the problem is in the 70s in Nigeria we had that sense of abundance of resources, that money was there, and this is the same culture that continued with successive governments up to today, because as they say, necessity is the father and mother of all creation. If, like somebody was saying, why are we not using those other mineral resources we have? Because there is petroleum and it's so easy. You just pump it out, sell it. They give you raw cash and you spend it, and it is because human beings would always prefer to take the easier route in life. So that's why I said it is laziness. They are too lazy to think out of the box. If Nigeria doesn't want to manufacture anything, Nigeria can become like a commerce-based economy. If you want to do that, okay, you do it. Your people work, they consume, they have to eat. We have the population. You tax them. You use the tax revenue to develop the nation, which is something China did in the 60s and the 70s. What they did was that they threw almost everything they had in education, mass education.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Math-based education. They knew that they could not catch up with the West if they would compete with the West, like inventing what Mike was saying, using their own technology, developing their own. They could not. So what they did was that they invested massively in math-based education. They said, okay, these people, they like good life. They don't want to work. What we're going to do is that we're going to train these people, produce massively what they like, and we get them hooked up on it, and then we make money off of them. And that is
they
what
invested
China
in their people, right? They trusted in their people and they invested in them.
Yeah, but you have to understand.
They invested in their geniuses too. So unfortunately in Africa, they don't believe in their people.
Mike, listen. What you have to understand is that if you go to I don't know where you stay, but in the UK now, in the US, if you go to any serious institution or university, you will find a lot of Chinese. That is what they did.
They send their people abroad.
Exactly. To learn that technology, come home, but when they come home, they are treated like they're supposed to be treated. And so what will happen at the early stages of Industrial Revolution? It was based in the UK, right? It was based in the UK. UK manufactured they manufactured the first radio. They took it to Japan, and in less than 20 years, Japan was the largest producer of transistor radio in the world. So the cost of producing that radio in the UK was so high that they just go and buy a cheap radio made in Japan. That is what China did in the 80s, and that is why China is where it is. At a point, China would become a consuming economy. They would not need to depend so much on manufacturing. because people want to do light job. They don't want to work in factories the whole day, 24 hours, fixing up wires and stuff. That is when that is where Africa comes in. But for us to do that, we need to start investing in education, primary math-based education, massively. But if I tell you that the quantity of fund we spend, both in federal level and state level, buying SUV for politicians is more than what we invest in education of over 200 million people, you will not believe.
Middleman, can I ask you a question?
Come on, bring it on.
Yeah, I've heard you said a lot of things. Now, first of all, there are two questions I want to ask you. We're talking about a presidential election coming forth. Everybody's still more like aspirant now. Now, what should be the yardstick for each aspirant in becoming a presidential candidate? Should they not be talking about their policies, their plans for the country as a yardstick for eventually being voted during the primaries? Or what is your view on that? And then two, hold on. Two. Second question I want to ask you is this. So far, I've listened to two people so far who have really spoken. Maybe I would say three, but the other third person I don't think is really that serious the way he goes about it. So anyway, talking about Obi and SOWORE. Now, these two people, I've listened to their economic plan. From what you've said about mass education and all of that, how China got to where they are, what the country you mentioned, I think it was China, if I'm not mistaken. So they did mass education. I listened to Obi. Obi was only talking about investment.
No,
hold on. If you have anything contrary, you can say that.
I will say
that's what I've had so far. Education. I mean, investment. SME. You give money to SME. I mean, you're giving money to a population that is not skilled. I mean, you can say maybe they're entrepreneur like. I don't know if they'll always buy stuff from China or from other countries. The money's still going out. They will have to do business. So I've not really heard them talk about educating the populace, mass education. Or SOWORE talk about mass education. So these two people, considering these two people, who do you think the policy or their plan rhymes with what you just said? Let's take it from there.
I've had both people, and they both talked about education. Obi has talked about education. Now, if I would vote, if I had the opportunity to vote in Nigeria, not because I'm Igbo, I would vote Obi, and I'll tell you why. You see, what Nigeria needs, when he says he's giving these small soft loans, it is what Nigeria, people are hungry. People have to be alive first. A father and a mother has to have that tiny little business in order to sustain their family. And if the family can be sustained, that means the education in that family can be sustained. That is number one. So that is why that is important. That is the point we have gotten to in Nigeria right now. Eating first, feeding ourselves. So that is how bad it is. So that is why it is important to invest in small scale business, in small scale. Even if somebody selling suya or akara, if he feeds his family, for now it is good, because that reduces that creates a chain economy. It creates that chain economy up to the guy that produces the beans with which the woman fries akara on the street. So that is one aspect of it. Now, why I said I would vote for Obi and that Nigeria needs a president like this is that he is a kind of person that is, like 1 + 1 = 2 and 2 - 2 = 0, and it can't get to 0. You have to cut your coat according to your size and spend according to your capacity. You have to invest first things first kind of person. That is what I think Nigeria believes. that's why I mentioned when I said that we still live in the illusion that we are a rich country. We keep saying Nigeria is a rich country. We are not. We are a poor country, and we have to start accepting that, start living like that, so that we can have a window for these other kinds of areas, especially education we're talking about. But let me tell you this: from this century forward, any country that does not invest massively in education doesn't stand the slightest shred of chance. I'm telling you, that society will collapse. That country will not make it. It will not catch up. It will not be able, because the competing, we're in a competing world we live in right now. So any country that does not invest massively in education, that country doesn't have a bright future. And that is why I said initially that our politicians, our leaders, they don't think beyond 2 years. If something doesn't look, because investing in education will not give you votes, will not give you more votes than building some maybe flyover or something.
Stupid,
you can say, oh, I did
stupid road that they build.
Yeah. So we don't have we just have a short-term plan. We don't have a long-term plan.
Meadowman, can I say something to you? You addressed it. I think that's how you say it. I've listened to Obi. I understand what you said. People are hungry. People need money. They need to feed their family. Now, you need to understand the plight Nigeria finds itself in. Nigeria is immersed in debt, like heavily indebted.
Yeah.
Whoever is coming in after this guy that is there has an Herculean tax on his shoulder. And we keep saying maybe Obi because he's being an economist. Now, I've listened to whatever he said he has as plans for the Nigerians. All I've had him and Mohammed, both of them, they've heavily talked about SMEs, which is, I'm not saying it's in an ideal situation. Nigeria does not have that heavy debt that we have. We're not in that situation we find ourselves. Maybe that would have been more better. You could have done that. So my point is this: is going to have very limited resources with the way situation is right now. Maybe if he's able to block those loopholes. Hold on, I'll let you speak. Those loopholes. But going by the status quo right now,
rational mind, define the SME for those that don't know.
Is it small scale enterprise or small scale businesses?
Small and medium.
Small and medium enterprises.
Enterprises, okay. So now the limited resources he has to give out money. Mind you, Central Bank is talking about Nigeria's over borrowed. There's nothing in Central Bank right now. Maybe it is true or lie, but that's what we get. That's the vibe.
Nigeria is not over borrowed. Nigeria is under borrowed.
Well, if you say that, but compared to our GDP and everything, and the problem the country is facing right now,
GDP is even low.
So you are borrowing, and then you're talking
because the international paradigm is 40%, and Nigeria is still around 20% something.
Don't Nigeria economics to us here, please. We don't want to hear that.
Nigeria is coming to say that Buhari has borrowed Nigeria out of.
No.
Wait now. Ajanle Koko was talking about yearly budget to service debt, not the GDP. You understand? You see the difference? Yearly budget. So
I'm not talking about GDP. I'm just saying when my woman said we are under.
No, somebody said something about what Ajanle Koko says. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to go into those details as to that. So what my point is this: considering the huge task, Nigeria resources, we are using our resources, our revenues to service debt. Obi is coming in to meet virtually an empty treasury, and he wants to give SME money. Where's he going to find that money? and he wants to take care of education at the same time. He wants to mass. Listen, what he has said, I've had him said was, I will give money to SMEs. That is what he emphasizes a lot whenever he talks, which I'm not saying is bad. It's a good thing to go. It's a good way out to go. But considering the situation, where will he find that money to give the SMEs at the same time mass educate? Because I never heard him talk about education. The only person I've talked about is SOWORE that has heavily talked about education. Like you said,
you've not listened to other shows. You've not listened to other shows where you also spoke lengthily about education.
Where? When did you say that? I follow the video. Do you know I follow the
Okay. Listen. Okay, he was at the Human Rights Radio last week. Did you hear him there?
I was watching it before I joined this platform. Before I joined.
Did you hear him? Okay, go and finish watching it.
I've not finished it. Yeah.
Okay.
One man, can I interject? About Obi?
Rational mind. Let me tell you something.
Tony, please.
Yeah, he said that he was telling us how he brought another state to number 1 position from number 30 in the country, in education. So the guy, he really hammer on that point, please, sir. So
education. Let's not always stay on education, because I believe that massive education and massive housing is the way to come out, because you have to.
Yeah, you don't. Every economy, every development
he's going to have very limited resources at his disposal.
Money is
power should come first. Power should come first.
Let me have an agenda first.
Let's talk one after the other now.
One at a time. Yes.
I believe we should stop building roads that we don't. We should stop building roads and invest in school and housing, because people you invest in today, they will come and build those roads for us.
You should stop building roads. What? My God.
Well, hold on.
Brown. Let me tell you something.
I'm not saying we should. Look, my people. Look.
Every. Okay, talk. Okay, just
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if we are going to put a cap on it, I said these 10 years, let's concentrate on massive education and massive housing for people, because if people don't have a place to stay, if you said, go and educate a woman, there's like where we live abroad here, you see people having their children and they still go to school.
But they're already doing mass housing. This is one of the things that all over Nigeria. I can. Do you want me to bring you the link?
Yeah.
Because I have the link.
Don't bring those one man. Where they are doing it in
every single state.
1%, or they are doing
every single state. But there are no uptakes,
because because they don't have enough money to do it. They are concentrating those money on other places that we don't really need now.
Okay, Ben, let me explain this.
We keep bringing people from abroad to come and be building our road, and the roads are bad roads, not good roads. We have to train our people to come and build our roads and our railways.
Let me chime in. You see, first of all, infrastructure is the fastest way to create jobs in any economy, especially a developing economy, because you have things to build. You build roads, you build bridges, you build houses, you build. So that's I'm just talking off of what you said about building, about stop building roads. That's what I'm saying. I'll come to that. I'll come to what you're saying. I know where you're going. Now, let me say this.
What's your question now?
Yeah,
what point are you making now? Rational mind, because I'm confused.
Your question is rational mind. Your question is where will the money come from?
Yeah.
Right. Let me tell you this. Yeah. If I'm not a big spokesman, so I don't know how he intends to do it. But let me tell you this: if I'm elected the president of Nigeria today, the next week maximum, I will stop subsidy. I will only subsidize diesel fuel for the industries and for the small scale diesel because for the manufacturing and to generate electricity.
Nigeria is an 800. Hold on, Meadowman, just for the benefit of rational mind. Nigeria is an 800 to $1.2 trillion per annum economy. Nigeria is the 25th largest economy in the world. Just so you're aware.
But one man, Nigeria is also an import-based economy. So putting that money into putting that money into that SME, like you mentioned, we will suffer a lot of capital.
Why are you telling me that? Why are you telling me Nigeria is 20?
No, you are saying where would they get the money from? As though
Mike.
It's just is redirecting, isn't
Mike,
it?
you see, Nigeria,
we always policy priority.
How does that come into play? I don't understand why.
So
you're asking where he will get the money from. Nigeria is a wealthy country. The economy is pointed. Policy is pointed in a wrong direction. So all of these monies that Farouk is looting and giving away, all of the income from Nigerian Post Authority that has been disappeared. There's just so many. It's just repointing. It's a policy repointing, isn't it?
There is money. Rational mind. There is money.
There's money. So what is that policy now? Listen, guys. Let's just stop. Let's stop, because one of the questions I asked Meduman and by extension everybody here, he has not answered it. Is what should they be talking about? I know, my friend. I know you're going to answer that question. What I'm saying is this. Maybe you should remember that question. I just want to remind you that question. What should be the yardstick of anybody who is now an aspirant, now becoming a candidate eventually for each party? What should be the
what we need after Buhari? What we need after Buhari is fiscal responsibility. All this.
You not allow me to ask the question.
Okay.
Should they not be talking about their policies now? What they have as plan, as the basis for them becoming?
Are they not already?
Well, where? Tell me.
They are not. One man.
No, they are. You know. What you have to understand is, at this stage of the politicking.
Exactly.
At this stage of the politicking, they are going to talk about their policy position in broad strokes. So it'll be an ideological thrust. But then at the stage of actually being a candidate, then they have to bore more into the detail of that policy.
It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, but that's how we obtain, though, isn't it? You talk about it in broad strokes.
That's not
Are you saying all 30 of them should give us a thesis on what they want to do?
Oh yes.
That's not
rational mind. Rational mind. Do you know why? Do you know why they're talking? Do you know why you only hear Obi and Sowore talking about these things? Because they know that they are not the preferred candidates of the parties, of the power that be. They know they have to conquer the people. That is why only two of them will go into policies in details, because they have to politic on the streets, to the common man, to the people that are listening. They want to captivate those people, So that is why they know that that's why they're the only two people talking about it. The rest of the band, they don't need to. Who will vote for them are the delegates, and those are the people they talk to. Those are the people they negotiate with. Those are the people they have to pay. And those people are already paid, are already bought, and they are already there. No matter what happens, unless stuff changes.
And also, mass politics in a third world space is usually in broad strokes. How many?
Don't bring this a third world. This is a third world country.
Is it not? Is it
not? No. They have to talk to the yellow jazz. They have to do the alignment.
That is it now.
They can't be talking to you and I. Be breaking down our population. You remember we talk about Buhari now. People don't vote for him because he's talking advanced all this advanced here. Only intelligent people understand. But if you look at Nigerian politics, you have to talk the language of those pop, those
broad strokes.
Exactly. Just say two words.
No.
If you look at it,
that's why we keep going in circles for over many years in that country. When we don't talk about what we want to do, we always look at Buhari. He's saying that one naira becoming $1. One naira becoming $1. He said he never said that. He denied many of those things that were said during his campaign, because they made it for him, courtesy of his state governor, who was turning out all their propaganda during the election in 2015. So let them start coming out now and start telling us what.
If you look at
rational mind, there was two words. Rational mind. There was two words that brought Buhari in power, and that's two words is Sebaba. That's it. Sebaba everywhere.
If you look at the leading candidates,
the masses went and vote for him.
The leading candidates right now, they've never had any interview.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Abubakar, they have never had any interview with it.
Because they don't need it. They don't need it right now. They don't need it.
That's insulting.
Because it is the primary, yes. And when man said it about third world politics, I don't fully agree with that. I think it's because of the this is still the primaries. When the time comes, Nigerians will want to hear from each of them.
But it's not like that in every other place. It's not like that. If you're aspiring, you have to speak. You have to tell us what you want to do.
But Middleman, you are not actually sorry, Middleman, you are not actually far from me in thought. Maybe not in the way I worded it, because what I was trying to say was exactly what you just said. They are still at the primary stage. So what are you saying? That's why I was saying, do you expect all the 30 candidates in the APC to come up with a thesis on what they are going to do with
what about the leading? What about the leading candidates? Those that
we're not saying thesis. One man. Don't paint that picture. No. You say that what are their policies, but they've already told us where their policy. Hold on. Let me land. Hold on. They've already told us what their policy thrust is. So at this phase of politicking, it's all about political thrust. And they are telling us that their thrust is going to be towards the electricity, insecurity, and the economy. So that's already a political.
Who told us that, Wama?
Every single candidate has said that.
In what interview? In which interview? The one that Osibanjo just came out
Osibanjo said
for
it.
7 minutes.
Tinubu said it. Atiku said it. Obi said it. Sowore said it. Moghalu said it. Every single one of them has told us that.
If you want to talk about Moghalu, Obi, and Sowore, they've had interviews everywhere. We are not talking about those ones. What about the rest of them?
How many of them have had interviews? That's where my point is going.
I've never seen them.
Have anybody sat down with Atiku and had a conversation with him like, okay, they do to Sowore and the rest of them?
Yeah, but Sowore is not in contention, is it? So it is very.
So those in contention, they shouldn't tell us. They shouldn't tell us anything.
But they've told you their thrust, of their politics.
The point. You see, one man, we have to use your platform for us to be able to, correct certain anomalies in that country.
That's true.
Like, tell people that this is how things should be done. But when we continue trying to promote that same rottenness that is there, making it look like it's a normal thing, it should continue like that.
No,
we don't have the platform.
You're wrong. It's not. I think you're wrong. Because I agree that we're just at the starting blocks of politics. We've not even had primaries. So the expectation is not to have a sit-down interview to eulogize. The expectation is to canvass around the country and speak in broad strokes about what the ideological thrust of your presidency would be. So what will be broadly the focus of your presidency? And they've spoken in broad strokes. So they are still at the broad strokes phase. So they've spoken in broad strokes. Yeah.
Let me finish up that. Guys, I want everybody to listen to me. One man. So what piece? Maybe BlackBerry. 3 of you are a candidate for APC. You said, one man, each of you said, we'll tackle insecurity, we'll tackle the economy, we'll tackle this. Every one of you said the same thing. Now, we, the delegates, the rest of us, we are going to vote for you. Who are we going to vote among the 3 of you? Because you only give us a broad stroke, like you used the word yourself, yeah. You said broad stroke. And then all of you said the same thing of insecurity, economy, and whatever. The same thing, same 3 things. Maybe let's say 3 things you said you're going to do. So how do we know which of you we're going to vote for? For me as a person,
you will know. You will know. You ask the question. You will know based on the antecedents.
You see, that's another thing again. Antecedents.
Yes.
So and then we look at the 3 of you. None of you even have the antecedent, or we can even. For me as a delegate, none of you have the antecedent that I want. But I want you people to give me at least, if not give me a thesis. I'm not asking you to give me a thesis. At least give me a kind of like an idea of how you want to achieve that insecurity you talked about. The economy, you want to revamp the economy. How you going to do that? At least we had how this guy says he's going to do his own.
But a lot of them have spoken to that.
That is the point I'm trying to make.
A lot of them have spoken about expanding the security personnel to add more because Nigeria is undersecured in terms of personnel. They've spoken about intelligence gathering. They've spoken about liberalization of the economy. They've spoken about the power sector.
Who among them said that?
Every single one of them, because those are the talking spaces.
Am I reading a different from you, one man?
No. Look. I think you are looking for a detailed sit down with a senior sharp mind journalist to drill them hard on their ideas. But this is not the time to drill them hard on their ideas. This is the time for broad strokes.
You use the word, that's not my word. You use that word. Yeah. I'm not asking for a detailed thing. All I'm asking for is at least give us an idea of how you're going to achieve the
broad strokes.
Security for Nigeria economy. They did not. They only just give us, like you say, a broad stroke.
What rational man is saying is that the broad strokes are not enough.
Vote for you.
No, but what I am saying is that the broad strokes is suitable for this phase of politicking. When they
in Nigeria,
when they are all still scrambling at the primaries, they only ever speak in broad strokes.
Rational mind, they don't need to convince you right now. They need to convince the delegates, and it is now with detailed policies that they will convince the delegates. You know how they.
Or why did Tinubu campaign chairman DG dump his party, dump the APC? Why? Where is he running to?
Are we digressing?
Tinubu DG, why did he dump the APC? I'm just asking a one-man question.
You mean Jibrin?
Yeah, Jibrin. Why did he dump APC?
Well, he's not yet told us, but there he is. No, he's told us he's left APC. He said he has done as much as he can from there. I suspect that he wants to go and join Kwakwanso. So that's what I suspect he wants to do.
Really?
But that's just my suspicion.
Okay, woman, can I just speak to the point that Rationama was trying to make, sir? Can I?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, thank you, sir. So what Rationama is saying that every politicians in the civilized world, so we are not in the civilized world. So right from the time they even start to talk about politics, they must have to come out. Especially their foreign policy is going to affect the people, because without the foreign policy, how are you going to develop the economy? Because there are some vested interests that you have to tackle. They need to point that one out. For example, if they are talking about Nigeria, election, and then it is not making headlines across Africa, that means there's no way out for us.
How do you know it's not? How do you know it's not making headlines in Africa?
It's not making, because in the time of Obasanjo, people told me, those guys from Ethiopia, from Somalia, from Uganda, whatever part of Africa, they tell me, they say when Obasanjo speak, they always glue to their TV sets. Because that's how you see that.
Let me tell you something.
So then Nigeria was so important country. Let me go back to this a system of all this laudable project that Yakubu Gowon established. So Edwin Clark, our papa, Edwin Clark is coming out with a book right now. How Murtala Mohammed truncated all the whole development plans of Yakubu Gowon just probably for religion reasons, that they want to put us into all this useless OIC, etc. So all those petrochemical projects, refineries, they which are taking place, taking part in that government. They established all this as an economic base for us with Ajakuta and everything. But this people, they just come and truncate it just for power drunk, that they are born to rule those set of people, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know where we are going. That's why Rational Man said that they should start telling us right now. We should see in their body language, in their speeches, that what they are good at. Because if in Germany here, before they will start to do primaries, you already know which candidate is going to be for foreign something and this and that. Like if Angela Merkel party was still in power in Germany, this war in Russia could have escalated, because the policy, the ideology of that party, CDU, is to fight with Russia or to fight with anybody that's coming. But this current government is taking it slowly, like negotiation, stuff like that. That is because it's a social democratic party. So that is what National Minister to say.
All right, thank you. Let me play this video that engineer sent in for Mike to see. So this is for Mike's benefit. This is from engineer. He says to play this to you. Hold on. Let me actually download it because it's showing too many. So yeah, let me download it first, and then I'll play it to you. But yeah,
Tony, let me add something.
Okay, hold on. I think I can share it from here. It was let me just start. I beg your pardon, but engineer sent it in a while ago, so I think I've been able to find a way not to show private details. All right. So this is what an engineer wants Mike to say this. So yeah.
What? In 1974, Nigeria was the third largest oil producing nation in the world. Today, Nigeria does not own its own oil reserves, which is still the third largest in the world, but BP and Shell and Exxon owns all the rights of the oil in Nigeria. They take the oil out of it, and after that, they sell it back to the Nigerian country. Who did that? The IMF and the World Bank. These are the Kafirs we're dealing with. Second, making the dollar, whether it is the Australian dollar or the French dollar, or we call them dollars, but we know they call them different currencies, making the currency in the West prevalent as a source of value and eliminating the gold. Because when gold becomes the standard, the countries who have the gold become what? The possessors of the wealth. But they tricked the world and they took the currency and made it the wealth. And so then they took the wealth, paper dollars, and then they took and bought the gold from those countries with paper. So they took the gold and they own it now. All the gold is in Fort Knox and some other places, and they gave those people currency. Then after they gave them the currency, they depreciated the currency through wars. Then they told them now you can borrow more currency, okay, at 20%. So now they own the country. Devils, tricksters.
All right. So engineer wanted me to play that for Mike's benefit. So whatever Mike gleaned from that. So that was that. So back to you. So hold on before you come in, engineer. What were you wanting Mike to glean from that?
Basically, Mike was keep talking about colonial master of a thing. So I think and also he's saying about why would Nigeria produce things in its own country. So those are the basic things I was trying for him to understand, that Nigeria can't stand doing their stuff anymore, because the people already come into the country, they know what the value of that oil is, and that's why they convince us, and now that is it. So regardless of anything, let's just forget it. Gone is gone. That's what we would like to understand at the earlier stage, but he seems not to understand what I'm saying.
All right. All right. So that clears that up. So
yeah, Tony, I was going to say.
No. I wondered if Mike.
Yeah, there was something I even forgot what I was.
So sorry. Does Mike want to respond to that, or we just?
Yeah. So I mean, what I want to say about the currency part is that currently, when they are giving us buying our resources, giving us cash, they're giving us paper. So they print paper and give us paper. Now, in real life, what money, the definition of money itself is commodity. You understand? What's supposed to back a currency is supposed to be commodity. So now in this world, the countries that are supposed to be dictating the value of currency should be the countries that possess the commodities. You understand? And who are these countries? Mainly African countries. And there was a documentary that throughout ancient time, Africa was regarded the richest continent as far as money-wise, because that's where the world global wealth is located, right? But today, they will tell you that your currency is worth this low, and the most powerful currency will be the European currency, American dollar and euros. Who decide that? It should be countries that possess the commodities, the minerals, raw materials, should be deciding the value of currencies. So African continent should be the place where the most powerful currency should be, not in Europe or America. So these are the issues that we are not discussing in Africa, you know. So they will tell you are so
sorry. The people who control the resources should determine. So what did you say?
The land that possess, like I said, for example, when they say gold is what backs the dollar, right? it's not legal. It's just anything coming from the soil is what's supposed to back a currency. A currency is just a legal tender, right? Now, when countries like Europe, they don't have anything. They are telling you that they are euro, they are paper that they print is worth more than naira. When you are the one that actually possess the things that are supposed to back that paper that they print, that's a scam. And these are the things African countries don't know. Our currency should be the most powerful currencies in the world, not European currencies.
But we allow them to define that for us.
Yeah, these are the conversations Africans are not having.
I'm not sure that's essentially. I think it's more. It's just a basic demand and supply. It's the convergence of demand and supply that establishes value. So you have resources; they need the resources. So you are no more than they should determine the currency, but the negotiations of the trade should balance it. You know, but I don't know, but
we allow them to define that for us because these resources we are talking about, they are getting it from us illegally.
Thank you.
And as long as they get these things from us illegally, there is no way we can define it for them.
Exactly.
And how are they able to do this? Corruption. Some set of people which I will classify as a tribe of, because to me, we have only just two tribes in Nigeria, the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors.
God bless you.
And the oppressors, they belong to all these two political giants that are killing us, the APC and the PDP. In the opens, they come to tell us we are, Muslim, Christian, this. They use that to deceive us. But in the secret, they dine together, they marry themselves,
share the money,
and they eat together. And we are still sitting on the bench that, these are the people that will rescue us. No way.
Thank you.
As long as they are, it's not, they travel out, they see all this, they know that this raw material, the iPhone that when they take it to Africa, because we are consumer, is so expensive, they know that all the raw material they use to produce all this, they comes from Africa.
Especially Congo. The 90% of the silicon,
the question is this: haven't traveled because travel is part of education. They've traveled, they've seen this education through traveling. What have they done? Nothing. Like somebody was saying during because I'll not be able to enter this, but I'll be listening. They say we are not rich. We are rich. But the money is in the hand of the oppressors we have. That is why within how many days somebody can raise 100 million to buy just phone made of paper and ink. In APC.
That's TUNDE BAKARE.
And they will not come to deceive us again. That some group of people who love them so much are the ones that gather that money to buy phone for them. Liars.
God punish them.
The money they have been stealing and stealing. ASU is on strike. Yes, some people are catered away. Some money chunk that they are bringing. If they extend this buying of this their phone and still give room for more people to come, you will see that they will still continue to buy it. Where are they getting this money from? And somebody tells me we don't have money. In this Western world, did they steal? Yes, they steal. But the question we should ask ourselves is this: did they steal this money and go back to Africa to invest it? Did they steal to buy property there? But no, when we steal, we will bring it to this their Western world and use it to buy properties in the name of we want to continue to belong to that class, that village, that tribe of oppressors. You guys were discussing and saying the APC and PDP, we don't know their political agenda and everything. They don't have nothing. The only political agenda they have is gathering a lot chunks of money and use it to bring rice to us during the time of voting. What else are they going to tell you and me? They are going to provide us electricity. They are going to provide us good road. They are going to provide us infrastructure. The same song they have been singing for 60 good years. That is the same song they will sing for us again. We need a leader that will block all the loophole of stealing.
SOWORE.
Yes, he's one of them.
Homa, can I ask H.O. a question? H.O., can I ask you a quick question?
The truth is this. We are rich, but they are stealing the money. At least how much did they say they spend in bringing 1,500 and something people from Ukraine? $8.3 million. Divide it and see how much they claim to use to transport somebody one way, no visa, just transportation.
Echo, take a question from Mike.
Okay, you make one fantastic point. You said you need a leader that will block this whole loophole of people like politicians taking money to outside of Nigeria to the Western world to buy property and things like that, and also all this just to create those policies. Do you know that Thomas Sankara did that in Burkina Faso, and everything turned around? Like everything, the economy started growing. The whole wealth stayed in the country, and everything started growing. Now, do you know what happened to him? So do you think? I mean, seeing what happened to Thomas Sankara, do you think these leaders we have in Nigeria will have any interest in doing that? These things that you just said,
See, the only thing is debt. The only thing is debt. But somebody has to start. They may kill the person and the person doesn't finish. That does not mean another person will not rise up. If Mandela has kept quiet, where would have been the fate of South Africa? We are slaves in another man's land. Whether we like it or not. Some of us, if they were then going to Nigeria with the kind of qualification and all we have to contribute to this their system is the one in Africa. You will have gardener, you will have cook, you will have everything. But is that what we are enjoying over here with all we have known? Is that what? But the same people with even less knowledge will come to Nigeria. We'll call the expatriate. And yes, some of our brothers and sisters, they are smarter than them, working for them, building their economy. And we are here talking what? PDP and APC has nothing to offer to us. Because they are like a court. Let the best person in PDP enter today. He must pay homage, whether you like it or not.
God bless you.
Because they are under an obligation. And as long as they must remain in that party, they will. And they are not different. Why did I know so? Their political ideology is the same thing. That is why somebody like Obaseki will wake up one day because he cannot contest under APC in Edo State for second term. Overnight, he entered PDP. They give him a portfolio. If they have different ideology or political ideology, is that a possibility overnight? And is that not what they have been playing for us? I don't hate them, but I hate their mindset. They are evil and wicked. Look at them, looking at our young. We are sometimes when I look at how intelligent we are, that hush puppy can sit in one corner and begin to even dupe America. That is how much intelligence we have. But they just channel it
supporting hush puppy? Is a criminal.
No. It's channeled in a negative way. I am not praising what he has done, but I'm bringing it as an example that we are smart. Such intelligence could be used to build robots and all these things.
Exactly. That's what point I was making earlier. You know, one might think if the government put the hospital's brain to work.
Why should we continue to be a consumer? Why? When we have the raw material, we have the human capacity. We are intelligent, it's not that we are dormant, but we have one bigger problem: leadership. Leadership. What made Dubai today?
I don't think we should be drawing parallels between Dubai and Nigeria. Dubai is just a tiny little sliver of a country.
But then
it's also a mono-ethnic country.
We are carrying our money to go.
And now, so we used to carry it to Switzerland. So the
truth is this: Dubai was a desert.
Yeah, but it's a tiny little country now.
With nothing. But they have one thing: good leadership that has foresight and focus.
They don't have good leadership. What they have is a homogeneous society, and that was what propelled them, and a tiny country and wealth. It's a different story.
Leadership, it still will not work out.
Can I interject a little bit, woman?
One man, why does it seem like you like to interject?
No, hold on, rational mind. Let me beg one man to say that Singapore is more ethnicities than even Nigeria itself, because they have the Indians, they have the Chinese, they have all these Burmese, many people, but they're able to make it. Something is wrong with us, according to our sister, because why can't we just start by, counting, census first? It actually this for make business. Can they be talking about census right now? Then census and then restructuring before election. So there's no way we can be able to make it. Look at Congo now. You just made reference to Congo. It means that something is wrong with us somehow. Our black people. So that's why we need to wake up.
No, I don't think it's black. It's just simply that we don't have vision.
Yeah. So we need to wake up. We need to be finding solution. Why? Why is it like this? Why?
Tony,
let us go back home. They say no. They say no. Let us go back home. They say no. We have the brain.
Hold on. You cited Singapore. Singapore is 62% Singaporean. 0.75% are Chinese. 0.15% Malays. So it's predominantly a mono-ethnic country, but So
Tony, here's the deal. The difference
is ethnicity is not the problem. The same as he said, there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. And why did I see it that way? In the tribe of the oppressed, we have Igbo, Hausa. Every tribe is there. And in the tribe of the oppressors, we also have all these tribes there. So it is not that an Igbo man lead us today that will bring solution. It is until we see ourselves first as human beings. Because
the overarching problem of Nigeria is ethnicity. It is.
Because we define
among the people.
The oppressor define that for us.
Yes.
You see, hold on, Echo. If there's no, can you hold on one?
Wait, let me make an example to you.
Carry on. Yeah.
Redeem will come to us. The Mekunus who attend Redeem. You cannot marry a Muslim, but on Choba and Jo, the VP, did their daughter marry a Muslim? You see, the tribe of the oppressor will continue to divide us with ethnicity, political ideology that doesn't exist within them. They will continue to divide us with tribe and religion. They are not the ones suffering. At the end of the day, they will gather together and celebrate. It is only in the open that they make us to believe they are different.
Damn. I think identity is part of human nature. Now, here's the deal.
So sorry, Mike. The point I was wanting to make to you, HO, is that tribe is really one of the, if not the foremost thing that is accountable for Nigeria being the way that it is. And we've done this on this platform before. If you look at all the countries with ethnic diversity, we've done this quite a few times. I can do it again. The top 10, they are African countries, and they're all basket cases. You see, the sense of a people is often instances tribal. And it's that sense of people that propels you to develop your own country, or because that's essentially developing your own people. So that's what with the Dubaians, the example that Tony tried to cite, that I cited Singapore, that didn't rhyme with what I understood. So I went to check, and largely Singapore, largely homogeneous with a good mix of other ethnicity. But with the Nigerian example, there's so many ethnic nations that forms that nation, then there's no sense of one people. So Nigerians are not one people, and if they are not one people, they don't feel a sense of responsibility to the country. They feel a responsibility to their type, not to the country. Exactly. And it's all wrapped around ethnicity. So ethnicity is one of the key things. I take your point, and over and above that, then there's an overlayer of this divide of the oppressed and the oppressor. Yes, of course, but really, it's really ethnicity that's we're contending with.
Well, I remember I made this example one time. You know, I made the example one time. Nigeria is the size of about 8 European countries. You can actually fit about 8 European countries into Nigeria. Now, remember when I told you, I say, imagine going to Europe.
Are you talking about geographically or in?
No, size-wise. There are many, Nigeria, if you're going to look it up, you find out that actually the way they draw us on the map is small, but our actual size is way bigger than it looks. Africa is very big. Now, imagine going to Europe, right? Me coming from Africa and enter Europe. I now take French, German, English, Spanish, Portuguese, about 6 European countries presently today, and just make them one country and give them Yoruba language as official language, bring a curriculum from Nigeria, from Yoruba land, give them, I wanted to learn, and then tell them to be one country. There's going to be a problem for a long time. Without them coming together to actually have a particular, a one vision or one mission, there's going to be a problem for a long time. And our problem in Nigeria is not necessarily that we are different and things like that. The root of the problem is that we've never sat down to design a vision or direction for that country. Like, okay, this is where we are going. And let everybody have that understanding that, okay, this country, we have different nations, different tribes and different things, but we are all focusing on this one particular vision, this direction. And that's when we begin to see some kind of progress. But presently, what we don't have in our country is a direction or a mission or a vision. Now, every tribe is not coming up with their own ideology. Like, okay, this is what I want. This is what I'm trying to go as a Yoruba tribe. Igbos are saying, this is what I want as a tribe. This is where we're trying to go. We want this control. And the other people in the South will say, I want this. The Northerners have their own views. So when you have a country like that, it's almost impossible to start advancing, to be moving anywhere. It's like 6 different people in one car trying to go different direction. Where are we going? A car can only go one way. A country can only go one way. But you have a situation where we are just...
It is still as a result of bad leadership.
Exactly. That's the root of it. We need leadership that will come there and create that vision and mission for the country. You know?
History has it that there was a time that the Nigerian naira, 1 naira, was more value than the dollar.
Yeah.
When we were running the regional, when Nigeria was under region, they were talking about pyramid, and Nigeria was richer than this Western world. So that means even despite this, our ethnicity we are talking about, there was a time we were still under the same umbrella, and we were still successful.
No, but sister, is it one man analyzes system just now with Mike? So that means that time all the ethnic group were together. Like we now, the Yorubas, the Edos, and the Robos, and all this, just we were together. So that is why it was easier for us to develop. Then the Igbos, they were on their side, and then the outside they were on their own. So that's what. So we don't need any political correctness or try to be friendly. That that we are one. We are not one. We are not one. We are not one at all.
That
no, we're not.
Because the people that was heading those different regions, they have sense of leadership.
Not that one, not that one, because the ideology, the thinking, the culture, the tradition was different. Because the Northerners are a little bit different. The Igbos and we Westerners, we are different people. So that is what they are trying to point to you. You see, Mike just used the analogy of a German just now. You cannot put German and French together. No way. It's going to be big problem. Talk less of 6 different ethnicity to put them together. So, woman, I'm sorry also that you are able to correct me about Singapore. It's okay. It's about 5 tribes also in the India, Chinese, Malay, whatever, and Indonesia. So
no, it's fine. Right. You know, I always fact check everything.
You tried. So, but to my sister here, please let us go back to those regional governments. If it is 4 regions,
we're not going back to regional government, are we? So why do you keep saying let's go back to regional government? That's not good. Like
okay, or we separate, or we separate. Sister, the Northerners said that they don't know what is restructuring. They don't want. They said they have got the numbers to rule us wherever, and they are not capable. They are not capable of doing it, but they occupy the port authority. Hold on, they occupy port authority, the defense, the military installation. They are all located there.
All right, we don't know all this. Sorry, let's hear from engineer. Engineer has been feeling unwell a bit lately. Are you better?
Yeah, I'm recovering slowly anyway.
Yeah.
Tony.
Sorry, hold on, Nacho. Yeah.
Tony, something you need to understand here, right?
Welcome, my brother. Long time we not see you. I hope you are okay. Thank you, sir.
I know, but it's good to hear your voice so that I will be alive. You know, if we come to think about Nigeria, the currency there can tell us everything. The currency is like kind of something that unites all Nigerians. But another thing that we need to understand, during 20 years, 30 years, the country is doing well. But something we need to look at it now. Current people now dealing with that country, they're all just money mongers. According to our sister now, she made it clearly. She explained everything, and it's something that sometimes we need to just forget about the tradition, forget about the culture, forget about the religion aspect. Let's sit down and focus on one thing and face the reality and say the truth. Because all the traditional leaders in Nigeria, whether it's from Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, whatever, and the rest, they are all corrupt. That's just the truth. They are very corrupt. So sometimes let's just sit down and make sure we discuss something tangible, that we discuss something way forward, how that country will achieve something. Honestly.
Yes. That's the but engineer, don't you think that when we are trying to pick a president now, we are now considering what part of the country is coming from? Is that not a deficit that there's no way we are going? Because that's what we are talking about. But assuming that with the Westerners now, that we want to choose somebody from us, we would say that, okay, it must come from here, it must come from here. We don't need, we just need capable hands. People with good.
So hold on. That's not, can you hold on, please? That what you said is not actually true. Tony, if I play you a video now of Bisi Akande, he is quite insistent that the presidency must come to Yoruba land. So he doesn't especially care that South. He only cares for Yoruba land. Go to the East, they are telling you that the presidency must only come to the East.
Yes,
so it's not just it coming to the South. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said that we Westerners. You remember, I said we were like now. If Tinubu, even if he's a thief, that's whom we are going to vote for in Edo State, in Delta State, in most of the South states. I'm telling you, because we will consider our own man first. You understand me? So that bring us back now to this ethnicity. So if we try to force us together now, it's not going to work. So we have to stay on our own, and then they stay on their own, and then we develop, and they go to Central, we give them money. They created the federal capital territory for us, and then they created it for us. They owe everything.
No, but that's restructuring and resource control, not regionalism. So that's not regionalism. That's.
But they said they don't want that one. They said they don't want. They said they don't. They said they don't.
Who said they don't want?
Our brothers. Look, do you know how I feel? Sometimes when I see people from Eritrea here in Germany, I feel more like related than people from the north. If I see Northerner here, they are not so much, but I don't see them as because when they come and visit me, small time after 5 minutes, they say, "Oh, I want to go and pray." You understand? So all those kind of, so the culture is quite different. It's a little bit strange.
What do you mean strange?
But the truth is
strange in the sense that they don't think, we don't have the same mindset. You know what I'm saying? So and then if you don't have the same mindset, how are you
Islamic
going to
thing,
develop? No, I don't want to. No, I know. Apart from that, they have this notion that they own the land because
I probably have the same worldview as somebody like Jafar or Black League than I do most, like 90% of Igbo people, 70% of Yoruba people.
You are just joking. You are joking, one man.
No. Why should I be joking? Because I've had conversations with these people. And
So
they are thinking structures is somewhat allies with my thinking structures too. So
let one man finish. Let one man finish.
We may differ on the specifics, but in the broad strokes, they somewhat they share similar worldviews to me. Which a lot of Yorubas don't actually have my worldview.
No, hold on. Let one man finish now. Let one man finish. So the Northerners, that's where it comes to play. They are more intelligent because what they're talking with you is different what they feel at home. So these people, they are masters in the game. They are masters. You can't beat them. They are
all right. My worldview is expressed in my expressions. It's not a what do you mean? What's my world? What sort of a question is that?
I want you to help you.
Hold on. There's nothing to be.
They are generalizing. That's what they're doing.
I don't know what does that even mean. What's your worldview? But what I'm saying to you, anyway, Tony, I'll just try to explain. We're not necessarily a Fulani hating platform, so that's not what we're doing. We're not rallying to hate at the North. I'm not here to promote ethnic hate towards anybody.
Fulani are the best people here in Germany. The Fulanis are here. They are very nice people for me. They are the best, sir. Sorry, sir. So the Fulanis that are in Nigeria.
You have to listen to what I'm saying because
okay.
Like I said, I allow for every voice, but I struggle with yours because you seem to have a thrust that you want us to gather and have a hatred or dislike or a distrust towards these people just as a mass of people. So you're entitled to hold that view, but that is not my view, and that is not what I am seeking to do. I want you. So can you just hold on? Because you don't even listen. So let me just abandon it. You won't listen.
No. I'm listening.
You have to listen, man. Just listen. Get the point.
What can you hold on? What I want, what I'm inviting is a more nuanced conversation around specific topics and peculiar issues, not broad mass hating of a people. And that's just too lazy for me. I don't want to, and it's not how I see the world. I don't want to promote mass hate. It's not Fulani all the time, please.
One man, I beg your pardon. Look, I never say Fulani. I say the Northerners. Even the Doma, the TV, the outside, whatever.
It's all the same thing, isn't it? You say the same thing all the time.
Because they hate us.
We are getting all this.
They hate you. Who told you they hate you?
They use quota system.
Even that population you are talking about, they still have the oppressed and the oppressors.
Tony, have you ever been to the North?
So this is why I separate Nigeria into these two.
Yes, I'll be to the North.
The oppressed and the oppressors. Because if you go to the average Fulani, he's still suffering the same thing me and you is suffering.
Tony, that was someone is very nice man. I'm telling you.
Same thing.
I have Adamu now. I have my best friend, Lieutenant Adamu. I told you guys.
When you say they hate us, man.
Hold on. The Fulani, my sister, wait. The Fulani.
One at a time. So sorry. HO, sorry, you have to allow. Yeah. So go on, Tony. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So, where I'm living right now, I'll be dealing with Fulani people for the past 20 years. They are very nice people. They don't dress like our Northerners. They are very free. You can go to their home, and then their children, their wives, we stay together. They made this peanut soup. We eat together. But in the case of the Northerners, they are different. That is why I'm a little bit scared. Other Fulanis are the best set of people that I've ever seen here in Germany, you know. And then they do patronize our business. They go to our businesses, you know. So they are very nice people. So I always wonder what is, because I just realized that the problem is the Arab culture that the Fulanis the Northerners are having in Nigeria, where they bear Muhammad, Ahmadu, Muhammad, you know. But all these people from Guinea, Gambia, and Senegal, they bear Sisi, Bagbo, they bear like our names. That is what make it a complicated situation.
Peter and Emmanuel and
like Oshomolena, it's an Hausa man also. It's Aliyu Adamu.
Well, what about the East? They are all Thomas and Peter. We have Thomas here. Yeah, Emmanuel, John.
No,
is that not the same in the North?
They have Emmanuel also there. All this Idoma and the TZ.
No, but you are saying your issue is with their choice of religion-based
names and culture.
Most of the people in the East, they have a religion-based name. Mm-hmm. Even in the South, they've named themselves after days of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Friday.
Yes, Saturday.
Don't judge me for their name. It's not fair, man. Don't judge him by his name. Come on.
You see, but this is what I'm saying now. This is not what we are here to do. But so let's just carry on.
Thank you.
You know.
You don't put me down. It's okay.
No, but I wish you'd understand what I'm saying to you, so that we can have we can enjoy your thoughts more. But you just seem to go to the one space, inviting us to weigh against people for reasons of ethnicity.
But don't presume every time you want me to speak, you don't presume what I'm going to say, then it's okay.
You ultimately say the same thing now.
They not. If you want to solve the problem of Africa, you have to change this mindset of just believing that one ethnic group or one group is your entire problem. You know, we have to change that. You know, it's like Voltron. You know, United you stand. If you want to solve the problem of Africa, you have to really sit down. It's something we have to do collectively. So among every tribe, of course, you have people that are destructive, they are causing all the problems. It's a human nature. But what you need to focus on is how we can find the good ones among the North, the good ones among the South.
Mike, my brother, remember my comment today, I thank you very much. Did you read my comments? So
no, I'm not against you.
Hold on, Mike. May I just throw this one out? Just a little bit. Look, the other time, Aisha Buhari was pregnant. We saw it, and then after 2 months now, the belly don't flat. They say na cancer na cancer they come up for somebody body again like that. Cancer they make belly they swell up to say you want to bomb baby.
Aisha Buhari doesn't represent all the northern women now.
No, I know. You know, so but Nigeria people, we don't want to speak we don't want to hurt anybody. We don't want to be cool. Okay, it's okay.
You see, I want to give you an example of people like Jafar, Black League. They are northerners, but they are not the kind of people you just described it. So what one is trying to tell you is that, listen, if you want to talk about the problem, the issue bad that's coming from the North, you can specifically say, hey, they are this category of people from the North. Maybe they are leadership.
Black League is my brother. Black League is my brother. Engineer is my brother.
But when you just say the entire North, the whole place is like, what are you pushing here? You know, are you telling us to hate everybody from here? Are you telling one man to hate Black League and hate Jafar? I mean, those guys are very respectable people.
Who do that? What piece?
What piece? Domo.
Well, yeah, go.
Oh yes, I only say talo I don't say. Again, talo say.
But you know, say na. But you know, say na matter. Na me dey talk now. Na matter.
Oh, say.
If we look into our individual ethnicity, don't we have this problem?
Which one? But the problem is that, madam.
Hold on, Tony. Let Eto have a bit of a go.
If we look into, that is why I say we are just two tribes. Because if we look into our own little ethnicity, is those people who are rich, which is the tribe of the oppressors, are they not oppressing those who are the oppressed?
Okay, make I answer that one. Make I answer that one before you go further. Make I answer that one.
No, that's a rhetorical question. Now allow her to.
Just briefly, one man. Do you know that our place? Our place. Look, go take a look at the northern street. Very clean.
What is
all the whole street is clean. But look at our place. From Ibadan, you go to Bomosho, go to Benin, go to Nicha, go to Sapele. I lose Sapele market and they cry. What do you want to tell me?
So
yes,
because
the power has shifted. We want Tinubu now. Tinubu should come. Tinubu should come back and fix our road.
That is telling our governor.
Yeah. Which
not
governor?
to make their street clean.
You get governor. You get governor.
So you see,
Tony is close-minded, man. Forget Tony.
Yeah,
Tony's not comparing anybody, man.
It's not always
we have
like
governor.
that.
Governor Yeson Wike is a governor. He has built more than 200 bridges in Port Harcourt. What do you want again from a governor? Yeson Wike is a governor.
Good, thank you, sir. You try.
So is it bridges that is the problem of Port Harcourt?
If all of them are building bridges across the country, we will know where we are going.
So now bridge,
some of them are
problem.
just stealing the money and taking it to their bank in America.
Is it bridge that make the people in Port Harcourt to be jobless? The youth there?
Of course. They must start from somewhere, not that it's bridge, but at least
you
if
see,
we have governors like that.
You see one thing I discover we have and it's so painful. They use our money. They build bridge for us. We declare for them. Is it their money?
What about those who don't build at all, who stole this whole money and keep in America? What
God bless you.
Why we can carry your 200 million, go dash there for naught? Because they look for political favor.
We don't have system in place to checkmate them. We don't have system in place.
Okay, if I ask you now, my brother, now let bridge now we can promise you now saying go give una for 8 years.
No. Not that we are saying a bridge alone, but at least if we have all the governors to perform,
we have
if all of them perform,
a chunk of youth that are jobless, that have resolved to crime to survive. And yes, somebody carry their money, go give them for naught. Then
Madam Echo, let me ask.
Don't achieve. What did you achieve?
Thank you.
This is a problem in Nigeria. They use our money, they give us peanuts, and we did the club said
Ego, leave on. It's okay. Thank you.
Some governors came out of office, they face America straight.
Let me tell you one thing. The governor, when he use his money to do only bridge, can you compare him to Ebonyi State? Can you compare that man to the one the Ebonyi State governor has done for his people? And PH has been existing before Ebonyi State.
Is it the hospital that he built that is everybody's getting so excited about? The Ebonyi guy?
It's just because they use our money. They will give us peanut out of all.
You are saying they used our money to build bridge. Hold on.
What was done in Ebonyi State?
You are saying they used our money to build bridge. Is it their own money that they should use to build bridge? No, but whose money? Can you hold on? Whose money should they use to build the bridge?
Their salary.
Of course, it is our money that they use to build the bridge.
Yes. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that. It's expecting me to clap on him for building bridge using our money. As if he used his money from his pocket.
We agree with your point. We agree with your point.
When we take leadership position in Nigeria, we are there to serve.
You have to try to praise those ones who perform. Because we have been in this country in Edo State, where Lockpick Benedion, he duped the state for 8 good years. He didn't build a street.
Thank you. That's the point I was wanting to make. Thank you.
8 good years, Lockpick Benedion was stealing this money and giving it to his father, sharing it with his father and his friends. One street Benedion did not do for 8 years. He was taken to the court. They said he should return 3 million, 3 billion.
Return some.
That was the end of the case. 8 good years.
So you.
And then you say the one that is building bridge for 8 years. You say it did not try.
Hold on, Echo. Echo, the point that Ego is making, which I lie with, is that when these people build an infrastructure, a bridge, a road, whatever, and people applaud it, it's not because it's not our right to have these things, but as Ego just made the example, it's just been so long the case that these people come into office and all they do is lose money and not do anything. So if somebody builds a bridge, yes, it is all right, and it is not really reason to celebrate. But coming from where we are coming from, when they just do is just mass loot, and there is nothing to show. So that's why people celebrate it. It's not like, of course, it's our entitlement, but it is something that we fought very hard to have. So I think that's really where
sorry, madam. Sorry, to the comment section. I'm not talking much because I'm listening to people talking. I just interject to add little. Now not every day I have the floor. So thank you, people.
Look at that. all the fine babes are after you, War Peace. But there it is. So yes, back to you, H.O.
So for 8 years that all of them are in office, achieving bridge is existing in this Western world. Where have you seen them going to commission bridge? Where?
But we're a third world country now. Are we not?
For how many years? Wait, all of us, our mama carry us for 9 years, 9 months. They born us. We were unable to sit down for a period of time. Then we now learn how to sit down. We now learn how to crawl. We now learn how to walk. We go primary school, we go secondary school, we go university. We now marry, we now have family, and we are still calling ourselves third world. For how long?
God bless you.
For how long?
God bless you.
We are calling ourselves third world. For how many years now? It be like say mama when carry pikin for belle.
But we are third world. We are third world. All these many years, Africa didn't do anything for themselves.
No. What she was saying is for us. Let's keep that.
When are we going to move?
Let's keep the ideology and move on.
And that is the madness in Africa when they are going to move. So that is why we should. Okay.
Because it is sitting on the bench say we are slave without fighting for it. We will remain third world if we do not fight for this change.
And this is what SOWORE is fighting for now. None of you is supporting him.
See, not be that can fight.
Okay.
They hear me? Because there are many ways to kill a rat.
So what will not be that kind of fight? No, make
conference. You see, you don't fight that fight, you don't work. So the only thing where we go do right now, na political revolution. For ballot. My vote no count, my vote no count. If everybody when want change, go vote today, even though we not fit go. We engineer our people say,
the problem now on our way there abroad, safe.
Which kind are we when they abroad? Which kind are we when they abroad?
Yes, now you don't hear the rake. When the time is now, you not go there to vote. Wait. When the election comes, you will not be in this country to vote. And you there now, they tell us say we cannot try to build bridge.
Did we not push in abroad, the diaspora? Did they not push in for them to allow diaspora to vote? Did they agree under the current this thing when we get? No.
They've not.
So we have to now encourage our people back home to get what they need to go to vote. Vote no can. If everybody when they eligible to vote for Nigeria come out to vote and vote for person when he gets waiting day for here. No people when go come electricity, light, call this, the same thing they have promised you years. And we are able to push them out from councillor to the up. We go get what we they talk. Because we need to achieve that before we go sit down to define this our constitution when not they work. No. But if we don't achieve that, if this two party will be the tribe of the oppressed, oppressors. If they enter, we go sing another 4 years.
Yeah, but who do we vote for as an alternative is the question. Because we've identified that there is no talent coming through within the Nigerian political space. Because if the narrative of alternative is wrapped around somebody like SOWORE, then that tells you that we don't have an alternative.
Why?
Because SOWORE is just a poser. It's just noise. It's just noise. Yeah.
He talks what?
It's just noise. SOWORE is just noise. It's just a papering pig
guy. One man is speaking grammar. That's how he does it, man. When it comes to SOWORE, you can speak grammar.
You see, to you, he's making noise. You see, that is why we are going to still go back to the pool to vote for the lesser evil and suffer again.
My sister, one man is not against SOWORE, but he's talking about lack of structure. Who is going to count the vote?
Wait,
yeah, who are you going to vote for? Who control the INEC? Who control the INEC? Who control the constitution? You say the constitution not good.
Vote for Jesus, you will see change in this country.
We say lack of structure.
Is it wicked now? You've left
Osibanjo will be the president.
We have time to fix that structure. We have time.
Oh, I'm Osibanjo fan.
That structure must be done before we can know that they are serious. Right on, tell me.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask everybody $1 million question.
We need to work together. SOWORE is just one person.
One man, can I ask this $1 million question? Just like everybody.
One man, I'm a bipartisan. Ask the question.
All of us assignment. All of us, when you know what? We are too intelligent to continue to sit in the seat of third country when we are blessed with everything. It's not
but our intelligence is not intelligent enough to the Western people.
Our situation right now, situation when we say, Mama get plenty pikin, that they hungry.
Well, no, the government made the mama go born plenty pikin.
Unfortunately,
that they hungry. The mama can't go market, come buy.
Madam, let you go speak. Because Ego is from Nigeria. Ego is Nigeria.
Let me finish.
No, but Ego know the is.
He can't put the food item for ground. Everybody sit down, they look at, they don't want cook, and with they cry, say they hungry.
She has a good point.
Everything when we need.
She has a good point there.
Don't bless her with everything we need.
God bless you.
You know what she's saying?
We get time.
Hold on, yeah.
Woman, listen. This is what she's saying.
Hold on. Let her. Intelligent is not intelligent enough to the white people. I'm sorry.
Now the white people
sorry.
No, don't open the white people
up. The white people they define you.
That is why they carry shell here.
And mirror to collect oil on a dance.
That is why they carry shell here. Exxon Mobil here.
All right.
Here. Take it to steal your oil.
The problem is us.
You are not intelligent, my sister.
Hold on, Echo.
You are not intelligent. If you are intelligent, they will not be running your country the way they are running it. Our intelligence is not intelligent enough.
Because we allow some specific group of people who are greedy, who does not have the interest of the Nigerian people at heart. They have turned into their Igwe palace.
All right, hold on, Echo. Let's take Mike's question. Mike, you said you had a question.
Yeah, I have a question. So, do you guys think we in Nigeria or in Africa, we necessarily need politicians in order for us to begin to advance, or can we advance without the politicians, without involvement of the politicians, necessary involvement of the politicians?
Okay, expand that.
The reason I want to expand is because in the Western world they are living, if you look at the economics, the franchises, like most number one employer of everybody's more of franchise businesses, corporations. And these franchises and corporations were not designed by politicians. It was more of individual citizens, individual people that, or either a group of people came together and say, hey, let's build this franchise or let's build this environment. And even a city like Las Vegas, it was group
Are you saying we don't need a government?
No, the government is already there, but they're not performing. Is what we are crying about. They are not.
Yeah,
We are crying that the root of all our problems, like unemployment.
Yeah, but what are you proposing?
The government. What I'm saying is, which I'm answering the question actually is that we the people don't we think that we can just like things we demand for the government, like jobs, everything, and many things like that, or advancements, even technological advancements. Can we look at other world and look at the way they did it? Like, it was things that we all enjoying in those words. Most of it, people that built it, they didn't have any affiliation with the politicians. They just came together and decided to do those things. Even I was reading the history of Las Vegas. Las Vegas was a desert that nobody was living, and group of American mafias like drug dealers and people like that. They were trying to look for ways to clean their money and just use their money, and they all came together and designed like, hey, let's create a land where we can gamble, turn it to a gamble space where we make gamble legal, and they thought about a desert.
You still need politics to create.
Yeah. All they did was approach the government like, can we have that land? The government said, okay, can have it.
Yes, and the framework, the enabling framework.
And as far as the franchises and businesses, all those corporations, all you have to do is come up with the idea. It's kind of like you're starting business and just do it together.
What you're talking about is liberalization, isn't it? Is it liberalization?
Yeah, when you say liberalization, well, yeah, you got a point there. When you say liberalization, being like liberating your thinking, or just
no, to deregulate the country so that enterprise will go ahead of governance.
I don't think regulation is what's stopping us right now, because the country already has rules. It's not stopping anybody from starting anything. I mean,
no, it is. If you look at the telecom space, it was only when Buhari deregulated it that we had. Remember, there was a time we only had NTA and ITV in Nigeria, and it was deregulation, just a policy position.
I'll tell you the reason why it was the case back then, because the current only system back then was government owned. Government owned everything back then. You have to understand.
Yeah,
like
that's deregulation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
When they decided to deregulate, I'll tell you why they decided to deregulate it. When
I'm not saying why. I'm saying it is the cause of that action that opened up that space that they deregulated it.
Yeah. Because what the sole owner of the one that currently they existed at that time was government. So if government only owns something, of course they'll be the only one making rules about it. You understand? But when it became something where individuals are beginning to start to own their own, so they have to like shape the rules to make sure it doesn't hinder individual owned telecom businesses. I think that was the case. It wasn't like they created a law against anybody else that wants to own that thing. So the bottom line is, I don't think
they deregulated the industry and they put in policy positions that enabled an attractiveness for enterprise to come and take that space.
And woman, do you know that in the West, in America, all these franchise people that come with these ideas, all they do is when they create the ideas, all they do is approach government like, okay, we are creating this for the benefit of society, and we're going to need these rules to help us really thrive. So are Nigerians doing that? We're coming together. Are we the people coming up with ideas and ways and things of building cooperation, and then approaching government like, okay, we have these ideas, we have this thing that we want to do, and we need you to help us create laws and policies that will make it thrive, and you will get your share, of course, because we have to pay tax to you. I don't see any government that will tell you, hey, we want to kill your idea, because when they know that when your idea thrives, you're going to be paying us tax in the millions. So I don't think the government will go against the Nigerian people coming up with solutions to their problems. You understand? When the government definitely will benefit from the progress. Because successful company, I don't think government will be against a company or corporation or ideas being successful, because they know that they will tax you.
Hold on, Nacho. Let's hear from Rational Mind.
You just seem to go around the whole thing, Mike. The thing you need to understand is there's no way you can divorce the government and whatever anybody or individual or group of people wants to do. In the case of the Las Vegas, you even brought us an example. They still needed the government to consent, to make some concession to some things for them. So there's no way you can divorce the two of them. Anything any society has to do, even here in the United States, where you live, we have the lobbyists. These lobbies, they lobby the government to get some things done. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, not saying in the derogatory way. I just want us on this platform, whenever we're arguing, let us think through whatever we want to say very well before we start asking. It takes time. because we have to go round because like I've had our sister here, HO, she has said some things and we keep countering it. Like even one man was countering like, do we have to counter everything as long as we agree on some certain principles or some certain things? Why do we have to counter things and start digging unnecessarily on?
No, we counter things now. But that's what we do, is it not? We counter things here.
I'm not saying we should not counter, but there's some needless countering. Now,
no, it's not needless. If there wasn't a need for it, then it would not be done.
But I was asking you a question, then you just showed me up like as if maybe the question was like you use your word. I mean quoting your word.
Lobby. I say lobby, not fraud.
What I'm trying to say is just to answer Mike's question. You need the government. There's no way you can divorce the two of them. You always need the government, no matter whatever society you call yourself or group of people that comes together.
Sorry, we don't come here to soliloquize rational mind. We're not here to sermonize, and we're not here to propagandize. We're here to debate. Okay. And to debate, you have your things challenged. Even the minutiae of something that you're saying will be interrogated because it might not rhyme with how the person is following your logic, and they want to push you either for clarity or correction. So we don't just push for the sake of pushing, but like you know we fact check and we so.
No, but the truth
is it not English they are speaking when they talk of lobby?
No, but the truth is this: in this Western world, policies are in place for businesses to be established and thrive. And those policies, there are a set of people that lobby them for
is that
them
not corruption?
to be put in place. But in Nigeria, do we really have that? No. Because
we do.
Everything is still on leadership.
We do. HO, we do. Nigerians have lobbies too. Maybe not like the way we do it in America here. But their own kind of lobbying, is even though some people here will argue with me that the one in America too is corruption in some ways, which I can agree with that.
But there's corruption everywhere. It's not that we argue.
But them, they do it to better their society.
Wait, they do it in favor of the society.
Yeah. But
not
here,
all the time.
But back home, we do
not
it in favor of some specific pocket.
No, not all the time. Not lobbyists. Not all the time.
It is.
It's not all the time.
It is. You give an example.
The lobby has normal bribery. They bribe their way.
An example now, Ego.
Yeah, rational mind. I missed your question. You're trying to ask me. I accidentally dropped off, man. So I didn't get your question.
Well, I wasn't asking a question. I was only trying to counter what you said.
Sorry,
what was it? What was it? I didn't hear it.
I think Vin is asking for a hyperlink.
So sorry. No, I posted the hyperlink wall piece, but the screen can only accommodate 10 people. So when you have 10 on the screen, then the link will push you back. But let's hear from World Peace, only because Irene.
Well, I didn't hear what Rational was trying to counter about what I said.
Okay, but Irene seems quite fixated on hearing World Peace's voice. I don't know what his voice does for her, but we'll hear from him in a moment. But how are you countering? So to you, Rational Mind, put your position again to Mike.
What I'm saying is, there's no way you can separate the government from those people you're talking about, group of people or individuals that comes together and want to, like you talk about, use the example of Las Vegas, Nevada. There's no way they will still need the input of the government. They will need the policy. In fact, talking about Las Vegas, being the capital of gambling and all of that, the government still needs to make policies that will give them some kind of concession there. So without it, there's no way they can thrive there. There's no way that place will ever be what it is today. So what I'm trying to make
but you are doing strongman fallacy here. Hold on. You are doing strongman fallacy here.
Hold on. That is why they have lobbyists. The lobbyists will do the job for them. They pay them. They will lobby the government in their favor to enact laws or to make policies that will favor their business. That's what people do in countries like where we are here in America. So I don't know what you're talking about, saying that they can achieve it without the government. I mean, you need the government. That's why they call them government. They govern the areas. They make laws, and the laws they make is just to make the society a place for everybody to live and
Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, let me put it this way. I said, do Nigerians need government to come up with the idea and solution to their problems? Do you need government to come up with the idea and solution to your problem?
You don't need government to.
Now you've answered my question then. So you were doing strawman fallacy by saying I'm saying that.
That's not what you're saying.
What was I saying?
That's why I said sometimes we overflow things here, which is what maybe that's what I'm also guilty of what I just accuse everybody else doing here, or some people doing here, because maybe I did not understand what you're saying. But if I understand what you said, even one man was even saying it, trying to make you understand that this is what we understand you were saying, that people do not need government.
There's a heavy bullshit coming from you.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear it from here. Somebody
let me mute Mike first. Let's see if it's no. Yeah, no, it's from you. Hold on. Yeah, I think so. Because you're the only mic on now. Yeah.
Well, it's quiet here. It's quiet where I am here. It's quiet. I'm just here by my counter here trying to read at the same time.
All right, carry on. But
so, well, I'm done. I mean, if Mike wants to come in, that's just the point. I think we misread maybe your thoughts or what you said.
And rational mind, I don't know how you missed my point, because you heard me also say that once you create the idea and you present it to the government, you know that the government will find it difficult to go against you, because they know themselves that once your idea start thriving, they will tax you because they will benefit from it. They will have to come and tax you. So why would they see you come on with ideas that can benefit everybody and they will not tell you to shut it down? They will go against you. So what I'm saying is the root of the solution is if we, the people ourselves, stop relying that the government have to be the ones to create everything, and we ourselves start using our own mind, the creativity of our own mind, to start looking for solutions to our problems in our country, whether it's creating corporations, creating franchises, and end up developing our own economy, and then partner with government in the area of rules and regulations and things like that. And you mentioned lobbying, of course. If we need, more areas where the government may be answer against, and we can also put lobby in place or things like that. But what I'm saying is, I don't think if we the people start being very creative and looking for solutions and finding the solutions, I don't think government will be in your way. So the idea of just sitting back and just waiting for the next politician that's going to make it happen, we're going to wait forever, man. It's impossible. It's not the job of politicians to advance society. It's only the only thing they can do. The least they can do is just create policies. That's it.
But it's not as easy as you are saying it.
There's nothing easy in life. I don't know why when I'm talking to people, we always want things to be easy. There's nothing. Advancement is not easy. There's no country in life. There's no country in this world that advances easily.
In the Nigerian context, it's even more so.
I think that whoosh is coming from Mike. Mike is from you. That whoosh is from that noise, the echoing voice.
You can hear it too, Abi.
Yeah, I'm very. Yeah, I think
it's like a doom.
Yeah, it's not coming back now. It's Mike. And one DG is DOG there?
No, but let me put a question to you, World Peace. Only because Irene seems fixated on hearing your voice. I don't know why, but Irene is now determined that she wants to hear your voice. So, for the benefit of Irene, can we have you speak then on Akinwunmi Adesina coming into the APC race, purchasing a ticket? So, what are you then making of that development?
Oh, I'm thank you for that question, Irene. Thank you too for showing concern. That's the question I actually wanted to speak on. That guy coming to the race, he has the right to come into the race. But what I don't understand is why every Dick and Harry now in South is just buying 100 million form, like it's 20 naira. I don't understand again. And before, when people was coming to the race, we were happy. But now it's getting too much. It's becoming funny. It's becoming funny for we in the South. I think in the West, we have like 6 candidates now.
Especially in Yoruba land.
Yeah, I'm saying it's like 6 candidates from the West. It's becoming ridiculous. I saw it yesterday. I was like, really? This man? I don't understand. Which space is going to take? Whose space you want to take? Occupy. Is it Tinubu space or?
They're just diluting. They're diluting the vote now. That's the.
They're diluting the South vote. I don't understand. It's not making us look serious anymore.
Well, they are raising money they want to use for election buying.
Apart from that, they can raise it. They can raise it behind the doors. The way they are doing it now is not looking decent. I was expecting that so many people come to the race, that they come together and take one candidate or even two. They rally around two candidates. Those two candidates will go to the delegate to slot it out. Now everybody's just buying form, coming out to become MLF is out, and the CBN governor. That guy should be arrested. He's supposed to be arrested. How can a CBN governor declare for presidency? I don't understand.
It says he's going to buy the form from his savings. Can you imagine that?
Can you imagine that?
No, but the truth is that all of them are coming up to tell us that people that love them so much bought the form for me, which is lie.
MFL said it was the rice farmers that bought for him now.
So for the CBN governor to say it is the farmer and who is buying form for him, he's just also looking for a way to cover up.
Yeah.
And you now think if this kind of set of people, one of them now enter to become the president, they will now begin to think of the people. No.
Let me bring you two paragraphs from Emefiele just to what Irene was saying. This is in the middle of his piece. So he said, I am humbled by the growing interest of those asking that I run for the office of president in the 2023 general elections. Sorry, can you mute yourself? I am humbled by the growing interest of those asking that I run for the office of the president in the 2023 general elections. I have not come to that decision. I note and salute the sacrifices of those farmers and patriots going as far as raising personal funds and offering me presidential nomination forms. I thank them most profusely. However, should I answer their calls and decide to seek presidential nomination, I will use my own hard-earned savings from over 35 years of banking leadership to buy my own nomination forms without proxies in an open and transparent manner in full compliance with the laws and constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he's telling us then, I will use my own hard-earned savings from 35 years of banking to buy the forms. So he has it's a different planet, isn't it? It's a different planet.
So he wants to use his savings to buy a form
for 100
for
million
a
naira.
Position he's not sure of. Who is it deceiving?
And it's a salaried position, by the way.
The baby in the womb. Even the baby in the womb knows that he's telling lies. If they allow all the pregnant women, baby in the womb to speak, they go say, "Okay, CBN governor, you are telling us lie."
But one man, is this confirmed? Is it confirmed?
Is what's confirmed?
I mean that the CBN governor is going to contest.
No. Well, that quotation it was actually something he tweeted out. So that was a tweet. So from that tweet that he tweeted, nomination forms were bought allegedly, apparently, according to him, on his behalf by farmers. But he is going to refund their money and dip his hand into his own pocket from his 35 years working banking and then pay 100 million for the form himself. He's waiting for divine intervention. He says God will tell him what to do.
I think he's talking to farmers because he assumed that those farmers' IQ is so low. So the way these people thought, they're assuming these voters' IQs are low. That's why they talk to them in that manner. Because I mean, there's no way
he's talking about the farmers because he's been running this farmer projects, which accesses the farmers' funding from CBN. You know, the thrust of what the administration is go back to the farms. So he's then tried to say that by virtue of what he has done in that sector, they are through gratitude paying him back by buying him a form too. So this is just a nonsense anyway.
Yeah.
So is it most of the farmer that the bandit did not allow to farm that contributed that money for him out of not farming?
But you see, oh, this is noisy. Something is wrong with your mic.
No, I have to mute. I think his rational mind is too heavy. Yeah.
So what Mike was saying, he's some. I think he's right. I agree with him to some extent, and that goes to what I was telling Rational Mind earlier. Massive investment in education, because you see, an educated population is a more how do I put it, sophisticated electorate. You cannot just play people with such things and they'll clap for you. Hey, we need to focus on it. And you see, education is the difference between northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria now. The northern Nigerian people and southern Nigerian people. That is the basic difference. That is why we have produced geniuses like Professor Wole Soyinka. That is why in the 70s, Arab princes were coming to Nigerian hospitals to get treatment.
Yeah, that was why.
Yeah, and that is because we invested initially in education. We focused on free education. That is what it did. That is why we have genius. That is why we produce people like Ngozi Konjiwala and Dr. What is his name? The African Development.
Akinwunmi Adesina.
Yeah, that is why we.
Do you know one of the things that pains me about the Nigerian space, Meadowman? All of the people that are at the echelons of Nigerian politics at the moment, Fayemi, Oshibanjo, etc.
They are beneficiaries.
They were beneficiaries of the Awolowo, Jakonde, etc. free education system. They are beneficiaries of free education. They have now closed that free education so that the people coming through next, they don't get an education.
If you listen to
it's so painful.
What our brother General Kuku always says here, he will tell you in the 70s we went out, we protested, we did this, we did that. We find out that the electorate at that time, even though it was a military regime, but the electorate at that time were more sophisticated than what we have today. We just have a bunch of people that they tell anything and they believe, and that has to do, I still insist, that has to do with education. Primary, secondary, basic education.
Let me tell you something. The difference between those electorates back then is Nigeria was a relatively new country, and those guys were visionary. They were looking towards building the nation. You understand? But people we have today are people that they are not visionary people. They are people that grew up watching a system where the system was being looted and everything, and they just want to come in and join the loot. Everybody that wants to go into politics today, they're interested in going there to just go and make money. It's not like they are not people that are part of watching a country that's brand new, and they are so enthusiastic in watching that and building that nation to become the nation of their colonial masters. You understand? So that's the difference between those guys, the Awolowos of those people in the early days, the Okparas, all those guys, because Nigeria was a brand new country, and these guys were saying, "Oh wow, we have this brand new thing. Let's try to build it to make it look like London, places we visited, Europe." So that's the difference between the mind of those ones and people we have today. The people we have today grew up watching Babangida and every politician looting, so they just want to come in and do their own.
The cost upon that country was oil boom. I'm telling you.
Oh, definitely. That's the major part of it. When free money came.
When free money started flowing, everybody thought, why? Nobody wanted to think anymore. Everybody became lazy. It's just get oil, sell oil, spend the money, get oil, sell oil, spend the money. Abandoned education, abandoned manufacturing, abandoned every other thing. Abandoned economic development, human development.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
Carry on, yeah.
Because I wanted to ask you, I had in mind to ask you today. Like when I saw this African bank guy that joined the race instantly. Please, sorry, I don't want to make ethnic or tribal, but what is the West trying to get at right now? But where they're buying from, joining the race?
You know, I just think that this is individual greeds. A lot of the people buying the forms, they have no thought that they are going to be president. Certainly not. But they want to hold that form in order to hold a voting bloc, in order to use that voting bloc to negotiate with people that have a better chance of getting the presidency. Or getting the ticket. So I think it's just greed and personal ambitions. So yeah, that's what sort of thing.
And one man, is the Dr. Akinwunmi's candidacy, is it confirmed or is it just a rumor?
Well, they are saying that forms have been bought, so yeah, that's just what's out there. He's not formally come out to. I don't think he's really spoken to the politics at all, as far as I'm aware. So I don't think he has formally come out to declare. But then they are saying that because this was covered by all the newspapers, by the way. So let me just bring you it very quickly. The president of the African Development Bank and former Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Akinwunmi Adesina, Saturday paid for the nomination and expression of interest forms to contest for the All Progressive Congress APC presidential ticket in proxy. This is as a coalition of 20. So listen to this part. This part answers your question. This is as a coalition of 28 groups consisting of Youth Arise Movement, Nigerians in Diaspora One Nigeria, Prudent Youth Association of Nigeria, Women's Group Farmers, People with Disability, and other civil society groups, raised 100 million naira to purchase the forms for the former minister. The coalition was led by the head, One Nigeria Group, Mohammed Salah. The payment acknowledgement slip, exclusively spotted by correspondents on Saturday, carried Adesina's name as the recipient of the form. Dr. Adesina served as Minister of Agriculture under former President Goodluck Jonathan. So that's essentially, and that was covered all over the space. Several newspapers carried it. So that's that's his position.
Well, let's wait and see. I think this week will bring a lot of new developments in that.
One man. Now, all of them are buying form. It's not a buying form. Why are they still associating themselves with APC? Yes, they can contest their right, but why they still identifying with APC? Under APC, I don't get it. I think by now, all these intelligent people, they're supposed to distance themselves from Buhari and the party. But yet, they're all buying form to start continuing Buhari legacy. That's the part I don't get. And I look up to these people like intelligent people, leaders of tomorrow.
But all that continue Buhari legacy, that's just political talk. As soon as somebody is sworn in, they'll just clear out everything Buhari.
You and I know that. But right now, the bitterness, the division in Nigeria right now, any true politician will distance himself from Buhari first, indirectly or directly. But might stick with the party, but distance himself from Buhari. But
they can't do that because Buhari's influence will determine their future. So they have to pretend and play along.
Wow.
Don't you think they are going after Buhari's voters? Buhari had like 20, how many million? They're going after his voters.
Yeah, I've drawn the analysis before because we gave Buhari that vote. Because since when Tinubu really hammered on it 2014 and 2019, that Buhari have 12 million gay voters that don't die and they don't wake up, they don't sleep, they don't multiply. But anytime they want to vote Buhari, they'll just come up from anywhere.
Yeah, all the 4 times that they ran, I guarantee 10 million.
12 million. They are Abanate. After they vote, they go to Abanation and stay. Enter they hear Buhari, not APC, enter hear Buhari, they will come out. So right now, everybody that is now walking towards Buhari because Buhari have 12 million gay voters to give to them. It's sad.
All right. It is sad. So gentlemen, we've gone past the 5-hour mark, and you know what that means. And we're even nearly 5.5 hours in. So we'll start to round off. And gentlemen, I've been pushing that the closing remarks, it needs to be a bit more condensed, because when we get to the closing remarks, we've already rounded off so many talking points that really is just really a few words to say, oh, this was what I did not get a chance to say. So we're at that space now to land on engineer, and we kick it off with DOG, who I suspect may have left us already. So D, are you there? No, if D was here, you would know. He's not one to keep quiet. He said, well, what I was just trying to say is, you don't even listen, Seth. Why do people not listen? D, and I've never known people to bellyache like D and Solly. You don't even listen to me. I am trying to tell you, but you're not listening. Okay, now I won't talk again. If you don't look at that, just like babies, man. But this is this is it. So thank you, DOG. A little bit of jesting there. So from DOG, let's go to Tony, who hopefully is still there. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm always there, sir.
All right, closing remarks.
Eager to speak. So as long as our gifted children, our gifted kids, are being wooed and taken away by these white countries, to better their, to work for their future, it means that we are, we're actually less intelligent than them, because that's what Ego said, and then I stand with Ego for that. So let us buckle up, let us wake up, and then rethink of how we can regain our intelligence that we're having when the British handed over to us. You know what I'm saying? That's it, sir. So it's a pity, because I want to go back home like yesterday. Okay, sir. Good night, sir. One man. So everybody thumbs up. Looking at like, so that make more people get them, whether they get waiting with the talk here. Because now not push the like button, other people know feel waiting with the talk here, and then the country will go down. So that we must look for a solution now. So there will be no election, because if Akinwunmi that we have be wishing to come and rear his head out, now is going to into this a terrorist party. So I think there's no way at all forward for us. So no party, no election, because your vote will never count forever. So thank you, sir, everybody.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So that was Tony, of course, the person you all know Tony's voice. So that was Tony. Let's see if Ego is still there. Ego, are you still there? Yes, I think we may well have lost Ego. Ego usually listens in bed, and then it just drops off in the middle of so that's Ego. Thank you for turning up, Ego. So from Ego, let's go on to HO. HO, are you still there?
Yes.
So closing remarks. You've been here before. HO, ladies and gentlemen, join us as often as you can, because people delight hearing from you. So HO, your words.
Well, in a closing remark, I want to thank everybody for showing up, and together we'll get the Nigeria of our dream. And if we want to separate, we cannot separate under the constitution we are having, under the political atmosphere we have, until we have leadership that is ready to sit down together with us to discuss the way forward. So in order to achieve that, let's work towards 2024 to pick the right leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you, HO. So that's HO, a voice that's now fast developing within the platform. So to a voice that is fast developing within the platform, to a voice that is now firmly establishing within the platform, Irene Finest favorite voice, World Peace. Your word.
I greet everybody. We don't reach the end of the day as we see. Great people with the comment section. Thank you, Irene Finest, for check on me, and I thank everybody there too. I thank one man especially to bring all of us together. I thank engineer. I thank Mike. I thank middleman. I thank DJ and Solly and the rest people we did the group, and I thank Ajale Koko, our father, who they pray for us for behind even not day today. For the Nigerian politics, I don't tire me. The way they buy form, it tire me. But what's not go tire me to talk, we say, make everybody with the comment section. Tell everybody where they their group of Facebook, maybe they go get their PVC. Move for vote these people out. Now so me go talk and reach. Thank you, one man. Peace.
Thank you, World Peace. So that was World Peace. He joins us as usual from Japan. So that's World Peace. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. So konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konnichiwa to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, your words.
Well, I don't want to say much since the sound is distracting. I just want to say everybody should subscribe and hit the like button, and always come around and hear us as we analyze things. Hopefully, we'll be here tomorrow again, God willing. That's all I have to say, and I want to say good night to everybody. Good morning and good afternoon.
All right, Rational Mind. And then we didn't hear that anymore just then. It may well have been bouncing off somebody else's system on the thing, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So from Rational Mind, we go to Middleman, a mind that is equally as rational. Middleman, you know the routine.
Thank you, one man. The conversations this evening was very, very interesting, as always. Earlier on, before I came on, people were talking about if somebody was invited back to Nigeria, would they go and help build the system? And people were saying they wouldn't. That is disheartening, you know. The Nigeria we want is the Nigeria we have to build. We can't leave it for somebody else. And that is why it is important we participate. We live in the diaspora, yeah, but we can influence a lot of people back home. We can tell them that participation, you don't, in democracy, you don't get it right, every time. You just keep trying until you get it right, but you just got to keep trying. Because if we all give up, then let's just nuke Nigeria, shut down this platform, and just take passports anywhere we find ourselves in the world, and just forget about Africa. I mean, we cannot do that. We have to. Where there is life, there has to be hope, and the struggle is a continue. I thank the platform and the listeners, and let's continue to share. And that is the only way we can appreciate what one man is doing, maintaining the platform. I know it's not easy. 5 hours every day is not just easy. So thank you, one man. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you, Middleman. So, Middleman, there's a bit of depth to your voice now. Do you have a cold, or are you trying to sound sexy for the babes? What is going on? What's this change? What is the change? All right, look at this man. All right, thank you, Middleman. So that was Middleman. From Middleman, Mike, of course, put on your helmet and hide behind the sofa as we invite Mike to have his final.
Okay. Well, I will close by starting using the word of Albert Einstein. I said, if you're doing the same thing, continue to do the same thing over and over and expect a different result, that's insanity, complete insanity. Now, in Nigeria, it seems like the way we are thinking, the way we think, we keep thinking the same way over and over, and things is not changing. And we don't realize that we haven't got to the point where we realize that, maybe we have to change the way we're thinking and approach things before maybe now create things will start working differently, changing. We have this mentality of whenever I want to do anything, we have to look to the colonial master. We have to look to them to go and search for the way to do it, rather than saying, you know what, we're no longer slaves or colony or whatever it is. We have our own unique world in Africa, our own unique nature, our own unique way of doing it. I mean, we God create us and start looking within Africa and start studying our minds and reinventing way of doing things, or maybe to even come up with a better way than the one that's already in the world, in the West or in the world. If we don't start thinking like that, I don't know, we're not going anywhere, absolutely going nowhere, And my advice to anybody, any Nigerian, any African that really thrive, desire change or anything, I'll use the word of Mahatma Gandhi. He said, he said, be the change you want to see in the world. Be the change you want to see in your society. He if you feel like you have an idea of how society should go, you should start with yourself by carrying that idea out. Don't wait for politicians. Don't say, okay, I have an idea how Nigeria should be, and then you're waiting for one politician to start doing it. If you feel like job creation is the issue, how about you start looking for ways to start a corporation or start a franchise or something, or find like-minded Nigerians and get together and make it happen. So don't wait for the day the politician that think like you will come in and do things the way you want it to be done. So you should be the change. So that's my own contribution. So thank you, Wama.
All right, thank you, Mike. Be the change you want to see. So be the change you want to see, the parting words of Michael. So from the parting words of Michael to our new crew court, looking sleek engineer. I don't know what this new haircut is all about. Engineer, wagwan.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. Well, I have a few things to say, but we have to take things serious now. One man, first and foremost, thank you very much for allowing this platform to go worldwide, and this is teaching a lot of people. Also, for the new people on the platform, you guys are doing well. For our new sister, Honorable Oluchi, that's the name I'll be calling you, if you don't mind. You're doing well, and God bless you. I've been crying on this platform so many years. We need ladies. We need that voice, because sometimes the men here, they behave like market women. They fight, they do anything, but still we still love ourselves, and we still love that country called Nigeria. And that's why we need more females to come into the platform and batter the men properly, so we can wake up and we know what we're doing. And also, please, and please, guys, don't forget to buy coffee. Please and please. Because this is a platform that, among every platform that do go on live videos, they don't charge, they don't request you to do anything on the platform. So, and the platform is not discriminating. The platform welcome everybody. And something we need to understand, please and please, again, let's focus on how that country will be good and how that country will be fixed. So let's just think about it. And in terms of, this man is from North or from South or from East, let's begin to keep that narrative aside. Let's find solution to our problem. Otherwise, we'll be in the long-term run. And I'll repeat again, regarding the coffee, one man tried to put the link so people can still buy coffee, because most people, they don't know about the coffee, the link. So you just have to make sure you let them know, because I don't mind if I come on the platform, I'll definitely let them know in the platform that they need to buy the coffee, to be honest. And for people watching from every part of the world, thank you very much. And thank you for staying up till late. Some is morning, some is afternoon, some is night in their own country. Well, we don't have much to say, just to say God bless you guys, and you guys are doing well. And feel free to come in. Honestly, if you come in, trust me, things will go well. It's something that, feel free. Honestly, don't be intimidated by Mike or by Tony. They are all my brothers. So if they say something that you guys are not happy, forgive them. If they don't have that love towards Nigeria, they won't come out and voice it. Sometimes it's not easy to deal with humans, but what can we do? We love our country. We love our country. And one man, I will use this opportunity to still say thank you very much. I don't know what to say to you. It's just God bless you. And without you, I can't know most of these guys, honestly. And we miss you, our brother Ben, because you're the one of the top man that we have in the platform that always said, oh, in Ghana. So once upon a time, we used to have a back called Ghana must go in Nigeria. Now it's Nigeria must go. So thank you, one man. God bless you. And happy Sunday to everyone. And have a good night to everybody.
All right, thank you, engineer. So that's engineer is just recovering from, I think, a flu or something. You can hear it in his voice, but ever as cheerful as always. That's engineer, one of your favorite voices on the platform. So in the absence of Ajanle Koko, he substitutes. So that has been the session. But in the absence of Ajanle Koko, we continue with the tradition that Ajanle Koko birthed onto the platform. So what Ajanle Koko usually does is he will acknowledge a few names in the comment section. And that's an excellent idea because that marries the comment section with the screen so that when we are parting as just one big happy family. So to the big happy family, but then of course, our cousin in Ghana. So he comes up first here in Ghana, there in Ghana. So there in Ghana, he is causing ruckus in the comment section. That's Vin, of course, Vin Maxwell. From Vin Maxwell to our noble, upstanding marine man in whatever station he is at now, that is Reeds Ortiz. So there he is right there, Reeds Ortiz. So as Bonksmore is Ajanle Koko's babe, Irene Finesse fast turning into what is it called? World Peace's babe. So there she is right there, Irene Finesse, so confident in herself. She actually calls herself the finest. So there she is right there. There's nothing like self-confidence, and she seems to have that in abundance. From Irene, we're going to Obi Ruben. So Obi, good to see you. Kedu, as they say, in South Central Abakaliki. So from Kedu and South Central Abakaliki, we go to Owerri to see Jay in Ken and say Odema. So Odema to you, Jay in Ken, as we hurtle on through. Echo, of course, she keeps it 100 in the comment section and keeps it 110% on the screen. Both screen and comment section, she participates fully with the platform. From our HO, we go to David Tunde Abe. So Davido, as I'm sure his friends call him now. Since that guy came on stream, everybody's now Davido. From Davido, we go to Oga Namaster. Oga Namaster, but is a master of Boluwaga Laditi. Nobody is the master of Boluwaga Laditi, a man of his own. So from Boluwaga Laditi, we go on to Ahizon. Get your dictionaries ready anytime you see Ahizon on the screen. Get your dictionaries ready when you see Ahizon on the screens as we land with Larry Ade. So Larry Ade, of course, Larry, as we all know, to his paddymen. Paddymen call him Larry. From Larry, we're going to Adewale Olusegun. And by the way, if you're not already subscribed and if you've not turned up the stream, then please do that. Make sure you are subscribed and make sure you've thumbed up the platform. The thumbing up means click on like, click on subscribe, because that pushes us. We are seeing the results of the thumbing up. I'm sure if a lot of you go back, you see that the numbers are going higher and higher, and it's just off the back of the thumbs up and subscription. So keep doing that just by way of showing support for the platform. So Adewale Olusegun will come up to next as we land on Bunksmer. Bunksmer, our lady in Canada. So that's Bunksmer right there in the land of maple syrup and all that. This is the only thing that they have. Maple syrup and beers, you know, not beer as in beer drinking, but beer as in the actual mammal called, so it's somewhat a jungle, Canada, really, and they straddle off the back of the United Kingdom and America, and they try to pretend like they're some civilized country, but Canada is just like a backwater little outpost somewhere in the Americas. I just, of course, Peter's AO, but his own Peter is with a double T, just to funkify the language or to funkify the name. This is what Nigerians do. Never satisfied with just as it is. They have to embellish the Nigerian way. Fourth of many, but just how many is the question. That's Mike, of course, who has been spreading rumors that had banned him on the platform, even though you've heard him on the screen. This is what he does. Mike is just a very lost little troublemaker. A very lost little troublemaker, Mikey boy, as I go on to look for another name. So I'm scrolling as we're talking, but a lot of these are names. Names I've already mentioned, but they are in constant conversation. So As I'm scrolling now, there just names that have already been mentioned that are in gripped in conversation with each other, which is of course what we encourage for the space to converse with each other. So it's just a mesh. It's a family gathering, you see. Mozid Odutayo, the name we land on next. We look for just a couple more and then we start to round off. Ade Mitobi Loba. So Ade Mitobi Loba, of course, known as Soli on the screen. So that's Ade Mitobi Loba right there. Soli to his friends and family. So Obi Ruben, there's Obi Ruben right there. Did I do him earlier on? I may have just done that. So we just see if we come across just maybe one more, and then we'll round off from there. And we do come across one more, which is Sam Boy. Sam Boy. So Sam Boy, thank you. So that has been the session. The live streaming stops, but the conversation never ends. Carries on in the comment section, as you all know. So come join me there where the conversation continues. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.